Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order and welcome you all to City Hall and our beautiful council chambers. This morning, our invocation will be given by Pastor Rick Milby with Corpus Christi Cross Project.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you for inviting me today. King Solomon was King David's son, and he built the first temple in Jerusalem. And it was a long process. His son wanted to build the temple, but God said no because he was a man of blood, but he allowed his son to build it, who's Solomon. But David financed it. He raised all the money for it. When he finally built it and dedicated, it was a long dedication, he prays a great prayer in the 6th chapter of 2nd Chronicles, and he gives God thanks for his blessing upon the people. And God comes back in the next chapter and he answers Solomon that prayer. And most people can quote the scripture that I'm going to use, but most people don't know the scripture that followed or before that scripture. And this is what it says. It says, "Then the Lord said to Solomon that night, I have heard your prayer and have chosen this place for myself as a house of sacrifice." And listen to this verse. "When I shut up the heavens and there is no rain, or I command the locusts to devour the land and send pestilence among the people." And he says this, "If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven, will forgive their sin and heal their land." And so I want to encourage you. I have the formula for rain that we need. I encourage you to call a proclamation, ask our citizens to fast and pray for rain. It's God said do it. Many times in Scripture, God closed up the heavens, God sent pestilence, and when the people repented, God relented and he gave back, he stopped the drought, gave the rain. We got rain this past week. A group of pastors, I wasn't with them, but a group of pastors gathered over in Robstown at their city hall last week and prayed for rain. Look what happened this last week. Mm-hmm. And so I think we need to pray, and we need to ask our citizens to pray, and not just pray, but repent. I didn't go down there, but I saw the protest on Saturday, and there were vulgarities and gestures made from both sides, and I was so ashamed, and it hurt me and grieved my heart. Population and church attendance has dropped in the last 15 years. People have gone away from church, and it wasn't just because of COVID, even before COVID. We need God back in our country, and we need God's favor for our city. And so I'm going to pray a prayer of repentance for us today, and I ask you to join with me, and I encourage you to make a proclamation before our city and ask our citizens to do the same. Father, how grateful we are for the privilege of calling upon your name. And we thank you, Lord, for your word that gives us clear instruction of what to do in times of crisis and need. And Father, I just pray that you would bless this council. I pray that you would give them wisdom in all that they do and every proceeding they have. For all of our city officials, for all of the employees of our city, God bless them and protect them. But we also recognize, Lord, that we're a nation of sin, and we need your blessings and we need your help. And you've given us the formula, Lord, that you might open the heavens and give us rain in our watershed. And so I ask in Jesus' name that you would forgive us of our sin. God, that you'd help us, Lord, to repent and turn from our wicked ways and to live lives that are pleasing before you. Help us to live with honor the name that we carry, body of Christ in Corpus Christi. And God, I just pray, Father, that you would help the citizens of this city to hear this call and to obey. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. And our Pledge of Allegiance to the United States flag and to the Texas state flag will be led by a gentleman named Hudson Davis. He is a 4th grader at Windsor Park Elementary, and he is an honor roll, perfect attendant student.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Hudson, thank you. Very good. Okay, Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos. Eric Cantu.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Kaylin Paxson.
Here.
Everett Roy.
Here.
Mark Scott. Carolyn Bond. City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley. Mayor and council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Okay. Great, thank you, Ms. Huerta. We'll move on to Section E. That is City Manager's comment and update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
All right, great. Good morning, Mayor and members of the
Good
council.
morning.
We have 2 items on the city manager's report. The first one will be relatively brief. I'm going to give you an overview of a planning tool that we use to help set the city council agendas. And then Drew Molly will give our weekly water update on alternative water sources that we're all embarking on. So the first one is an overview of a forecast planning tool that we use. We shared this with the last council, and so given that we have several new council members, it dawned on us that we may not have reviewed this document with you, and so I want to do that today. So this document, if we go to the next slide here, is prepared weekly, and sometimes we look at it a couple of times a week to finally have it finalized for that week. It's also emailed to the council both Mondays when the draft agenda goes out, and then again on Friday when the final agenda goes out. And the tool helps us to set the city council agendas, and what it is that it has a 3-month outlook. And so we're looking ahead 3 months, and we're strategically, the teams, not just the city manager, the team is trying to balance council meetings so that each meeting doesn't have too many high energy, high policy issues that take time and focus. Also make sure there's not too many items on the agenda, whether the briefings, consent agenda items, or high profile items. So it has a 3-month outlook, and we just want to make sure you're aware of that, and to utilize this document to kind of see what's coming in the next council meeting or the next month or the 3rd month out. It can be used for personal purposes. If you're planning some business trip and you want to see what am I going to miss, you can use it for that purpose as well. So essentially, it just helps us to prepare the council meeting so that they're most efficient for the council members. And so on this screen here, we've outlined kind of some of the keys of the document, if you will. I don't think we have a legend in it, but you can see the item on the left, that number 1, high profile. Those items on the document are generally first, the high profile ones. We also distinguish them in color, putting them red. So when you see those items, those are the ones that are the big policy issues for the city council, time-consuming issues, maybe issues that we've worked for weeks and weeks or months and months with the council on. Then you can see a big part of the document is the regular consent. And so this isn't the entire consent agenda, but ones that are pretty significant, probably high profile contracts, high volume dollar contracts. And so we list out not every consent agenda item, but the ones that we want to pay attention to or let the council be alerted to. And then in that list, the third thing is briefings. And so you can see here in this example, there's 3 briefings, and we've highlighted the briefing number 1, 2, 3. And then finally, the 4th thing we list is executive sessions. And so here you can see there's several executive sessions that we'll have on this example. So this page, this format you would see, sometimes it's 3, 4, or 5 pages of meeting by meeting. Usually we can fit 1 meeting on a page and a half of another one, as you can see here. So the city manager's office, city secretary, and the city attorney, and the city manager's staff, and really all the department heads that contribute to the agenda help to design this forecast tool. And it is as much for us as it is for you, and that's why I did want to take some time this morning to make sure you understand it so you can utilize it. On this next slide here, we can see that not only does the agenda material appear, but we also put other big special events on the document. We color code them so that they're distinguished from the black and white that you saw on the prior page. So in this case here, we have budget workshops that'll be coming up soon. Those are all the ones that are in orange. We also list things like community input meetings, whether it's for the budget or it could be for a planning exercise like a community plan. And then we also list other major special events, just so the city council can be aware. Often these events you're going to. So in this case, we've listed the state of the county address. And so that's on the calendar. We know there's many, many more calendar events, but we don't want to overpopulate this document. So we do list the ones that are most significant to the city council and ones that you're probably going to want to go to. And then finally, in the last page, we have future items. So these are ones that they may not be completely fleshed out, or we know exactly when we're going to bring them to council, but we like to list them here. In some part, the council members may have asked for some of this material, and so it shows you that, you know, we're working on it, and we think we'll be bringing it to council in a particular quarter. So this one here, the example is Q3 for 25. We're going to be bringing some rezonings for the Sunrise Mall. TERS number 6 is another example, and then you can see some additional ones listed for the fourth quarter. So that is the just a quick overview. And again, we shared this, we went over this with the prior council, and this document has been around since I've been here. We created it probably 6 years ago or so, but we refined it and we share it with council, and we didn't always share it with council, but the last council said, can you routinely send us that? Councilman Barrera did, so we can kind of see what's coming up in the forecast, and we were glad to do that because it's a tool for you as well. So again, this is emailed to you from Elisa Silva when she emails you the draft agenda first on Monday, and then again on Friday when that final agenda is sent to you.
Okay.
Okay?
Councilwoman Campos, she has a question or concern.
Okay.
Oh, I just wanted just to make a brief statement. Thank you so much for that briefing. And I realized that last week we did have a full agenda, but there have been other times where we have had, 30-something plus agenda items, and we've been able to, to pull through. Again, there's some times where we get agenda items at the last minute, as you know. I know that you are trying to do your best not to do that anymore. But again, I think we're adults here, and we know that we signed up for a job, and even though it may not seem as though, some of these other agenda items may seem trivial to some, but if we, at least 3 of us, feel that we need to place an agenda item on our agenda, I think we should feel comfortable doing that, and I do appreciate that. The other thing I wanted to just make a comment was on, I don't know, I know a lot of people showed up last meeting regarding the Hillcrest zoning, and that was sent, I believe by the planning, that it was on their agenda item. I don't remember if it's on here now, but that would be, vice versa. We need to be accurate as much as possible with our community. So again, they sent me the text showing that the Planning Commission had set up for this meeting. That's why everybody showed up.
Yes, Councilwoman. So 2 things. One, well, let's start with the Hillcrest. So I'm not sure who said what at the Planning Zoning Commission, but you're right. There was some misunderstanding generated somehow. But since you brought it up, the Port of Corpus Christi, who is the applicant, is actually requested to delay this item coming to council. It was planned now for next week, and a memo will be going out today. We have a draft ready. Okay. And so they want another, I think it's almost 30, 45 days. They're going to work with the Hillcrest community. Mm-hmm. So their request, they're the applicant, it's not the city for this property. They're requesting that it come in July. And so we'll send that memo to council and to the Hillcrest community as well. We know many of the leaders there, yeah, both faith-based and otherwise. Okay. And then regarding the agenda, one thing that is important to note is that this legislature, the legislature just concluded passed a bill that if the governor doesn't veto it, will become effective on June 22nd. And that requires cities and others that post agendas to post them not just 3 days, but 3 business days prior to the meeting. So what we're going to do is good for us is that we have a process that we have been pretty much gearing up to have the agenda done on Mondays, and that draft agenda that we send out. To the councilwoman's point, we don't like to add things on the Friday. Sometimes we do, whether it's a 3-signature memo from council or something that we add. But our new program to meet the state law, I think that takes effect September 1, if the governor lets it go through, mm-hmm, will be that the Monday posting is the final posting. So we're not going to do one Monday and then come back and do one on Wednesday, which would be about, Wednesday or Thursday, 3 business days. So soon, probably, I think we're going to do it beginning in August. Our agenda materials that we send out on Monday will be the final agenda for that next Tuesday. And so today, the City Council, a change that we made 6 years ago, is did give you a draft agenda at least to read 7 days in advance of the council meeting. Now, within a few weeks, you'll get the final agenda with no more changes on the Monday. And that's in part because of the state law. That'll be.
Well, good.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, Peter, thank you. Go.
Okay, great. We're going to have Drew now come up and just, I think we have time for a quick update. It's not as lengthy as last week's, but Drew's just going to give us an update on our alternative water projects. This is consistent with the memo that we send every Friday as well to the council and communities. Drew?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mayor, Council. Pleasure to be here today. As Peter just described, I'm going to give you a quick update on the situation with our water supply. I will say that the pastor made some nice statements, and we saw some fruition in the watershed. We saw quite a bit of rain. In fact, from June 13th to the 16th, our western supplies saw about 5 to 6 inches of rain in various spots. And that actually translated into some meaningful increases in our water reservoirs. So our combined lake levels on the western supplies increased from 14.7% last week to 15.4%. And it does take a little bit of time. We've gotten a lot of questions. What's it looking like? Are we seeing some benefits in terms of how the reservoirs are responding? And the answer is always takes a little bit of time because the watershed is quite large. And so it takes time for the tributaries and the creeks and the draws and stuff to convey that water ultimately into Choke Canyon and Lake Corpus Christi. I will say that probably the biggest winner of this was Lake Corpus Christi, not so much Choke Canyon, unfortunately. It continues to struggle to get that water into it. But one of the things that I think was interesting is there was, and we really appreciate, we get a lot of videos, people send videos, they live along the watershed and they send us videos of the water, going into the creeks and tributaries and whatnot. One of the things that we did recognize at Choke Canyon on Friday at around 10 o'clock, there was so much water actually coming in on the Atascosa, the Nueces, and the Frio that it actually created a tailwater effect. So it started backing up. It was almost like a traffic jam trying to get through that point in 3 rivers. You got 3 rivers converging into one, so it started backing up, and we ended up having to close the gates on Choke Canyon just because there was a traffic jam. It's kind of how we kind of look at it. And so I asked the team, I said, when was the last time that happened where we actually had to close the gates on Choke Canyon? And it was back in April of 2023. This isn't a drought buster. It's not going to take us out of stage 3, but what it is it does show that there is some meaningful rain that's falling, and we just need to keep that going. We need to keep getting more and more rain. I think it probably helped a little bit that we got some rain the week before, so the ground wasn't as parched, and so when it hit that ground, it wasn't necessarily going into it, it was running off of it. As far as the eastern supplies go, that was a home run. That was really a home run for all of us. The eastern supplies, 10 inches of rain in parts of around Victoria. And so what did that translate to? It translated to Lake Texana filling up 100%. We got an email and some communication from our partners up at Lavaca-Navidad River Authority. They said that interruptible water supply that pretty much every year we always get, well, now we have it. So they offered us the 4,500 acre feet of interruptible water from Lavaca-Navidad. So we're going to put that to good use. This is just kind of an update on all the things that Corpus Christi Water is working on. There's a lot, I will say it, a lot of stuff going on. So we have obviously the MOU that we're working on with South Texas Water Authority. We are working through that. We are working with General Manager Mares and his team to get that agreement in place. We also have the Nueces River groundwater well project, which continues to go well in terms of the details on it. So we met with TCEQ, I think last week when I was here talking about the project. The following day we were going to have a meeting with TCEQ. We had that. The agency declared that our permit was administratively complete. And so things are moving well in that respect. We do have a follow-up meeting with TCEQ this Friday, and it's basically because what's happened is while it's been administratively complete, we have to submit the permit to get the actual bed and banks permit. So they've given us an okay to release water into the river now. We don't necessarily have to do that now because we've gotten a lot of rain, and so there really is no need to do that. But we have reached out to all the downstream users of water on the Nueces River. So there's a number of folks besides just us that take water out of the river. Obviously, we have Owen Stevens Water Treatment Plant that we use that water supply to take out to treat at Owen Stevens, but there's a couple other users that take that water. So we've reached out to them. We've explained to them that, this is where we're at, and that there will be a time and place, we're not quite sure when yet, where we will start releasing some amount of water into the river. The well installation project that we have continues to go very well. We have 2 contractors that are working around the clock, and they're continuing to drill wells. We're going to have a total of 8 wells drilled by the end of August, and that will be basically equivalent to producing about 13 to 15 million gallons a day. And then we also have, of course, the Evangeline groundwater project. We met with them last Wednesday, June 11th, I believe it was, and we are continuing to work in terms of developing that. One of the things that is on our list to do is the valuation. We've got a specialty firm that specializes in doing valuations, and so they've given us a time frame of about 4 to 5 weeks to finish that valuation effort. We've also, we're spending a lot of time meeting, so we're trying to get into, or we are into a routine where we're trying to meet with all of these parties, and we're doing that next week. So we're planning on having a meeting with them next week to give them an update and find out where they stand. And with that said, that kind of takes us through the list of projects that we have going on. Here for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. Drew, thank you for that presentation. That was a lot of great information. I know that we all probably hear from everyone in the community, we've got rain, what does that look like for us? So thank you for being available for that. I was curious if you could perhaps explain a little bit when you say that you kind of closed that gate or closed that door because of the convergence of 3 rivers. Could you explain what is taking place there when you close that?
Right. So it's probably the easiest way to describe it is kind of like the 3 highways coming into one single highway that goes on, because basically it's the Nueces River that takes our water all the way from Choke Canyon to Lake Corpus Christi. And right there at the 3 rivers intersection, you have the Nueces River connecting to the Frio, connecting to the Atascosa. So there's a lot of water that can find itself in that location. And so there was a lot of water that fell, especially in the Atascosa side. There was a lot of water that fell on that side of our watershed. And so as that water started coming down and meeting with those other 2 water supplies, that location where they all meet is fairly close to Choke Canyon, where the spillway is. And so that water started kind of backing up and kind of started inundating that area. And so there was really no reason to keep water coming out of Choke Canyon, releasing water out of Choke Canyon, when there was that much water that was already right on the other side of the spillway. And so it's an operational parameter. We have folks that work there 24/7, and that was just a normal operational procedure to close the gates, just to kind of let that water do what it does, which is work its way downstream and meander its way down to Lake Corpus Christi.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. I just was curious on that one, but thank you for the clarification.
Absolutely.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm so glad that we have been receiving, receiving rain, and on a weekly basis, it seems like it. So, hello, can we keep it up, universe? Okay, I just wanted to find out, or if you could give us an update. Thank God, that, like I said, that we've been getting rain, but in the past, we've had people have come up and have sent me messages saying that there has been some poaching, and the water. What are we doing about those kinds of scenarios? Are we following up with them, or who does that? Or
Yes, ma'am. So, Councilwoman, I'm glad you brought that up, because we actually had, in our meeting with TCEQ last week, we actually mentioned that to them. We told them, and this is the regional office leadership team, we mentioned to them that there has been some poaching, if you will, people who are taking water that they shouldn't be taking. I've gotten some pictures of that, and so we have forwarded all that to the water master. The water master works for the TCEQ. When we mentioned that concern of ours last week, they were aware of that, and they take all those very seriously. So they were aware of it, and they said as we see these kinds of things happening, to please let them know, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to let them know. I know it's frustrating at times because, frankly, from our perspective, I'd like to go out there and probably, take matters into your own hands, but that's not what we're supposed to do. We let the TCEQ take care of that, and we just need to be, vigilant, right? So when people see these kinds of things happening, we need to let CCW know, let TCEQ know, so they can take appropriate actions.
so that's it? I mean, we don't have any follow-up as far as just reporting it, and then it's up to TCEQ. They don't report back to you saying, this is what's going on in this case or that case? I mean, how do y'all?
Well, I will tell you, Esteban Ramos used to work as a water master, so maybe Steve can shed some light on it.
Okay.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Esteban Ramos. I'm the Water Resource Manager. And in former life, I was the South Texas and Contra Water Master in charge of enforcement in 50 counties within South Texas and 7 counties within West Texas. This particular situation was brought to my attention. I talked to the TCEQ, the Water Master. She sent out an investigator, a deputy. They investigated the situation. They got on the property. They followed their procedures. It was a domestic and livestock pump, supposedly, that the investigator found. And so we talked to them. They removed the pump. My team out there at Choke Canyon, it continues to monitor the location. We work closely with that particular landowner that is across the river from this particular situation where we received inquiries about. So we're continually monitoring that. Again, one of the benefits of having employees out living in the community is a lot of this is a talk amongst themselves, landowners in that area. So we utilize the resources that we have both investigatively, meaning we go out, we look at different crossings, we talk, and then we also talk to individuals and people out in the community to see what they are hearing. So my team is doing that on a daily, weekly basis. They report to me, and then if we see anything, we'll report that to the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. We'll follow up with any investigative inquiries or reports they have for us. So currently, that's where we stand.
Okay, so this last one that you just mentioned, it was for livestock, is that what?
That's what.
And that is permissible? They can?
That is permissible. So under the state law, domestic and livestock is a superior right.
Okay.
Even to municipal, industrial, it is a superior right to everything. So that is what the investigation from the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality found.
I see.
We continue to monitor the situation, and we'll keep them to that.
All right. Well, thank you for that report.
Thank you, Esteban. Councilwoman Vaughn?
Mine are pretty quick. I want to thank Pastor Milby for that prayer today, though, because I, too, believe that God answers prayer, and when we pray for rain, we get it. We've been doing it for a couple of months, and he's been so faithful to give it to us, so thank you for that prayer. The bed and banks permit for the river, is that a temporary permit, and you have to keep applying? You probably said it, but I don't remember.
It is. It's a temporary permit. It's a 3-year permit.
A 3-year permit?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is really a temporary
This is a short-term fix, is right.
Yeah, okay. The MOU for South Texas Water.
Okay.
We requested it in 10 days. Are we on target?
We're working.
Okay.
Working.
Hey, I figured it up. It's June 23rd, and I didn't count the weekends, so I gave you the working days.
Okay.
It's June 23rd. We're going to hold you to it, Drew.
Okay.
Okay, on the Garber study, because I appreciate all the things that we've got going on. Y'all have worked so hard, everybody has, to try and get these sources. And I know you look really tired today, by the way.
I'm feeling
You must have
it.
stayed up last night. That wasn't an insult, but I know you've been working really hard, and so as the city manager. Is the Garber study looking at the reuse at all?
Yes, so that was something that we brought to council independent.
Yeah.
And that is a project that Garver is contracted to do. The reuse is a project that is going to take some time. It's not something it's a quick project. We're going to move it. We're going to move it as fast as we can. But one of the things that we have to do is we have to do a source water characterization study. So and it's essentially a 12-month characterization study that has to happen. And that's for us to basically determine what we can do with that effluent. Now, there are some things that we have added to this. So there are some evaluations that we're going to do. There's some, so essentially there's a couple different options that we may have, and Garver's going to look at those options, and before we do anything, we're going to present that back to council so that council is very clear in what the direction is that we want to go. There's a lot of different things we can do with reuse. I mean, one of them, frankly, is you can take effluent and you can treat it to the highest standards, and then you can basically discharge it right back into the distribution system. That's one option. El Paso is doing that today. There's also other options that we can explore, that we will explore, which is more along the lines of like indirect reuse, indirect potable reuse, which would be basically taking effluent from a wastewater plant and conveying it to another location. One suggestion was put it back in the Nueces River and then have it be a source of water for Owen Stevens. But there's a number of different options that we're going to look at, and that's where we're at right now is working through those.
Okay, so the plants, we could use it for the plants, correct? Boleros, all
Correct.
of these. So have y'all engaged them at all to
Yes.
see what their conversations are? Good.
There's actually conversation, and I would say even more than just conversation. There's some sleeves being rolled up on one particular opportunity, and that's something that is being
Okay.
explored as we speak.
Okay, Evangeline's my last one. I see you're going to do a hydrogeologist. I got it. this
There we
time.
go.
Study, I got it. Okay. Study. They have previously done one. We don't want to accept theirs because wasn't it Steve Young, the one that we have used for the river? Isn't he the one that did it? He's supposed to be one of the best around here.
He is. We have a
wanna
lot of
update?
confidence. We have a lot of confidence in Mr.
Okay.
Steve Young. He's very good at what he does. Our council has advised us that we do our own just to make sure that we have our own representation and that we do our due diligence. That was what was recommended to us. So we're in the process of doing that.
Okay, the last thing, appraising the value. I see it's going to take 4 to 5 weeks. Government is so freaking slow. We know they are. I just think if really 4 to 5 weeks.
This is a niche area, Councilwoman. I will tell you, there are not a lot of people that do this. It took us, frankly, it took us a little bit of work just to find somebody who does this kind of specialty work. And so there's not a lot of folks out there that do it. We found somebody that does it, and this is the time frame that they gave us.
Okay, well, I'm hoping you can move it a little faster, Mr. Sinoni. But anyway, thank you for what y'all are doing.
Thank you.
Councilman Kintu.
2 quick questions. You told Councilman Vaughn on the MOU in South Texas you're working on it. How much longer do you think you guys will have something?
I'll tell you, Councilman, I don't have an exact time frame. We're working. There's a lot that goes into it, and we've just got a team behind us that is putting the details together. So I just couldn't commit to you exactly when we're going to have that, but we're working on it.
Okay. And what's the update on the Farfield study?
I think that's probably a good question for a little later in the presentation. We'll have that update.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah, Brett's going to provide an update, but I think we're going to present it in July, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
The consultant that did it will be here to present to council in July.
Sounds good.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca, do we have the public comment? Oh, she does? Okay, so we're going to go ahead. Thank you, Drew. I'm sorry. Thank you very much for the update. We appreciate it. So as everyone knows, we handle significant matters concerning taxpayer dollars in our meetings, making it imperative that we uphold the highest standards of decorum and adherence to our policies. Our core principles of openness, transparency, and inclusiveness guide our actions, and we aim to achieve them while respecting our city council policy, which has been in place over 30 years. Public comment serves as one avenue for communication, but it's certainly not the sole method. You can also reach out to members of this council by way of phone calls, emails, or even in-person appointments. So with that said, we're going to proceed to public comment, keeping in mind the importance of decorum and adherence to the policy. And before I begin, I'd like to ask our city attorney, Mr. Risley, to review the council meeting rules of decorum.
All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the city council and city staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to the council members as individuals. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city related matter is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the city council business.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. Yes, Councilwoman.
I just have a question. At what point is it, I guess, the mayor's responsibility to interrupt the speaker when it's not a city comment?
Related.
Yeah, related.
It's between myself, Mr. Risley, Rebecca.
Okay. I was just curious because I would think at least midpoint you get that that's not city related and it's time to.
Any city council member has the right to bring up, to object to a violation of decorum at any time.
I did not realize that. All right, thank you, sir.
Okay, is that correct? Okay.
Well, I don't know, it's the first I heard of that, but.
Me too.
Yeah, the mayor is the presiding person over the meeting, but I guess Miles is saying a council member can object, and then they'd have to come through the mayor about the statement.
The always decides as the presiding officer, but any council member may object to an apparent violation of a rule of decorum.
Okay.
Right, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Okay, individuals will be called upon in order they signed up electronically, and we will hear in-person comments followed by virtual public comments. Residents of Corpus Christi will be given priority over non-residents. Please state your name and the city in which you live before beginning your comments. You have 2 opportunities to make public comment on an agenda item or city-related business. First is at its present time, and second would be when we actually hear the item, so please select one option. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes, while non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. An invisible timer positioned near the city secretary's desk will assist in managing the allotted time. If you have a petition or any relevant information that you'd like to share with us, if you'll please share it with Ms. Huerta first, and she'll pass it out to us before we begin. So today it looks like we have 11 people signed up, and we will start with Mr. Stephen Klepper.
Mayor and Council, Steve Klepper, Corpus Christi. I'm here to talk about item number 6 on the agenda, which has to do with improving the accountability, transparency, functionality of the city auditor by making some adjustments to the ordinance. For background, I was a certified internal auditor. I was the audit director for the city of Austin. I was a performance audit manager for the city of Dallas, and I was a fraud and compliance auditor out of the Dallas regional office of JCPenney. So I say that to indicate I know something about what it is I'm talking about. Last week, you had, as you know, a very spirited discussion on this ordinance, this suggestion. You had the first reading. And I am strongly in favor, because I am in favor of an independent, and independent is key, objective, professional, internal audit function at municipal government. Voting against the change last week were a few of you, including the current audit chair, and he 3 times at least said, I don't understand why we're doing this. It looks like a solution in search of a problem. Well, there is a problem. And one thing and people that say that are usually people who are against change. Not always, but usually, that think things are working right. But they're not working right. And a little history, wow, time runs out. A little history will make it clear. November of 2010, you passed the ordinance creating the internal audit function. You had your first auditor who lasted only 2 years. She moved to the valley. You had the next auditor that lasted 4 or so years, who was fired basically from the city by the audit committee because she was doing, it wasn't officially known, she was doing audits that the city manager didn't really like. The third auditor, as you know, was unqualified. And now we're lucky to have Mr. George Holland, who is qualified. He is the most qualified that you've had. The city auditor function, and I was here and I helped write the ordinance. It's not perfect. It's based on the GAO, Government Accountability Office, which has a lot of information and requirements for independence and objectivity. And in my opinion, some of those standards have been violated by the current audit committee. So once again, there's nothing I could prove, it's just my observations. And I have seen every single auditor, I have known them all, and I've watched several of the audit committees. So I urge council to vote yes on the ordinance. This ordinance will help make that audit function an audit function for the entire council, not just a couple people on the audit committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Klepper. Clint Miracle, yes, sir.
Clint Miracle, Corpus Christi. I believe in fair business practices, hate monopolies, especially when there seems to be corruption. I have no issues with a marathon in Corpus Christi. I do have issues with city officials approaching race directors on behalf of a local business and soliciting their services during city working hours. I'm aware of a marathon late this year. The route will be costly. Who is going to pay for this? Taxpayers? The public deserves to know the proposed route, which may affect commutes and all costs associated with it: traffic, coning, barricading, police, cleanup, etc. I am race directing a run walk September 1st called the Permits Department, checked on the availability, blocked the Cole Park location, date, time, then completed preliminary permit. May 21st, confirmed they received. May 28th, called 2 to 3 times, no answer, so left voicemail stating, I assume all is good since no call back. May 29th, opened registration and posted. May 30th, a marathon race is announced before registration was set up without course map and few details. Do they have special privileges to run throughout the city by New Bridge, uptown, downtown, all along the bay and elsewhere for 6 hours? Why? June 2nd, called several times, still no answer or return call. June 3rd, called, they answered telling me they're pushing all runs out of Cole Park because not enough parking. Odd given anticipated number of entrants for mine with plenty of parking versus another race, same location the weekend before with food and live music, posted 2 days later, but timed by another business. Will it have lots of parking? A friend with a timing business wants me to work for him and has 2 timers in town. Are races I organize being hindered because of his business?
Mayor, there was a question there. Questions are improper.
Thank you, Miles. Go ahead, Mr. Miracle.
Are the same perks and financial benefits from the city available? Fair is fair, but not at taxpayers' expense. I can name names in the business I'm referring to if needed. I'm doing what's right by coming here. I expect the city to do what's right by correcting this immediately.
Thank you, Mr. Miracle. Peter, can we please have someone speak with the gentleman?
Yeah, I think the Parks Director is listening, so
Okay.
that's who he's referring to.
Great, thank you. Oh, Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, Peter, I think we need to make sure that whatever administration we do is fair. It's got to be fair. You know, we can't treat people differently.
Yeah, we agree with that, Councilman.
Okay, so I'd like to hear some feedback on this, if you can send us some information after you do your due diligence.
It's the first I'm hearing it, but we'll try to figure it out and get you something.
What's going on? Yeah. Councilman Scott?
Mayor, I've had the pleasure of attending these meetings for a couple of months. Is it possible for us to change the way we handle public comment to allow rhetorical questions. First of all, that goes for everybody. Second of all, if you haven't seen Clint Miracle run, it's a joy. So I have great respect for the guy. But this is more than that. I mean, people they're talking. I don't feel like they're asking me a question. I think that's rhetorical in nature, and I think they should be allowed. I do realize you could abuse that, but I'd like to at least see it and feel the abuse before we infringe on that. So I didn't know if it's possible. I think that's y'all's call.
I think it's a call, which is why you don't see me say, sir, you can't. There have been multiple rhetorical questions, and I think, and Mr. Risley could step in if you'd like, but I think you're abiding by the word, and then it's my call to say whether it was rhetorical or not. And 9 times out of 10, if not more, it is rhetorical, and we understand that.
And if it's council policy, would it be possible to consider changing the wording to allow rhetorical questions, so long as they're not, don't fall into the other things? I'd like that. I don't mind the comments. Don't mind.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Scott. Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. Second time today, I agree, with Councilmember Scott on this one. To me, I think what I've observed is there seems to be where some folks will come forward and ask a rhetorical question or a question and they get the slap on the hand, and then others, and they don't get the slap on the hand. To me, I think it's a problem with the system. Like Mark was saying, I think if it's possible to revisit how we have that policy worded and listed, and if it is a judgment call, then maybe we make the judgment that we don't want to call. I think in years past where I've seen questions weaponized in ways that were just to disrupt, and I agree, we don't want to disrupt, but I think that being allowed to ask questions, even though we can't respond. I think there's this list of, no profanity, don't attack people, those types of things, right, I believe steer the decorum. Yeah. But I think asking a question publicly of your representative is very appropriate.
Yeah, well, so these are council-approved policies, and we can bring it back to strike that section out.
If we could do that, Mayor.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, we'll put it on the agenda, not for next week, because the agenda's already out, but for the first meeting in July.
If we could, that'd be fabulous.
It'll be a consent item, but, it's pretty routine.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Susie Luna Saldana.
Susie Luna Saldana, Corpus Christi, Texas. I come before you today because I want you to take a look at something. I know that you've been looking at all the water issues, and I don't want you to forget desal, okay? Because we get carried away with a lot of other things, but we have to look at the long-term effects of it. There's another issue that I want to talk to you about, and I know that as a council you don't have control over it, but Mayor, I believe the mayor does, and that's the housing authority. After looking at things and the amount of money that the CEO is making, I was appalled. We made a big deal about the city manager. He's not making that kind of money, okay? So Mayor, those people that were there and that are still there, that are responsible for doing this sort of things, need to be looked at. That's what I'm asking. You have the power to do it. They need to be looked at. They need to be looked at, and this council needs to get involved in something like that, because it's atrocious that an entity that's made to help the poor is doing this kind of things. And those people that serve need to be looked at. So thank you for your time on this issue.
Thank you, Ms. Luna Saldana. Mark Munster.
Mark Minster, Corpus Christi. Today I'm going to talk about, I haven't printed two statements from the city. The first one is from June 16th. It's about the recent Housing Authority, the investigation coming out about his salary over $700,000. And just the way this statement reads, it's like, I was trying to understand how it was a separate entity, as the statement says it right away, that it's a sorry, I lost my space. Independent agency, that's the word I was looking for, independent agency, and I was trying to see, since the mayor appoints the board of directors, there should be some, it says that they're gonna institute reforms about financial oversight and public accountability. I would hope that it would have already been there for something as important as the housing authority. And coming here today talking about it, I have been, I've leased in like 4 different places the last 4 years, so I've been recently, I know how it is looking for a lease coming out of school and having, your first job. So I have a lot of experience and know like how that is. And if it's from grant money and not from the city, it's tax money regardless. So it's something that, people can have a say about. And we only found out about it because of the investigation. And that's like, we know that there's things we can't trust the government about, obviously. So what do we think goes on behind the scenes? Of course, we're not going to trust just the blanket statement that the city's not taking on any accountability for it. Why do you think people are upset about this? Because it's like a really large amount of money, and because of the cost of housing that this organization is supposed to provide. Okay. The other statement, May 21st, 2025, there was just a few things that I wanted to point out. First of all, saying that it was a small group of people trying to undermine the progress. Last April, the TCEQ meeting, there was like a lot of people there for Corpus Christi, and that have come to public comments and input sessions over and over. So for this to be in the city statement, it's just not right that it's a small group. And based on inaccurate information and a disregard for constructive conversation, when I know the city canceled a town hall in spring of last year and never rescheduled it, and then you were criticizing on Facebook other town halls that were being hosted, and you're saying that a small group is the one disregarding constructive conversation, calling this a regrettable situation, and putting the blame on people that are just coming here and maybe concerned about the utility rates or the bay, and you're putting the blame on them instead of the water users. And then, let's see. And then you also spent like $123,000 on the marketing campaign. So I don't think you think it's small anyway, because you're obviously putting money to market about, I don't even see the word desalination being used. It's changed to water treatment campus or facility. Yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minster. Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. Peter, could we follow up with Mr. Minster, and I'd like to get a copy citing where we have that statement in his second statement that he's listed, if I could get that information.
Right, yeah, we can do that for you, Councilwoman. It's on our website. But yeah, I was looking for Elise Olson. We'll get you a copy.
Just a link to it. Thank you.
Brad Bartleson.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Council members. Brad Bartleson, District 5, Corpus Christi. This is about low-hanging fruit. I only got partway through last week, so we've got a huge watershed. You see the background there. You do realize that where we retain the water, we evaporate it, and everything downstream, most of it gets wasted to the bays. So it just seemed logical to look at what if we collected that water that's coming here downstream of that and use that. So it is a lot simpler. Seawater is 100% almost contaminated with salt. This water that we have, as you saw yesterday, I took pictures and movies, we got a lot of clear water coming into our already invested in collection system. Next slide, please. I can't go through that today, but there's a heck of a lot of water. Even on a drought year, we see 26.77 last year. What falls there, the right-hand side is that EPA stormwater model I use, so retaining 40% of that. Just in DSAD's D through G gives us enough water to do what the desal plant would do. Much easier. Next slide. Again, so the object here is to collect all this beautiful water that's coming at us, putting it in covered ponds so we're not losing half of it. It's easy. Do the simple things first. Next slide. It's a growing strategy. You can see the cities here that are using stormwater. We even talked about use of sewer water can be done and cleaned up much more easily than salt water. Just consider that for every gallon of fresh water you get out, you have 1.5 gallons of high saline effluent. It's a measure of the difficulty, whereas when we clean up stormwater, it's almost 100% clean water when we get done cleaning it up. Very proven processes. Next slide. So this, again, I can't go into the details here, but we already got the collection system. It comes very hard and fast, as you saw the recent days. That's why a lot of it gets wasted. We collect it, we pump it, we put it in retention ponds on the southwest side of the city, and it's there for us, and we can actually add to what we have coming down through the river today. Next slide. I started looking at, well, wait, this Oso Creek watershed, that's kind of separate. And there's a lot there. And I can't go through the numbers in detail here, but there's a lot that can be done there. And that's the ideal place to put these retention ponds. Okay, next slide. Just to look at the simplicity, you know, Einstein, do the simple things. We have a lot of infrastructure in place. It's easier to treat, and we can actually provide this, what currently gets flushed to the bays and causes a problem. We can actually have better facilities here. And didn't get there today either, but if you got more questions, there's just a ton here, so I appreciate your time, and I'm just offering my help in this.
Thank you, Mr. Bartleson.
You bet.
Rachel Caballero.
Rachel Caballero, D1, here representing, I'm the president of the Corpus Christi Taxpayers Association. I have something for you guys to listen to.
The office, okay, the city of Corpus Christi, not the mayor, but the office itself.
No, ma'am, it's not the city of Corpus Christi. It is an account that's for this event. It is separate from the city.
It's not a city. I don't have any oversight over this. It's not a city. It's more of a campaign, I think, campaign thing. So you're going to have to ask the mayor or Miles.
The sponsors. Yeah.
Yeah, they write a check, and I'd have to tell you exactly what it's to, but it's I think it's an account for the 4th of July, Big Bang.
Well, I don't think I was aware of a check account for just the Big Bang event.
And you know, had you reached
Is there any tracking of the funds that go into this particular project? Obviously, Peter said he doesn't track it. Where is it tracked?
I was looking at Heather. Do we?
In my office.
Does Miles on your? But does it go into a city bank account?
Because yeah, it's in my. I have a chief of staff and have a thorough accounting of all funds.
You have all just heard comments from last week's City Council meeting regarding the accounting of the 4th of July Big Bang celebration. It's separate from the city. It's an account for the 4th of July. I have a thorough accounting of all funds. These are just a few of the misrepresentations made last week. Before you is a spreadsheet put together based off of the City of Corpus Christi's archived check registers. There are several alarming issues here. There are several expenses paid out for the Big Bang celebration totaling $482,000 over the course of 4 years. 114, 2021, 123, 2022, 106 and 23, 120,000 and 24, and $17,850 for this current year. This is a problem. This is not separate from the city. This is using our tax dollars and then lying to our community about it. Is there a reimbursement check from this so-called separate account? I'm hoping my public information request that was submitted yesterday will have the canceled reimbursement check back to the taxpayers. Otherwise, this is a taxpayer-funded event, and the taxpayer should be headlining name on it. I would like to end all alcohol purchases with our taxpayer dollars. There are 3 entries of alcohol being purchased totaling $8,916.11. This is absolutely unacceptable that alcohol be present at a city event. From what I understand, it's being provided to people in the VIP section. We do not want to fund your drinking habits. It is alarming at the misinformation and lies being spewed to our community. It is also extremely alarming that the 2 people claiming to have a thorough handle on city affairs had no idea about these expenditures going through the city bank account.
Thank
This is
you, Ms.
shameful.
Caballero.
Have the day you deserve.
Thank you. And a statement of fact, there is not one taxpayer dollar used for this event. These are all private companies that are asked for sponsorships, and they are what is paying for the fireworks and everything else that is involved in this event. The money's coming out of the Ms. Caballero, please don't break decorum, please. I'm asking you. Thank you. I'm asking you. Thank you. Isabel Reza. Councilman Paxton, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. I know last week it was said that this has nothing to do with the city manager's office because it comes out of the mayor's office. So I don't know to whom to direct my question, but you know, as someone who is very familiar with holding public events, I know there's costs associated with operations, and typically we would offset those with sponsorships, making it a net zero. And I totally understand that, but what I'm seeing here does look like City of Corpus Christi accounts, City of CC, Wells Fargo, P-card. Is there something that we can see that does offset?
Absolutely. And why don't we do this? Why don't we have some discussion over that as opposed to through public comment so that we can explain exactly how the accounting goes?
I'd appreciate that. Like I said, I understand events. We try to offset with sponsorship. So, you know, this was
it's 100% sponsorships. But I understand what you're saying. That needs clarity, and that's absolutely okay.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Mayor, thank you. Just to reiterate again what Councilman Paxton said, it would shine a light to the event. And again, this was not my intention when I mentioned the issue last week. My intention was really to remove any mayor's name in a city. I thought it was a city-sponsored event, but I don't know. You know, is it or is it not? I don't know. Now we're in a gray area. So I guess the main thing is to come out and be transparent, like you just mentioned, and to let the public know. And if we can do this either in a next agenda item, or if we need to do a public statement, this is what I would like to suggest. Thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
I don't know that we need to do another agenda item. I would just say this. I think it's good for her to transparency in the back and tell us executive whatever, and then come back out to the public and explain, because we always want to be transparent. I don't think anyone's trying to hide anything. Just be transparent to the public.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Isabel Reza.
Isabel Reza, District 2. Really, I wanted to come back and just revisit this early detection cancer screening and kind of connect some dots, because that's really stayed with me for some time. I was thinking about how you had multiple firefighters come up here, some of them dressed in their Sunday best and some in their uniforms, really disclosing some very private issues around their health care and their expenses. And what it dawned on me in thinking about them more is not just personal matters, but really public issues. What I think they were responding to, or my sense of it was, as a sociologist, is, they're showing that these line items in our budget aren't just expense lines. And they were trying to put a human face and the human cost on what these services were. and how valuable they were to these employees who are doing things to keep our community safe. The cancer screening is going to cost around $233,000 in this fiscal year budget. And I think that this is also one of the kind of challenges. We shouldn't have to actually disclose our personal troubles in order for us to see that the services that people need are valuable. And especially when we have this budget shortfall, you know, I was kind of looking at the items in our budget, in the city agenda this week, and, you know, you have the wastewater trust. It's going to be at a $2.1 million deficit, item 5. You have item 27, that's to annex areas that used to be part of an industrial district agreement. You have item 33 with the Inner Harbor Desalination Plant. Industrial district agreements rob the city of financial resources that could be used to provide services. Budgets are moral documents. Their stories are examples of that. They exemplify that we bring money in to provide services to our community and that we can pool our resources. And when we choose not to do the most efficient things possible to bring in revenue so that we can provide services, we're basically picking winners and losers. It really strikes me that we can basically not blink an eye on a pilot desal plant that went from $5 million to $18 million, and we're okay with that. You know, we'll even mobilize resources to go to DC or to go to Austin for a desalination plant for industry that we don't need. You know, and here we have people who are begging for things like early cancer screenings or for you to spend money on things that will actually enhance the operations of departments and programs, like not cutting employees to animal care services or, you know, frivolous spending on library cards. Budgets are moral documents, and y'all's morality is showing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosa. Jason Hale.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, council members. Today, I just wanted to give a few comments. I appreciated the 3-month forecast that we had on.
Can you state your name and city, please?
So sorry, Jason Hale, Corpus Christi. The 3-month forecast that we had on the agenda today, I thought that was really cool. It'd be cool if that was publicly available. I don't know if that was the intention. So that's something I'd like to see more of moving forward. Let's see, I think the city manager said that the consultant that did the far field modeling will present in July. So I'm hoping that's GHD. That's good news. I know y'all are looking at wastewater treatment plant reuse, and I just wanted to kind of like comment on that a little bit. So I appreciate that we're diversifying our water resources, but I do want to caution that if we just take all of the, let's see, the water that's going to the bay and the streams, that could be a bad thing. For example, the Oso Bay wastewater treatment plant, that's by the Hans Suter Wildlife Refuge. And from my conversations with the estuary program members, it's totally transformed the area, and it's made it much more ecologically diverse and productive. So I just want to make sure that we keep that in mind moving forward when we're diversifying our water resources, which I think is a great thing. Anyways, that's my comment. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hale. Melissa Zamora.
Melissa Zamora, District 2, Corpus Christi, Texas. I agree with Mr. Bartlinson on talking about that. Yeah, getting more rainwater capture on a larger scale, something that other cities do in like desert-stricken areas, Arizona and Nevada, for instance. And then, yeah, mentioning Oso Creek, that's interesting for collection or capture basins. It reminds me of a conversation that I had with someone who lives in Hillcrest, and yeah, I was late to the Port Commission meeting today, but I'm going to start going to those as far as the rezoning, and that y'all are going to be voting on the 24th, unless that gets changed But we were talking about, oh, y'all were going to get a pool, and like they were trying to revamp the area of Hillcrest, that there are still people living there, some of my past students included, and how, the industry just keeps encroaching and encroaching, and they're just never going to stop. And but you'd never see that on the island. You'd never see that near Oso Creek. Why? Environmental racism is real. Corpus Christi has a history of that. This country does. So just taking that into account and trying to do something different to try to help people out instead of helping the industrial giants that are literally draining our water supply. Why is that okay? What are we going to do when there's no more water? How are they going to continue business? I know that's why the whole push on the desalination, which is another thing I think is interesting when there's a conflict of interest, it seems, when Kiewit is an oil industry and they're going in to help with designing part of the desal. Something, it's just, there's too many things that are, even like that was mentioned about the firefighters coming in and talking about cancer screenings, literally because they're around burning chemicals through houses or wherever they're putting the fires out. Imagine living near burning chemicals 24/7, living at a place like Hillcrest, Donna Park, Washington Coles area, where people have to go outside and see and smell the refinery smoke, getting all kinds of chemicals inside their bodies and getting cancer. That's not okay. People shouldn't live near that, and the people were here first. People have been populating this area for thousands of years. Industry has only been here a couple hundred years. We can do better. People are moving away from here because they don't want to be in an industrial city. You go out of town, you go on vacation, you love not being able to be near refineries, at least me personally. So then coming back to Corpus, it's like, man, we gotta deal with this stuff. So thinking about those things, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Amata. Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. Peter, I think if I'm not mistaken, I think you referenced a little bit earlier that at the request of the port, they've actually moved the item that was scheduled for the 24th because they intend to meet with the Hillcrest group. Is that correct?
That's what I said. That's correct.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Just because she indicated that she wasn't sure if that was still the timeline, so I just want to make sure I was clear.
That's clear, and we have a memo to make sure everybody's clear in writing, and the goal is to inform council, but also the Hillcrest community, the leaders there, and anybody that's interested. So
perfect.
We'll probably even put a media release out.
That would be wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you, Peter.
Okay.
Mike McFarland.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Mike McFarland. I reside in District 4 here in Corpus Christi. I am here as a father, grandfather, and I'm honored to serve as the Texas Faith Director for Citizens Defending Freedom. Today, I want to publicly thank Mayor Guajardo, sorry, for designating June as a Responsible Fatherhood Month last Wednesday on June 11th. Kids need their dads, and when fathers show up, kids thrive. And when dads are missing from the picture, kids face tougher roads. The numbers tell a very heartbreaking story. The U.S. Census reports that 1 in 4 American children live without a biological step or adoptive father in their home. And this crisis affects communities all across this country. The impact is devastating. Children without fathers are more likely to live in poverty, drop out of school, experience teen pregnancy, and be incarcerated. The United States has the highest rate of single-parent households in the world, more than 3 times the global average. Moreover, fathers' absence is rising, and that is driven in part by the fact that approximately 40% of all U.S. births are now outside of marriage. But there's good news about what involved fathers bring to the table. Kids with engaged dads are more likely to excel in school. They face a lower risk of ending up behind bars, and they are less likely to suffer from mood disorders such as anxiety and depression. What's more, prioritizing responsible fatherhood could save taxpayers billions of dollars each year in related social and economic costs associated with the poverty caused by fatherlessness. Therefore, strengthening the role of fathers is not simply good for families, but is a fiscally sound strategy for the nation. By declaring June as Responsible Fatherhood Month, we are celebrating responsible fathers. We're raising awareness of the father's vital role and strengthen our families and communities. Let us continue this commitment to what brings stability, which has involved dads, healthy homes, and lasting impact. And let's encourage a society where fatherhood is embraced, children are supported, and families stay rooted together. Thank you again, Mayor, for your proclamation. It's a giant step in the right direction, and I do want to add Corpus Christi was the first city in the state of Texas to proclaim June as Responsible Fatherhood Month, and many more are coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McFarland. I appreciate that. And lastly, we have Adam Rios.
Good afternoon, everybody. Adam Rios, Corpus Christi, Texas. I didn't write anything down. I just was kind of hanging out because I wanted to make sure that I thanked everybody who was involved in the proclamation this morning. It's funny that I'm following that because some of what I want to talk about is why I do what I do. For those of you who weren't here, Ray High School started the first skateboard club in Corpus Christi Independent School District. And the three students who were here with their principal and their teacher, when I was talking with them afterwards, this was the first time they'd come to City Hall. They're 16, 17, 18 years old, and they've driven past it with their parents. All of them, they were like, we didn't know where the entrance was. I had to meet them, two of them in the parking lot to get them in to show them. And they talked about the experience, and they saw me talking with people, and they were kind of really engaged in what was going on, and they were very appreciative because one of the young men who was present for the proclamation today, in an interview with a local news station, said, like, I didn't know that I had a place in my school. I mean, look at me, I look a little different than most kids. I don't throw a baseball, I don't dunk a basketball. I just wanted to be involved in something. And the sense of pride that this is instilling, I hope spreads to other schools because we do want to make this a UIL sport and bring a lot of attention to this. A lot of what I do with skateboarding isn't just in skateboarding. I try and do as much as I can with the community through Parks and Rec, whether it's, a swimming pool here or a splash pad there, whatever the case may be, to the point where I feel like I should be doing even more than I'm doing. And I pledge to everybody that I do try and do more. I'm not just involved in skateboarding. I try and do what I can with art education. I'm trying to create outlets for these kids who can grow up in a city that supports what it is that they're doing. There's a reason I left when I was younger, because at least at that time, I didn't think the city was a place for me. I didn't think I had a spot here. So I bought a one-way ticket to Hawaii, and that changed my life. I'm back here because I'm trying to show these kids that they have these opportunities now. There's people that are willing to listen. And if there's any proof of that, you can see what's happened in the last 3 years, really 3.5 years since I first started coming here. But I wanted to touch on what the gentleman just spoke about. I know firsthand what it is to have a kid tell me, you're like a father figure to me. And that means a lot to me because I don't do this to do that. I don't do this, by the way, for anybody, I don't get paid for all this stuff that I do. There's no department in the city for alternative sports. There's not a place, I'm not making anything out of this, but the cultural currency I get back from these kids means more than any paycheck that I could possibly have. So thank you all for your patience and continued efforts on moving alternative sports forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rios. We appreciate that. That concludes our public comment. So we're going to go ahead and move on to section I, which is our consent agenda. Do we have any requests from council members to pull any items individually? Item number 5. Okay. Any other items? Item number 24, number 25. Oops, 25. So we have anything else?
6.
Item number 6.
29, 3, 14, 20.
Oh, 3,
14,
14, and 20.
29.
Okay, number 29. Okay, let's just go through the whole 3 through 29. Anything else? I know. So I'm going to go through in order of which I think I received. So let's see, we had number 5, 6. Well, let me start. 3, 5, 6, 14, 20, 24, 25, and 29.
Did you get 4?
No. No, number 4. Okay. So would anyone in the audience like to pull any particular item that we didn't already pull? Yeah. Okay, with that, I'm going to entertain a motion to approve consent agenda with the exception of the items that I just named.
Second motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, the motion carries. So we'll start in order here. Number 5 is an ordinance approving a mid-year budget adjustment in the amount of a little over $4 million for animal care services. And who pulled? Oh, darn it. Okay, I'll go back to 4 right after. Who pulled 5? Councilman Vaughn. Okay.
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone.
You, Gail. Okay. Your question or comment?
I've got several questions. First off, you know what I'm going to ask you? The yards, and how much, what does it entail? What are you paving?
The back parking lot.
The whole parking lot?
The whole
where
parking lot
the wash
in the
bay is
back.
going to be, or just in the very, very back?
The whole area.
The whole area? Where the wash bay is going to be, all the way back?
Correct, from the driveway cut all the way to the actual, far end of that parking lot on the left-hand side, which would be the west side.
Okay. How much is it, a yard? And what's the PSI?
So how many cubic yards? It's 595.
595? What's the PSI?
4,000.
4,000, which that's good. Let me ask you, why are you paving where the wash bay is going to be when it's already got concrete?
There's no wash bay right now.
No, but where she told me this morning where the wash bay is going to be, it's got concrete.
Well, that's one location. It's an alternate location. So I'm going to try to facilitate it in the back left-hand side where we can drain it properly and tie it in. We haven't investigated that clean out right there, and we still have to go ahead and put in an oily water separator. So we got a couple locations. I know the area she's looking at is right there next to the incinerator, but we haven't finished that, investigating that part right now.
You haven't investigated it?
No.
Okay, so there's a possibility.
Always.
To save money, you could put it right there where you've already got concrete, and then all you'd have to do is plumbing. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get some money here, because I don't not like the idea of spending $800 and something thousand for a parking lot. I just think that is ridiculous. And I guess my next question is, what's asphalt cost?
Asphalt called. So I went ahead and got with the city already on the CIP projects. For the actual, just to do the parking lot with no subsurface, improvements, no sanitary, no oily water separator, just the asphalt portion was right around $375,000. And if they went, CIP without the underground, without the sanitary, without the oily water separator, they're around $405,000.
Okay. Mr. Zanoni, so when I was out there today, I was looking, and really the parking lot coming in is not that bad. It's got like 3 potholes.
Right.
And had it been fixed, it probably would have been fine, and I think it can still be fixed. I'm not a person that does this, but I'm just telling you, we have it at the ranch where we have to fix our roads. And then the further back there, it has got some really deep areas, as you know, and that probably does have to be fixed out there. You're probably not going to get away with just going in there and fixing the holes.
Right.
But the biggest part of it is coming into the parking lot. That's your biggest area.
The front parking lot off
Yes.
Holly, right, yeah, that one we're not planning on repaving, right?
No, I'm not talking about in the front. I'm talking
Yeah.
about in the back, where there's two
Okay,
separate
yeah.
areas. You've got a gate,
Right,
and you walk into that great big, or drive into that big parking lot. It's
Right.
not really bad. And I guess my question is, over the years, you go and you repair streets. Does animal control have to pay money out of their budget for the city to come out there and repair those potholes?
The answer is a mixed one. Sometimes departments do, other times if Ernie has available material or staff labor, he'll do it. So, we have, I think, up to 400 locations, 400 buildings.
I know.
In some cases, it can be done with the expense of the Public Works Department. In other cases, if it's too significant, or if Public Works is already working overtime just to take care of the streets, then they'll bill a department. But we do just that. What you're talking about is pave city assets from our in-house crews. But again, they have their own schedule. And so Ernie I don't think he's going to jeopardize getting the streets done because he'll stop work there to go pave a parking lot. But if we work it in to his schedule, we can do things like that.
I mean, I would think it would be so important just to fix the potholes. It would keep that area
Yeah.
from us having to spend a bunch of money on it to put concrete on it. Have y'all requested, I was just curious, you don't have to let me know right now, over the years, have y'all requested the city come out there and do anything to the parking lot?
So since looking back, no, I don't think they had ever requested anyone to come and look at that parking lot.
Okay. I just think that whoever's managing it, that should be a priority to take care of the facilities. I mean, I think you have to do, that's why our streets got in the position they are right now, the shape they're in. It's because we didn't take care of them, and this is a city asset. I would think that would be so important, and I think Mr. Sinoni depends on his managers to make sure those things are done, because we've got a lot of property in the city. So not getting on to you, but because you've not been there the whole time either, but I'm just saying, we got to stop this. We really do. I mean, we got to fix what we've got. Then I want to ask, and I'm not sure who's going to answer this, I want to make sure on the funding. Where's the funding coming from? I thought we said interest and ARPA, correct?
So it's
Yes, two sources, the ARPA interest and then monies that were initially allocated for new kennels. So we're going to not do the new kennel design and use the money for this. So it's certificates of obligation.
So it's going to be certificates of obligation.
Yeah, these are
You're aware of
prior approved, right, by the council.
It's already been approved.
Yeah, they were prior
They've already been
approved, in the budget last year.
Okay, all right. So the parking lot, it's a CIP.
Right.
So that's from certificates of obligation.
Yeah, any type of, right, the facilities will they're going to take a combination of the COs plus the cash, plus the interest.
Okay.
The majority of this work is all capital improvements with the exception of those reclassifications and additional positions.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would like, Mayor, for us to look at what we're spending on the concrete. I would like to maybe pull that off and let them go back and rework it and just see what asphalt costs and see what we really have to fix out there, because the truth of the matter is, we may not see this money for animal control again. We've got kennels out there that need to be done. We have one kennel that we're doing. That is it out of all this money. That's not going to help our animal control. And I get it on the ACs for the employees. I totally understand that. I don't like the price. And my question is, how many bids did y'all get for that? Because that seems craziness too to me, which you see this all the time. And I'm not getting on to you guys. I'm really not. I'm just thinking, that much for an air conditioner just blows my mind. So we're going into our budgets. So I would like for y'all to consider that.
Well, I would add to that, Councilwoman Vaughn, that, hang on a second here. I understand and we recognize, I think we all do, that there was a recommendation. There's always a recommendation. But we don't necessarily have to go with the recommendation. This parking lot has been in disarray for years and years and years and years. And I said it in our meeting. The council really wanted to see this funding going towards a direct impact, right, and this is a direct impact, but it's a parking lot. That said, I know it's important, especially because of the sanitary part of it. But I think what you're saying, and I'm saying, we could reconsider this whole thing. There is no pressing, it's a pressing issue. But this is something, like you said, this came about with a one-time, it's a capital improvement project, so to speak, because it's one-time monies. I think we could look at the whole thing, and if we really want to. But I do want numbers on, I'm with you. I would like to see numbers on asphalt, so we can look to see what that looks like and what are the pros and cons of that for this particular facility, right? I think these are regular vehicles that come in and out. I know the trucks are heavier, but how many trucks are we going to have? Anyway, we can look at all of that. But I think even overall, we could consider what we really want, how we really want to do
I think
that.
we need to do that because I think my biggest impact, I want to see it done for the dogs.
Yeah.
I think we have to take care of those animals out there. And I'm not saying you don't do the parking lot. All I'm saying is let's look at asphalt. It's good enough for the residential streets. They don't have the kind of traffic residential streets have. Please come fix my potholes on Spring Creek, Everroy. I know you've sent it in. Spring Creek needs to be fixed. But anyway, and I haven't said anything because I don't want to push my street, but it's really bad. But that's what I would like to do, and I think I would propose to do that somehow, that we maybe table
Let's
it.
table this. Why don't you table it?
I make a motion to
I'll
table
second
item
that.
number 5.
Okay, I'll second that.
Excuse me, the whole item or just the
For them to go-
parking lot?
I say let's rework it. Let's rework the whole item and come back, and let's have some kind of discussions and come back and discuss it.
Yeah.
So asphalt, as I said earlier, about $375,000,
Yeah.
if you want to go the asphalt option
And that's for everything, the whole parking lot deal.
in the back.
And then I would like to see y'all take in consideration that you already have an area up there that has concrete for the wash bay. You're the guy that does it, I'm not, but I'm just saying, I've seen a lot of wash bays. I know you have to do plumbing and all of that and drainage. So if we could get a separate amount for the wash bay, I'd like to see that.
No, I agree. And I think we can sit here and discuss this for quite a while, because I think what we're looking for is, yes, give us a price on asphalt, but that needs to include the maintenance on asphalt. That needs to include how many trucks are in and out of there. So there's some analysis to do here to say, okay, council, if you go asphalt, here are the pros and cons based on the traffic, the trucks, the maintenance. There has to be maintenance included in this, even if it was concrete. But we know that would be, a longer, the longevity is greater than asphalt. But it's for knowledge, to know, is it worth spending some of this money maybe over towards, the kennels or some other great need that we have. So I think there needs to be some work done based on this. If we're tabling, which we just tabled, it's just to kind of regroup and start with the asphalt and that analysis.
Okay, so just so we're clear, the RAM will stop work on everything. Then on the air conditioning for the kennels, he's not going to do any more work until this comes back to council. I think if it's just the only issue is the parking lot, we could remove that and have him keep working on air conditioning on the other 2 projects that are listed here. Otherwise, he's going to have to stop.
Well, we definitely, I think the council does want to do the kennel, and I actually don't have a problem with leaving the kennel in so that he can get busy on that. But my question on that, did you say last time that this was kind of a example, or did you not know it was going to work in the kennel? Someone said that to me earlier.
So it's going to work as long as operations, the staff maintains it properly, close the doors. We got to make sure that, their operations manual, that they're doing it correctly. If they start leaving doors open, maybe we have to go in there and put, harder swings, doors. The system works once it's closed. But if people start leaving doors open, propping them open, and things start to work like they're not supposed to, then yeah, you're going to have problems.
Well, we have to do that at home too, don't we? So hopefully they're going to do that.
Oh, yeah. If you get a condominium complex out there by the water, your automatic AC turns off as soon as your balcony doors open up. So, there's stuff we may have to retroactive put in place if things don't start to operate properly.
Yeah,
okay.
Councilman, just to add to that, so the buildings were built not to be air conditioned. So that's what Ram was talking about last week, is we have to see, can we reconstruct them, so to speak, so that they can be air conditioned? And so instead of doing all 3, the goal is to pilot the one see what works, and then do the other two, the remaining
Okay.
two.
My concern is we're spending a lot of money just to pilot something. I could tell by your face you are not happy with this decision we're making here, but
No,
thank
it's
you.
fine. I would recommend keep going. Just take out, if the issue is the parking lot, I wouldn't stop all business, because that's
Okay.
what will happen. It'll be a
I got all your
30-day
answers
stop.
for you. So if you do asphalt, you're going to have to repair the parking lot in 15 years. You're going to have to redo it all.
I know, but hopefully in 15 years we'll have some more money.
Right. So
That's my concern. We have that with the residential streets too, because I want to see an impact for animal control, what it's going to do for the animals. And I'm not seeing that if we spend 800. So let me just make the motion to pull off the parking lot.
Yeah.
And that you guys will come back with something, amend the motion to pull off the parking lot.
Let's withdraw the table, right? Is that what you want to
Yes.
do? And then make that motion to amend. Okay,
Yes.
so we're going to withdraw the table.
Yeah. So I seconded the first one.
Okay, and then there's a motion to amend to remove the parking lot.
Yeah, just for the record, it's noted here in the agenda materials, a field operations maintenance yard. That's what we'll take off. It has $821,000 budget. And we'll come back at some future time on that one.
Okay.
I think there's consensus on the council to continue with the staffing changes and the other three capital projects that will benefit the dogs.
And we would like the other to come, we would like to have some conversations.
Yeah, we'll bring it back.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
in
you.
July, we'll
Okay.
bring it back in July.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay. Let's get the comments, and then we'll do the vote.
Okay.
Okay. Councilman Kintu.
I am just not happy with the price of the ACs. I mean, $1 million is a lot of money. I went out there a few weeks ago in the building. I mean, the office building seems really, really nice and cool, you know. My opinion, I'm not there all the time, but either way, $1 million is a lot of money. I really think we should, as a council, find some local businesses that will help these animals. I think there's people out there who would like to get involved and give us a better bid. I think $1 million is a lot of money. I mean, this is not a direct impact that we need it. The direct impact we need is stop killing dogs for space. That's the problem that we're having. And, you know, I don't see myself voting on this because we're just wasting $1 million on ACs, $800,000 in a parking lot. I mean, what are we doing for the animals? Like,
all of that directly impacts the animals. It's not a parking lot.
But we're
it's a
killing
field
animals every
operation
day.
maintenance. We don't kill animals every day, no, sir.
Okay, how often do y'all kill animals?
And we humanely euthanize when needed. So if an animal is deeply injured or sick and we do not have the capacity to care for them, for space only when all other avenues are exhausted.
Yeah, I don't believe that respectfully, but.
You're more than welcome to come and visit us, sir, and spend the day with us.
The fact is that the direct impact should be to make the shelter more better than killing animals for space, or just labeling them, they're sick and we're gonna kill them. I mean, that's just the bottom line, but it is what it is. I mean, I don't see why we're spending $1 million. I mean, that's a lot of money for ACs. You know, I really like to put this table the AC2 so I can make some phone calls and see if we get some local bidders here that will help us with this, because I am sure that somebody could beat this price to put for ACs on these buildings. I mean, $1 million is a lot of money, you know, and we're not going to see this money again. I mean, we were lucky we had this $4 million, and we're going to spend it on a parking lot and a building. Spend $1 million for ACs. I mean, that's a lot of money, Peter. I mean,
Yeah, Councilman, these are, Ram can explain it, but these are probable cost estimates. They're not even an engineered estimate. So just understand that there's no, a robust estimate usually has some price that's got from local bidders. So these are probable cost estimates based on.
So we haven't got no bids yet?
No, right, and all this work will be done locally. We're not going out to Washington DC to hire somebody to put an AC in, so it's going to be all local vendors. RAM is the hired help that's helping us put together the program.
Yeah.
So the hope is, and I think, engineers like RAM generally go on the higher side to make sure there's enough funding. The last thing we want to do is come back to council and say we need another 100,000 for the chillers. So these are probable cost estimate at a very low certainty value, if you will. RAM put them together. And
But once we approve this $1 million, they're gonna suck all up.
no, so any savings in the project budget will stay in this project. The $4 million will be with animal care, and the goal is to realize savings and then do even more, because there's probably 4 times as much need out there than.
I just feel like we need more kennels. I mean, we have a problem in Corpus right now, and we need more kennels. We don't.
Yeah.
You know, that's just. We got to save as many animals as possible we can. I mean, that's just.
Yeah,
crazy.
we would, right. Just
Blows my mind.
Not to just consider that we need more staff to have more kennels. So now we need $5 million. You know, there's not, that you need animal care officers to go pick up the dogs. You need attendants at the shelter. You need veterinarians to manage them. So everything quickly gets more and more expensive.
Yeah.
The reason we're recommending not doing the additional kennels is because we frankly don't have the operating capacity to take in more dogs, more stray dogs. We barely have the capacity right now to, 1, maintain the kennels, 2, take care of the dogs humanely, 3, getting a veterinarian over there if we need to, and beginning to even go out to the field to go pick them up. So
I just like to, I would like to just stop everything and relook at everything before we.
We can do that. If you want to pull the whole thing off, we'll bring it back in 30 days, you know.
Councilman,
It's
you're
not, no
talking about
problem.
the whole item
The whole item, yes, ma'am.
and relook?
That's my opinion. I think we should just relook at everything and stuff. I just feel this is too much. It's just way too much money.
We can do that.
Well,
We did brief all the council members and we gave tours, but if you want to, no problem. If you want to delay it, that's not a problem.
well, and yeah, that was the next thing is, Peter, if you guys can please explain, or actually it would be staff, what is the option, to his point? What is the option outside of going through, because this is a contract, correct?
Right, yeah, Ram's.
So what's the
contract.
option outside of that to make, to,
There is none. If you want a professional to do it, then we hire Ram or some other company. Ram was one of our,
what I'm saying is, like, we're hearing, and I think everybody agrees, $1 million for, you know, an AC, $800,000 for parking lot. No, I understand, but what I'm saying is, is there no other option outside of this? In other words, if you go out for bid, because this didn't, then we're talking how many months?
we would probably use on-call contractors. So, you know, we have, in fact, there's some items on our agenda today to use an FMAC or an on-call contractor. But these prices, let me have Ram, because he's the professional, he's the engineer, talk about how you got to these prices, Ram.
So the numbers you got right there, I mean, they're probably like 25% over the number right now because there's some uncertainties we haven't discovered. We'll start to go in there, we'll start as-built and open up attic space, checking everything there. But the numbers you see, the base numbers, are based on historical prices we have already from previous projects to the city of Corpus Christi. So if you're looking out there for a procurement, right, the prices aren't going to change much. I mean, they may come down, 5% here and there, but if you to put this project out to bid, the unit rates are going to be the unit rates. I mean, you're going to have multiple contractors.
If we were to put it out for bid, what?
I mean, the unit rates we have right now, they're generally the same across the board for every general contractor, because they're going to hire an HVAC contractor. And those numbers that we have right now are numbers that we've had in the past from the subcontractors. And we go put the margin increase right there for the general contractor to get where we're at today. So even if we went out public bid and did all those numbers, or you did FMAC, I mean, the differential is 10%, give or take.
Okay. And what about time-wise? How quickly are you able to put in, let's say, the air conditioning unit?
I mean, we're going to start in right now. We're going to start design and go procure the contractor through whatever procurement process the city wants us to use. We're not contractors, we're engineers.
He's not the contractor.
No.
Ram is the engineer.
Oh, right.
He's the design engineer.
Right.
That's
He's
right.
not putting in anything. He's designing this, and
Right.
He'll use local vendors, either ones that we have on call, or he may competitively put it out for bid.
Right.
Like the roofs, as an example. I don't know if we have roofers on, on standby, but
There's plenty.
But if the council wants more time to vet this through,
Yeah.
it's okay. I mean, we've been at this for, some time. It's not like another couple months is going to cause an issue.
Right. Okay. Well, Councilman, I'm going to get some more comments. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you. No, I don't speak as much as you.
What item is this for?
Well, if
Consent.
I think I have the floor here, Councilman Barrera. Peter, a lot of this has a little messy because you bundled everything into a single item. You have made adjustments to capital improvement as well as operating budgets all in one thing with funding that kind of blended it all together. I think it probably would have been better to have this in separate with the operating budget amendments and the capital improvement amendments. Also, with regards to the parking lot, I know we've done, Public Works I don't know if they have a process of assigning a budget or charging departments with regards to this, and I don't know if it's consistent or not. I know Development Services had their parking lot redone a few years ago. I believe the Health Department, what was it? Something was done in Flower Bluff for the Health Department for their parking lot. Bill Witt, the roadway was done there. How is that done? Is there a process for how that is charged to departments, or do you have something in place?
We're going to have to, oh, hey, Ernie's here, so let's have Ernie come on down, he'll tell you.
So, yeah, the whole reason I brought up that parking lot issue is because we've done it. I remember.
Yeah, you're correct, yeah, so paving, the driveway into Bill Witt's a little different, because this one would have an oil, gas, grease separator, a wash bay, a little more complex than just a straight parking lot, but have Ernie explain what he's done.
Mayor, Councilor Ernie De La Garza, Interim Assistant City Manager. So our process, an example, we did a parking lot work for the Health Department. And what we did is initially we go and assess the area, provide our version of a cost estimate to the director, and then tell them, look, this is what we think it needs, this is what it's going to cost. And then we give them options. We say, this is the nice to have, this is the economical, so on and so forth, based on what we think they need and what they can afford. And then they go and check their budgets. And then after they go check their budgets, they'll tell us to initiate work or not to initiate work. At the same time, we have our regular schedule that we're held to as far as the RPP and everything else. And so in the Health Department example, if it's off season, and then we're able to go in there and do that work a lot easier than if we're paving currently right in the summer. So another example is the Bill Witt work that we did at the Bill Witt swimming pool. We had to divert resources from the rapid payment program. The closest paving team was at Kings Crossing. And in that case, we took that team off, and then within about a week's time, the residents were calling, telling us, where did you go? Come back. And so that was an interesting one because we had
some rain.
We had some rain, and it also added about a week. So, the residents that are on the tracking the work, they know the RPP just as well as we do. And so they're tracking our progress. And so as a result of that, we added another crew to backfill the lack of progress due to the work at the Bill Witt. And so in that case, Parks gives us, the budget, and then we go in and we, they pay us, through their budgets as well. And there might be situations where, they may say, hey, we could only afford, 20. We'll say, well, okay, we'll handle the rest and the delta with material costs. So we have that ability to, assist some departments depending on if we have an overflow of materials in our end dumps and we don't want to have any waste on the job, we can use that material on the project. So there are some benefits, but I think our biggest critical constraint is going to be our time away from the regular program, which is where we're using our teams.
Okay, so just from listening to you, there's a little bit of leeway and gray area with regards to how you do this.
Yeah.
Maybe we can get some cost estimates as the projects they've done and how much it's cost them for us. This could be done pretty easily. So we, what can we do in-house that can save us a lot of money? Because some of this money could be repurposed for other kennels or something along those lines. I don't necessarily want to stop work, but I want to make sure we're maximizing the resources that we have. And again, I'd prefer that we, it may not be the perfect solution in terms of what you want to get accomplished, but if you can spread out your resources a little bit more to get more done, I think would be just as beneficial. And, we can circumvent some of the costs associated with procurement of a contractor to do the parking lot by doing it in-house. Am I correct?
Right. Like I said, the main component to consider is time. Because
I'm with you.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
We just want to make sure everybody understands.
We all got to kind of, manage our resources.
Right.
And that's the whole idea, is managing our resources.
What does he mean by that? So can you please further explain the main concern is time? Because
Right. So if like right now, all our paving teams are scheduled for the whole summer.
Right.
And then next fiscal year.
Okay.
So we divert some of those resources to work on a parking lot.
And it puts you in a difficult
It impacts our work and the.
Okay, I'm not asking us to do anything we're not already doing. He just said they did the public health parking lot.
Right.
We did the development services parking lot. We did Bill Witt, some of the road work on Bill Witt. I mean, there are things that we do internally on top of the RPP.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not asking us to look at doing anything different. It's not, saying, okay, we're going to stop doing streets so we can do this parking lot. That's not what I'm saying.
But I think that he's saying he's got to schedule it, which means it's going to go to 2029.
So an example is I actually told our team after the Bill Witt, I told them we're going to stop parking lots until after the summer.
And that's fine.
And so I've actually given that direction to the staff and to the other departments requesting the work. So we always do, to clarify, we do send our pothole teams. And we don't charge for potholes,
So we have some potholes at this parking lot. Maybe you might want to send some.
Yeah, we can do that very easily, and we don't charge the department pothole work. So.
Okay, so if this does get pulled off, I'd like to, clean it up a little bit so we know exactly where money's going, and, because it is messy. And this is assigning a budget. And so I want to make sure we're effectively maximizing the dollars. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. It sounds like the gist of it right now is, do we table the entire item, or do we move forward with the motion that's here, which is just to take off for reevaluation the paving portion, which I'm interested in not stalling on those 3 new staff positions. To me, that's a very important component in this item. So I'd like to keep that in the consideration portion. And then I think what's really difficult for us to digest right now is these are just big dollar amounts that are vague. And I understand you're here to engineer and draw, to do the drawings, but that leaves us in the predicament, like you're hearing across the table, what is the process? Where are we at? Well, if we stop now and go out for bids, that's months adding to the project. We already have an engineer that's doing drawings, but you said what you're giving us has essentially that 25% buffer zone, which makes these numbers that hard to digest. And I think what Councilman Cantu was kind of alluding to is, what's the next step as far as, well, you're going to go out to bid, and you said you'll follow whatever, like you'll work with the city for that procurement process, but then we don't know, are we going to see some of that come back? Are we going to be able to know that out of the $1 million for the air conditioners, it's actually only going to be 700,000, stuff like that. So there's just a lot of vagueness here to these huge dollar amounts, but I'm just concerned. I see and I sympathize. I think I was one last week that was saying over and over again, I am getting serious heartburn over $800,000 on paving. When we need to, I think our priorities is, of course, first space for the animals, care for the animals, that type of thing. So because of that, if I'm hearing that you're still going to go out through a procurement process, competitive bidding, once you've spec'd out how do we air condition or climate control this facility that wasn't built for that, once you've determined that, then you'll go out for bids for the actual cost. To me, that's a little more palatable than telling me the whole thing is carte blanche going to be $1 million. So if we can hear follow-up on that, I'm a little more interested in that item. But I don't want to pause on the staffing. I really don't want to pause on that. So I think what's before us is to move forward with the exception of the paving, but to hear some more options, hear some more information. To me, I think that's a good spot to be in.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Barrera.
Mr. Munoz, thank you very much for being available. So the item on the agenda is to approve a mid-year budget adjustment. It's not, and I think staff is just being clear on what we're going to reappropriate, funds that have already been appropriated, but just need to be redesignated for specific items. The items have not been procured as of yet. I don't believe in cynical governing and saying that, and I'm not trying to be critical of anybody, I'm just saying my belief that if we say we're going to spend $800,000, we appropriate $800,000, it's not like every bid is going to come in at 800 or over 900. That's my opinion. And I know there's a lot of times that we have savings. I know I talked to Heather yesterday about several projects that came under with regard to engineering that were bond projects and design. So every month or every quarter we reappropriate or we rebalance. That's our system.
Right.
Yeah. So I just all we're doing right now is appropriating funds, and I think it's important that we move forward because there's still a whole system of checks and balances. It still has to be designed. At what point? At what percentage of a design are you at right now?
Right around 30%.
So we're right at 30% right now. So we're just appropriating funds for the capital improvement project and to hire these employees. So right now, I'm sure he's going to whittle that number down at somewhat once we get there to be able to determine that. I mean, this is just the process of appropriating funds because all we're doing, and one side we say government is slow. Well, we're slowing it down right now. You know, I think he's got a clear direction of where we're going to go. And he's got a clear direction that we want more kennels, or the majority of the council wants more kennels. And, you know, I want to say, you know, that your team has done, you know, when I took the tour out there, I mean, it's really eye-opening. You know, I shared it with the other people that I know. And, you know, doing the work you're doing with little that you have and the fact that it was neglected for so many years. And then now you've had the assessment come in, tell me, how do we fix this? So I just think that we're not at that point to determine, I mean, we can still approve this, and then you can still decide whether you can use concrete or asphalt. It just depends on what our goals are. I say that, what's our goal, what's our mission, what's our vision? Okay, yeah, we want to protect the taxpayers' money. All right, well, this is the gentleman that we use, the professional that we utilize based on industry practices that we're not familiar with, and what goals we're trying to accomplish. So I think we just need to move forward on just appropriating the budget. And then if we want to talk about management practices, well then, you know, how long is it going to take you to complete the engineering?
By the time we get done with drawings and, you know, revising the procurement document, a couple weeks from here.
A couple weeks from here.
Right.
So my process is typically when we go through this, then I call the manager or whoever it is that I meet with, the ACM, and I'll say, okay, here's what my concerns are. Tell me how this is going to happen. I don't try to manage from the dais. And so I just think we should approve it as is. I'm not going to have any heartburn if you just want to pull out the parking lot, but I think we've all talked about how this is a component that we need to address, and I just don't want to be the part that's holding it up. That's okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Good points, Roland. Some good points. Agree with a little bitty bit of them. We're not going to hold government back, just on a little bitty section, and that's on the parking lot. That's all I want to do. I'm not going to change my motion or my amendment. Councilman Cantu, I totally understand what you're talking about with the ACs, but I've been here, this is my second time. It just doesn't change. They charge more for government. That's just the way it is until something changes where legislature changes it, where you can't overprice, but that's the way it is. So I'm counting on you to hopefully come in with some cheaper ACs, but I'm going to leave it like it is. And one of the reasons I think we need to do that is we have the incinerator. That has to be ordered. We don't, if the other one were to break, we wouldn't have that. And the hiring, I agree with that. And we're in the middle of the summer. It's so hot in there. If we can get one AC done for one kennel, I think that's progress. So I'm going to leave it like it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you so much for Ernie for coming up. Congratulations, Ernie, on your new position as ACM. I do want to hear, and I haven't heard from the ACM for the animal care services. Can I hear his thoughts on this issue right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sony Parnell, Assistant City Manager. And so are you referring to the issue of the maintenance yard or in particular?
Well, this whole issue that we've been discussing back and forth, I have not heard not one iota from you, and I just wanted to hear what your concerns or what your thoughts are on the process of some of these motions and amendments that we're bringing up here.
Yeah, so I'm in 100% support of the item. As before, we briefed the council members and received feedback from it. So I know one of the items of contention is the maintenance yard, but again, I'm not the professional, so I rely on our Rand Munoz and our Public Works to then make that recommendation. So that in coordination with Citygate as well on the recommendations for our staffing. So all these improvements together do help life release. They are first and foremost on the animals, but as well too, we need the staff there, right, to be taken care of to provide better services for our animals. So the projects together help improve our life release rate. They help with community outreach, and so it does complete the mission of what City Council has tasked us to do, which is improve animal care services, and all these items do so.
Well, one of my questions was when Councilman Hernandez was asking about, the, for example, the health district, they were able to get the parking lot done, and I was asking him, but it's. Who initiates that? Is it the city manager that decides to ask the street department to put that into their schedule, or is it the department or whoever is over that department? Is it the health director department that asks, hey, we've got a parking lot, we've got potholes? I mean, who decides when they need like the park for the street department? Is it the ACM? Is it the director? Can you help me out with this?
Yeah, so all three can be true, so it depends. So in the case of health district, it could be, when the process was initiated, I wasn't over the health district. But from there, once they see the issue of, hey, we need some asphalting for that, then they would contact the Public Works, and then from there would get that determined in terms of the scheduling and the pricing of when Public Works.
Yeah, Councilman, can I add to that? So I think in the cases Councilman Hernandez talked about, it's all department head initiated.
Okay.
However, Councilman Hernandez and I just communicated with each other, and Ernie needs to develop a policy. Another good example where we don't have a policy. So, right, there should be some clear guidelines on when can Public Works deviate their work schedule on streets and go take care of a parking lot.
Right, because I was wondering, did it come from Councilman Hernandez as saying, hey, there's some work that needs to be done in the Bill Witt, parking lot, or is it, I mean, because if it's something that needs clarification here, then I think we can make that discussion.
I think in the case of Bill Witt, it came from Robert Dodd, the Parks Director, who was aware and conscious that the new aquatic center was going to open, and we certainly couldn't have hundreds and hundreds of people hit pothole after pothole.
Right, okay.
But we don't have a written policy, so that's something to take away from this is we'll have Ernie develop a written policy. There should be some checks. I don't know about when they're doing this. Maybe the ACM doesn't even know, so there has to be maybe some sign-off.
I just needed some clarification as to how it gets initiated. Is it something, you or director, ACM? I don't know.
Right.
Okay. Or I, could initiate? I don't know.
Yeah, probably,
Okay.
Not unless
So that
the
was
full
my
council
question.
supports it, yeah. We're going to work on a policy, though I have it written down as a follow-up.
Good, thank you. We have Councilman Scott and then Councilman Cantu, and then we have a motion on the table, and we'll move on. Councilman Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you. I think we need, so was that the rapid pavement team doing the parking lot at Bill Witt?
Yes.
Is that what I learned?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that, for someone, and it's very sensitive to me that they're out there fixing streets, that was before my time. I had nothing to do with it, but I mean, it ought to take an act of God to get them off.
Right, that's why we need the policy.
And fixing fixing parking lots. I just
Yeah.
wanted to articulate that.
We agree on that.
Hey, Ram, thanks for what you're doing. Thank you for what you're doing. So if we approve this and the number's $1 million, but you go out for bids and it comes back, simple math, 500,000, is there an opportunity for, the council doesn't vote on that purchase? It just happens? Y'all take it from
Right,
there?
if we use the prior approved FMAC or on-call contractor, we have a discretion up to $500,000, so it wouldn't come back to council.
Oh, wait, so if that purchase is $700,000 for
That would
AC.
come back to council.
All right, I guess that's my point is, like, I don't want to slow down. I wouldn't slow any of it down. I've never fixed a street, never fixed a pothole. I don't know anything about air conditioning. If something goes bad, I have somebody to call and beg and plead, which is my wife, by the way. So full disclosure, I don't know anything about any of this, but I trust you a lot, Ram. I'm a huge fan of yours, and I trust you. But if we need to pull something to keep it going, I'm good with that. I would also like to articulate that I would be open to a package in future bond issues to add kennel, another kennel, recognizing it increases staffing. So, I mean, I don't think we could do it today, right?
Yeah.
But as long as we knew that when you build a building, you got to hire five more people,
Right.
and we have several years to implement that. I'd be open for a conversation
Good.
around
Okay,
that.
that's good.
As it is today, I would move forward, especially realizing that, hey, if it all comes in under 500, God bless you. I don't need, because that'd be more than half the cost. And if it is over 500, we're going to have to look at it anyhow. So I'm okay. I'm okay moving forward completely. If the council wants to remove the parking lot, then so be it. But otherwise, I'm ready to go.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Cantu.
Hey, Ram, quick question on the wash rack. Is it with the parking lot deal, 821?
It was tied into it, correct.
The 821 is it's tied in with the wash rack, right?
Correct.
So is the wash bay the same thing?
Correct.
Because the wash bay is on the other one too for 769.
I mean, that's probably the one you have, but we put our own together, and that 821 covers the wash rack and the parking lot in the back.
So this one here, Peter, is not correct?
I think it is, yeah. So you have, Ram, you have on our attached sheets, you have the animal care roof and wash rack install. I think they kind of combine these to, and then the other ones.
So in reality, the parking lot is just by itself, 821,000 without the wash rack.
Is that what it is, Ram? That's what it looks like.
It looks like they put the PowerPoint together where they kind of included the verbiage in here.
So which one is it though? Is it so?
We're gonna go ahead and put it in the parking lot improvements.
Okay, so the 769 is just for the roofs in the 5 buildings?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, Councilman, I think just a guiding principle in this, and I don't know if it's been stated by the council, but is expediency. And so the reason this seems to be different things bashed into different projects is so that we can stay within that $500,000 cap, so we can use an on-call contractor. Otherwise, you're talking 2, maybe 3 months to go out for a process.
So the ACs will get installed when? From today?
If we approved everything today.
Yeah.
Which ones? The one for the main building or for the campus?
For animals.
For the animals? I mean, if we got everything wrapped up, put in there, I mean, you'll have it by the end of summer.
End of summer.
Right. You got it.
You hear that? End of summer. See what happens.
Yeah.
That's July, August. Yeah, we'll use on-call contractors, and
I hope that's
Ram's
true.
going to be, me too, and Ram will be on there monitoring it with us.
You got my mobile number.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilman Roy.
Ernie, I hate to kind of bring this up, but what I'm listening to is how many buildings do we have right now? How many parking lots does the city have?
I think we have some 400 buildings, Councilman, so you can assume all of them have a parking lot.
When I first came on council, and back then the city manager's idea was to outsource everything, and I thought that was pretty good. I was kind of convinced. And then when you came on board, Peter, you started pulling things in, And I do believe that the things that we're able to manage in-house is more cost-effective. I think we ought to, when we look at the policy for Ernie, as far as paving and coming off, I don't think we should come off streets. I mean, we need to do that, but I think what we could do is maybe look at building an additional team. We got 400 parking lots. I guarantee right now that just like the parking lot in the situation for animal control was neglected for many years. And I'm sure right now, if we were to take a walk around and look at our assets, that you'll probably find more parking lots in more areas that unfortunately were neglected. And I think if you look at the long term, this is the only reason why I'm bringing this up. I mean, I don't want to table the entire thing. I think the parking lot part is fine. But I think we really need to look at building another team, and that team be able to address looking at the internal parts of the city.
Yeah, that's a good suggestion, Councilman.
Because the problem is time, and if we neglect it, it's going to cost more. We bring it in-house, we don't have to go through that. And I think it really is something that he's been able to demonstrate that he does a good job on these parking lots and that.
Right.
That's just one example, and I would suggest that.
Okay, just one clarification. Miles reminded me who helps with our insurance. So we have 600 locations.
Well, that makes it even more appealing.
Yeah, and part of it is funding. You know, if every department had money to pave their parking lots, they'd probably call in and get them paved. So funding is insufficient in department budgets. And then secondly, maybe more importantly, is we're still trying to build an asset management department. The animal care director really shouldn't be focused on parking lots and roofs and chillers because they don't know about it. They're not engineers.
Right.
And so, excuse me, 6 years ago when I got here, we really didn't have an asset management department, yet we had 600 assets to manage.
Right.
And what we had was a director and everything else was contracted out. And
What I'm saying is I agree. That I
nobody
think
was
that
managing
before we
contracts. Right.
do these sidebar agreements and say, hey, you know, Parks and Rec needs a parking lot.
Right.
Can you do it? And then he feels obligated to stop what he's doing, Ernie, and then do it. That maybe we should build a special team there.
Right. And we need to beef up the
with some guidelines on when we use it.
Exactly, and we need to add to the asset management department. We've been building it up over time, but
Yeah.
with funding constraints, it's kind of capped, so.
That's my only input. Thank you.
Yeah, that's good, Councilman.
Thank you, Councilman. So we have a motion, a motion and a second to table just the parking lot piece of this item. So please submit your vote.
Yeah, I used the wording the city manager provided, which was field operations maintenance yard. Okay, so that's how it's worded here.
Okay.
How come he gets the vote and we don't get the vote?
Parking lot, just that piece. Okay, the motion carries. So the next item pulled was item number 3.
Then we just need to approve it as amended.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Okay, approving, yeah. I'll entertain that motion.
So moved.
Do we have a second? Okay, please submit your vote. Thank you, Katie.
It's as amended, the ordinance as amended.
Okay, the motion carries. Thank you, Rebecca. Item number 3 was pulled, the minutes. Who pulled that one? Councilwoman Paxson? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. For the sake of time, I will go super quick. In the minutes on item 22 from the 10th meeting, I just wanted to, I had 2 concerns. One, the discussion, I know I had talked about the option existing that we could keep public comment at noon while adding a 5:30. And I think that to me, that was valuable input because we're going to have to track how does this progress. The second, I know that when we were evaluating item 22, I had requested that we all take note that when we announce this change, I requested that there be ample public explanation on their available resources for public comment. And I know that our PIO team is great. I just wanted something to be able to fall back on that we were very specific.
You want that put into the record?
Please.
Those 2.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. We will do that.
Do we need to vote on that, or?
Unless there's an objection, I can just
Okay,
take that
great.
feedback.
Thank you. Well, we don't need.
Motion to approve the minutes. Yeah, because she pulled it, so we need to pull the minutes and we'll approve them as
Yes.
corrected.
We have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. Yeah, thank you. Well, because
Yes,
she
ma'am,
pulled
we
the item.
approved the minutes. It's on consent.
Yeah. Okay, the motion carries. Next item would be, and we're not pulling number 4 after all, so we're going to move on to item number.
Well, I move for approval on number 4 because we did.
Oh, we did pull it. Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion as is and a second. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Table. Okay. So I'm going to go to item number 6, and that is ordinance amendment, Chapter 12 and a half of the City Code of Ordinances to modify audit standards and make other edits. Councilman Scott. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I did a poor job from out of town yesterday articulating my concerns. And Mr. Klepper, I heard you. I think allowing 5 council members to dictate who serves on the audit committee, potentially, right? I get it. Actually, it removes independence. It impedes independence. I get it. Look, hey, we can do what we want. We're council members. But I look at the legislative branch, and so I think the mayor does get to a point. But I think there ought to be more. By the way, you're fine, sir. I love what you did. I'm good with all the books. This is just around the removal. I apologize. Unless you had an opinion, that's fine.
No, sir, but thank you for the compliment. And I owe it to my team. They did a lot of research. If I could introduce my intern, Evan Manning, who did a tremendous amount of research on this as well.
And I do have to question this shirt you have on. Is that OKC?
Yes, sir.
Well, you've earned it. Yeah, so far so good.
Well, my name's Evan Manning. I've been with the city for about 6 months already, interning. And I've been working on various projects as far as what the team needs help with. So I'm just grateful for the experience I've been given. So thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're really proud. He extended with us too, and he chose us over the port. So wanted to congratulate him for that.
There.
And then also our audit manager, Amar Hussein, also did a tremendous amount of work as well. I'd like for him to be introduced as well. Thank you.
Thank you, council members. This is Amir Hussein. I am certified internal auditor, certified fraud examiner, certified information system auditor. And I'm pleased to be here serving the public and working in this awesome department, which is the auditor office. And thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I appreciate you letting us have that opportunity.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I apologize for not starting with that. So and I'm going to address folks that spoke earlier, because I've been involved in that. This has happened to me personally once before, where without any reason, any recognition, an appointee was rejected by 5 members of the council. A second appointee was rejected by 5 members of the council. And it took 3 people for me to appoint someone to a committee. So I'm sensitive to that, right? I think it ought to be a supermajority. I think if we want to remove somebody, fine. But I think it ought to be more than a majority. It ought to be 6 members. And so I suspect this is deaf ears. I will tell you, when I spoke last week, I felt like it was on deaf ears, but I was also far away. So, Mayor, I would like someone to help me through here. I would like to move to amend to make the number 6 instead of whether it says simple majority or 5 council members. I think it should say 6, and I'd like to make that motion.
Okay. Is there a second for that motion? Okay, motion, yeah, you did. Thank you, Council. Motion dies. Councilman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. I respect my fellow audit committee member and Councilmember Scott's input, and I certainly see the argument for a majority. I like how it stood last week. I do not believe that, this is any grand gesture outside of the way that the ordinance was previously written. I think it's a very similar checks and balance type system. And so with that, I'd move to approve the item.
Councilman Barrera.
Here, I just want to say, just for the sake of anybody that comes to public comment, that I always tell everybody, I'm easy to find. So if there's a concern with regard to the governing process or how the process works or, you know, the leadership, I would encourage that individual, whoever it may be, during public comment to contact me personally. And I'll say it here for the record, my cell number is 361-688-7111. 361-688-7111. Patricia gives that number out on a regular basis. So I just want to make myself available and transparent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. Okay, so we have a motion and a second as presented, for the motion to be passed as presented. So please submit your vote. The motion carries. Okay, we'll move on. Thank you.
Okay,
sir.
thank you.
Thank you. The next item pulled, let's see, item number 14 was a motion authorizing execution of a 2-year agreement with eBuilder Inc. of Sunrise, Florida. And this is for a software subscription. Who pulled for engineering services? Councilwoman Paxton, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I'll make this really quick. I don't have an issue with the item. I don't have an issue with the item. I just needed some clarification, because when I was reading all of the packet, it seemed to be that we were basically purchasing this, and it said, you know, for the fiscal year 2025, and it's a 2-year agreement. And so I just wanted clarification. Are we getting this software upgrade and enhancement for 1 year, 2 years, and the cost? Is that for this one portion? Is that cumulatively? Just some clarification on those timelines and numbers.
Okay, let me try with this. Jeff Edmonds, Director of Engineering Services. IT was managing the business aspects of this. So this is a renewal. We originally purchased this with a 2-year agreement using, what do they call it? Collaborative purchasing, where we went to a federal contract on GSA to get it. So the initial pricing on this was actually higher for those 2 years. So IT has been helping us renegotiate this, and the price has come down. It was previously, let me get my numbers. It was
Holly's right there,
662.
Jeff, yeah.
Oh,
That's okay. Holly Houghton, Assistant Director of IT. So the previous 5 years, we've been paying around $500,000 annually for this software. So this year, we've been able to get it around at $340, I believe is what it says. But we're also paying for managed services, which is about $120,000 a year.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Yes.
That and when I read the alternative was to go back to desktop solutions, and so I was just confused on the relationship with the software. Can you, are we seeing a change to the software that we're already using?
It's just renewal of the subscription
renewal.
currently.
Okay, perfect. Then I'm all for efficiency and streamlining, and I hope that this is utilized to fix some previous discussions, you know, and tracking, keeping work sites clean as we do projects and stuff like that, so it doesn't impact our area business folks. Then thank you for that. That makes a whole lot more sense. I move for approval.
Oops, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Please submit your vote. Oh, you do have to. Councilman Hernandez.
No, I just wanted to say this is a good thing. The engineering services used to use spreadsheets and Excel, and it was cumbersome and it didn't really track very well. So this is a good system to help us keep track of our ever-expanding CIP and projects. So this came at a good time, because I remember they would tape together the spreadsheets, and we would get this big old long spreadsheet all taped together to show that it was, and I was like, this has got to be the most ridiculous thing. But I'm glad we were able to change that and improve, and thanks to Peter and his team for making it happen. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Please submit your vote.
There she is. And Councilmember Vaughn.
Okay.
There she is, okay.
Okay, the motion carries. Item number 20 is a motion awarding 11 master service agreements for professional engineering services to 9 firms. Who pulled item 20? Councilwoman Paxson.
Again, I will make this super quick. I pulled 20 because it was the bulkier of the two, but really 20, 21, all of it. Said it before, huge fan, MSAs, streamlining, efficiencies, they help us in a lot of areas. But when I'm pulling this stuff and I'm looking at the numbers, I'd still like us to venture conversations where we look at how do we include smaller firms? How do we, perhaps we look at monetary cap on, this many projects because it equals this dollar per firm per year, or maybe that's a 3-year, something like that. I read it, have no problems with it. I see our thought process. I'd like us to have those conversations still. I don't know where we would go to begin to open that thought process up, but I'd really like to venture that, and this topic tied very closely into it. So I wanted to utilize this as an opportunity to revisit.
Well, I've got a response to that. So I do agree with you that by bundling these things together, it might make it a little bit harder for these kind of one-man shops and so forth to get their foot in the door. I'd be more than happy to meet with any of those people, and this is really not a law or anything. It's kind of a understanding we have with the city manager that we limited doing these small contracts, just standalone, non-competed. But in a situation like that where we're trying to give somebody a chance, I think maybe I could convince them to let us do it.
And something where, we've got very competent, familiar names that we're used to using because we know how they work, we work well with them, and they know our system. But when the system kind of sets itself up to create a loop, once they get in, it's that loop. And so I don't have anything against anybody that's listed on here. I want to make that very clear. But I also want to make sure we don't get stuck in this that, well, we've always used them and they've done a good, so they're going to get selected and selected and selected and selected and selected and selected. That's all. So if you can help, that's a direction I'd like to have a conversation in. But outside of that, I have no issue, so I move for approval.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Item number 24 was pulled, a resolution amending City Council Policy 2 on travel and business expense. And who pulled this one? Councilman Hernandez. You gonna put your light on?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sorry, I like the old way. What we end up having is I took one trip and then the funding was gone when normally it would have been within the budget that I had. And then you have, some other council members taking trips to California and Kansas City and all those other places. And then, there goes the budget. So looking at possibly just going back to the individual council budget.
So to the amounts, we had the 3,600 individual budget and eliminate the travel pool?
Right.
Okay, but that's a budget item. This is a council policy, so that would require a budget amendment. Is that correct, Mr. Zimmer?
We want to make sure the policy goes back to the.
So do the policy first?
Right.
I second.
Okay, what's that, Councilman? So this,
No, the budget doesn't change. The amount doesn't change. It's not affecting the budget.
Okay.
What we're talking about is a policy on how it's allotted to individual council members.
yeah, just divided by the.
Right, so we just divide it up in half.
So why don't we go back just to explain for clarity?
Okay.
Can you explain what the old policy was?
Sure.
And what the new one is?
So the prior policy was each council member received $3,600 for business and travel expenses. And those included, in addition to travel, it was luncheons or banquets, subscriptions to periodicals, membership dues for associations. So they could use it for a variety of uses, and it was budgeted at the beginning of each council term. So this last budget year, around September, October, the FY 2025, the council amended their policy, so they reduced the amount that they received to $1,000 for individually. So each council member got $1,000 for those purposes, and then they created a travel pool. And the travel pool is $15,000. It's only to be used for travel. So what this policy was put into place for was to create a process on how to draw from that travel policy. Now, if you note, the policy does state when the city operating budget includes funds for a shared travel business expense pool. So that means if we have one. So I don't know if it requires amendment here. I mean, if you want to go back to the other way, this is just if we have a travel pool, then this is how we would work it. So that's what the policy currently states. That's what the proposed policy states.
Okay, thank you. Let me get some questions answered. Councilwoman Paxson?
Thank you, Mayor. I serve under the different schematic. Did we have a group? Like now we have it's 1,000 a person plus 15 pool. Did we have a pool when we had the 36,000?
No, ma'am.
No, it was
We
just
did
all.
not. Mm-mm.
I'd be curious, and forgive me, I know I'm going to get some glares, but I'd be curious to see how we defined which publications/association fees felt like they were nominations for this funding. And I realize that as 9 members who spend probably 40 plus hours of basically volunteer time and get $6,000 a year, I know that when you're a normal employee, you have other benefits that offset a salary, and I get that in a professional setting. But as public servants, it's honestly a little difficult for me to see that item in there. So I was curious how we defined subscriptions to publications. Is that TML? Is that those kinds of association fees? I mean, I would hope it's not an athletic club membership.
Oh, no. So
because it's a little vague to me.
The policy states, so that's strictly from the policy, it's 2E, it talks about business-related expenses. So their luncheons, banquets, similar type ticket charges where the council members will be representing the city. So it's not for personal use, it's representing the city. So a TML, that would be something that would be appropriate. In addition, though, in 2C of the policy states each council member will, in his or her reasonable discretion, individually determine the necessity for and benefits to be derived from travel or business-related charges to be incurred. So some of it is also at the council member's discretion if they feel that the particular cost is, the particular fee is appropriate.
Okay, I see what you're describing. It just read vague to me. And so I was just curious on if there was any kind of elaboration, but it sounds like it's just very vague.
Yeah, it's flexible.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so back to the amount, the pool amount. The $15,000 was the same amount that was allocated prior to changing this, is that correct? No.
The $15,000, that just came into play this last budget year.
Because before it was 30.
It was $3,600.
36 times 9, or was it more for the mayor, or how did that go?
This policy applies to council members.
It was 36 times 9 is 32,400.
So it went down to
Yeah.
15,000.
So in total, when you add the 9,000,
Yes,
1,000
that's
per
right.
district, and then the 15,000, that's 24,000. So the budget right now is 8,400 less than what it was when it was the 3,600 per district. And that was
Okay.
part of Councilman then Pusley's.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah,
Okay.
to reduce the budget by 8,400.
Okay, but I also remember that, I think it came down to that we didn't really use that much, like, some of us didn't use any of it, and I
That's
guess
true.
that's what he was referring to.
That's Yeah.
And that others maxed it out, the
3,600.
Okay,
That's correct.
okay, so if we go back to that, it would actually increase it. Let's say we all max it out, but if we don't, Wait, okay, so if we, the amount will stay the same right now, 15,000?
This policy doesn't amend the amount.
Okay. So it would just go then to, back to 3,600 if we
We wouldn't have
agree?
enough money to do it, so you'd have to take, I don't know what's remaining in the budget. Some may have been spent.
We have to look. I don't have that number right now, but
But if
we
you
can
look
look at it.
Okay, so this is a policy thing, not for this year's budget, but for going into next year's budget, that you would split whatever funding we have up by, divided by 8. So if we only have 24,000, that's 3,000 per council member, and you live within your budget.
Okay,
It's all, it's not to change the amount of what was budgeted.
Okay.
It's
Oh,
just
I
a
see.
policy and to split it into
Okay.
individual council members.
that makes
And
sense.
manage their own budget.
Okay. All right, thank you.
For this, but you would approve this policy change here, Councilman
To-
Hernandez?
To divide
For the
it
rest of this
by
year?
3,000 instead. Okay.
We would change it to go back to 3,600 and no pool,
Well, no,
No,
not to
it's
3,600, just whatever the budget is, divided by 8.
the current budget.
The current
When would,
budget.
oh, so you want it effective immediately?
Current?
Well,
well,
I don't
then-
know what's left. I mean, we're already more than halfway through the budget. I'm
Yeah, we
sure
would
most
have
of
to
it's-
look. So could we,
I don't even know how much is left.
That's what I'm
I don't,
saying, yeah.
I don't have that information.
It's easy to do for the next budget. 'Cause
I know.
we'll-
Yes.
So we would have to adjust the policy for the next budget.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Well, no, I'm sorry, the policy states that it's if we have a pool in place. That's what it says.
Yeah.
So if we don't have a pool in place, then we don't need to. In other words, the amendment is, it's only if a pool is in place. So you could pass it, and if a
Does
pool's
it
not in
say-
place, then it wouldn't apply.
I'm sorry, I don't see the word if.
When, I'm sorry.
When, yeah, when the.
Just when?
Yes.
Okay, so, I mean, this is kind of when it's that case.
Yeah,
So
when we
maybe-
have
maybe you
one,
should
then
change
these are the
when to
rules.
if.
Yeah, we could.
Okay.
So make an amendment to
Well,
change
hang on,
when
let's
to
do
if.
one more.
She wants to do some more discussion.
Councilman Roy, and then we'll get back to the,
The only question I have, because I don't remember, if we don't use it, do we have to vote to give it back, or it automatically goes back?
It just goes back to fund balance, Councilman.
Thank you. That's all, that's my only question.
okay. So then, no, we're done, but I thought Councilman Hernandez was making an amendment. Did we already do a motion? I think we did.
I read when there's a shared pool to be interchangeable with if. I have no issue with that wording. So to me, if,
I would be clear as day. So somebody, what is it? Well, yeah, Councilman, go ahead.
Is that, if that's how it's interpreted, maybe we get a legal description from Miles. Is when and if the same thing legally?
In this context, the effect is no different between
Okay,
when and
I'm
if.
good with it then.
Okay, so what is the motion?
So the motion is to approve.
Okay.
Okay, and we have a second. Any further discussion?
I'm sorry, but I just want to make sure I'm clear. I'm not. So is this to do the divide by 9 for the rest of this fiscal year, Councilman?
8. The mayor's separate.
Okay, is it divide by 8 for the rest of this fiscal year?
No.
Just
We've already spent, I mean, we're talking about in the next budget
The next
cycle.
budget.
You just separate it,
Okay.
divide by 8.
So you're going to approve this policy, and then in the budget, we'll set it up like the way it used to be?
Yes.
But do the 24,000 divided by 8?
Right.
Whatever we assign for the budget.
Yeah, okay.
All right,
Okay.
please
Thank you.
submit your
Thank
vote. Okay, the motion carries. Let's see, we're going to go to item number 25. And that was an ordinance amending the roadway master plan map and the urban transportation plan map. And who pulled this one? Was it staff? No, you did. Councilman Hernandez, go ahead.
Okay, so this was was more complicated than I thought when I first initially glanced at this. And it talks about changing the several roads from larger roads to smaller roads. So going from a C3 collector to a C1 collector. Now, you know, So Ernie, for future reference, when you have these things in here, you need to describe what those particular roads are and what their dimensions are and what the impact is. So like the information that's in the infrastructure design manual as to the difference between a C1 collector and a C3 collector, right? So the right-of-way is different, the length, the width of the road is different, the striping is different per the IDM. Where's Jeff? Jeff left, okay. Well, so can really see the define as to what that is.
Okay.
So I had to go back and look at it, and sorry, let me log back in here. Okay, so in terms of some of these roads, there's some definitions here because we don't know what's here. I mean, has any of this been platted?
Yes, two of them have been. They're still master. Right, yeah, so this is master. Right now, we're only working to amend the UTP, and then we're going to go into that process.
There's some specifics to this because you have a difference between a collector and a residential collector.
Right, right.
So if you have a collector, are you going to allow to have houses or residences on a collector versus a residential collector?
So on a portion of it, yes, but I think since all of council is going to vote, I probably need to go through the presentation and.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, so this is an ordinance amending 3 segments of the Transportation Master Plan. There's future developments here. One is Marabella and the other one is Kings Lake West developments. And for background, Public Works is responsible for administrating requests for amendments to the city's transportation plan. The chart on this slide summarizes each segment that's considered for modification. The party who made the request, so there's a requester column there, that's who made the request, and the existing classifications per the master plan, and then the proposed modifications. So each development provided engineering studies, identifying traffic impacts at full development and proposed traffic volumes. Existing and proposed intersections within at least a mile were considered. So if you look at this table, the first column is the road that's being impacted. I'm going to show you the maps here in the next couple of slides. The next column is the classification of the roadway, and that's what Councilman Hernandez was referring to. Each classification has a specific right-of-way width and lane designation, and then the limits for the request. And then on this column where it says proposed modification, you're going from the left where it says classification, that's the way it is classified, and then to the right where it says proposed, that's what they're proposing. The requester is the individual developer making the request. One of those is the city of Corpus Christi. And then this item went to Planning Commission, and so the last column shows what Planning Commission voted yes on and what they voted no on. So this is to be helpful here, as Councilman Hernandez had mentioned, there's a lot going on here. And so what we did is we put a big picture here to explain the before and after. So I'm going to go slow and explain the before and after so that you all can track what the request was being made by the developer, and then what we proposed at Public Works after the Planning Commission meeting. And so if you look at the there's a number 1, 2, 3, and 4 to give you your bearings. If you look at the far left, it says Crosstown 286, and then on the very top it says Weber FM 43. Okay, and so the proposed development is the blue, which is Marabella. And then you have the yellow, Kings Lake West. And then on the top of Kings Lake West, there's a Caspian. And so the existing conditions here on the master plan, that's if nobody questioned anything and they went as per the plan, that's what they would build. So on number 1, that C3 collector, that's the existing condition. On number 2, that County Road 22, that's an existing condition, A2 arterial. And then number 3 is existing condition C3 collector, and number 4, existing condition A2 arterial. So that's what's on the plan as is. Okay, so then if you go to the next slide, this is what's proposed. So you're going to flip back and forth from the existing to the proposed so that you can see what this table is talking about. So if you go to the existing on number 1, existing on the plan was a C3, and then what's being proposed is a C1. And then if you go to number 2, existing is an A2, and then proposed is a C1. And then on number 3, existing is a C3 and proposed is a C1. And then on number 4, existing was an A2 and proposed is an A2 to remain the same. And so we're asking for 3 modifications to the plan. Okay, and so in the recommendation, after we went to Planning Commission, if you looked at that number 1 request, Planning Commission said, yes, we're good with that number road C3 getting changed to a C1. On number 2, Planning Commission agreed. They said, yes, that A2, we agree with that being converted to a C1, and that one is a city request. On number 3, it was Planning Commission said, we agree with the C3 being modified to a C1. And then on number 4, we were going to go and go from an A2 to a C1. And so Planning Commission said no to that one, and that's why we left that one as an A2 where you're seeing the proposal for today. And so, to your question, Councilman Hernandez, we did have a traffic impact analysis performed on the Marabella and then also on the Kings Lake West. And the process that we use to draw conclusions on our recommendations is that every road, you have to anticipate how much volume each road is going to take in the future. And the recommendation is based off of whether or not we feel that that road could handle the future volumes. So a wider road has a future capacity of potentially 20,000 vehicles versus a very small C1 collector has a future capacity of like 4,000 vehicles. So all that engineering analysis was performed by the developers' engineering firms, that they performed the traffic impact analysis, and then we reviewed that at Traffic Public Works. And then based on that result, we went ahead and made recommendations which are finalized here on this table. And so these are the recommendations that we support as Traffic Engineering Department, and then also in communication with the developers' engineers who perform the traffic impact analysis. And I understand your question, and when you called me last night, I sent you the document showing the future, I guess the future layouts anticipated, but for this request, we're only talking about adjustments to the UTP. You still have the next process, which actually dive into the plating and then the development plans, or the public improvement plans.
Okay, so a couple of questions here. We obviously have TxDOT that is improving the 286 from, I guess, from FM 44 all the way to 2444.
Yes, sir.
Right, which is Weber to Staples. Mm-hmm. And we were talking about the overpasses and where they were being located. Were you able to determine that?
Yes, sir. So if you go here, the future overpass on the schematic that we had access to, on 286, one of the overpasses is at County Road 22, and the other one is at County Road 20A. And,
okay.
and from what I reviewed on the Marabella, they're going to also have a collector splitting the difference in between there. I believe it's a C3, and it's going to tie into 286. So you're also going to have that additional road tying into 286 in the middle, but the overpasses are going to be at 22 and 20A.
Okay, so you're going to have the C1 collector at the overpass and the C3 collector not at the overpass?
There's two, the C3 will be at the, the C320A or the C3 splitting the
Well,
difference?
You said the splitting one.
That one will just tie into the side of.
Tie into the side.
Right, yes, sir.
Okay, and then I went back and looked, because I remember King Lake had a preliminary plat, and it doesn't match what you have here.
Which one?
The section in yellow.
Okay, okay.
That does not match the preliminary plat.
Okay, and like I said, that's preliminary. They still have to go through that process to finalize after we approve the adjustments.
Okay, because, I mean, you're going to have to come back and change it, because the way the preliminary plat reads is it moves it into that area, the yellow area.
Right, yeah, no, as far as what you're talking about, this is not, you're correct, this is not to scale, but it does move up because there's an easement there, and so that's why they had to dogleg up that little road because of the easement that is
Okay,
on
so
bottom.
according to our UDC, can you have houses on a C1 collector?
I'll let Renee answer that.
To answer your question, can you have houses on a C1 collector? Yes, the preference is that the houses don't front, but the UDC only specifically speaks to arterials, not fronting or providing a buffer. It doesn't have that language for collectors, if that makes sense.
Right, so like if you're on Yorktown, they have those little medians.
The marginal
side
streets, yes.
Right.
But the UDC is specific to the arterials, not to collectors. So we request it, but they're not mandated to.
Okay, so you approve the preliminary plat, and then you're coming back to change the UTP in order to be in conformance with the preliminary plat.
Yeah, and I can't speak to all of the processes with development services, but I think they still have to final plat, and that final plat still offers an opportunity to make changes, if that makes sense.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, but like I said, this seems a little backwards. You approve the plat, or the preliminary plat was approved prior to the UTP changing, so now you're going to have to change the UTP in order to conform with the plat.
I'm not sure when the master preliminary plat got approved, but as part of the process, they were asked to do a study, or they asked for an amendment to the plan. So their plan, like you said, there was a change or shift in that alignment. They accounted for that in the analysis that they did. So they're showing it as a C1, and that's what they requested, that reduction. So like Ernie said, you know, I wouldn't focus so much on where the alignment of the line lays. It's more so we're here to confirm that, yes, we want to reduce the classification of the roadway. And they've accounted for that in the exhibit that I've seen. They show the shift, and they show reduction to C1 for Kings Lake.
I guess it just, you know, this whole thing makes me uncomfortable.
Understood.
You know, because this is going to make, you know, we're making decisions for the mobility for the future of this area, right? And I understand you have the A2 there, and then there's supposed to be a school somewhere here as well. London ISD was proposing a school somewhere here. Do we have where that's going to be?
No, we do not have the information. We've seen preliminary, you know, documents, but nothing formal. And so let me speak to the process so council could understand. At Public Works, we received the request for the UTP amendments, right? And based on those requests, we work with the developer's consultant to analyze proposed volumes to see whether or not the category road can handle that volume. And if we don't do this process, then we're going to have to go back with the developer and then get into scenarios of, well, this may happen and that may happen. We can only work off of the information they provide. And so they provide us the traffic impact analysis, they provide us preliminary plats, and then with that, they expect us to look at those volumes, provide concurrence, go to planning, and then make a recommendation. We don't, if the requirement was give us everything final, and then make that recommendation, well, then they can't finalize it because they're designing it based on what they want the road to be reduced to, not what the requirement is.
Okay, so this is an ordinance, so this is going to have two readings, right? So
Correct.
What I'd like, you know, whatever happens, whether it passes or doesn't, whatever, I want to understand how the plat was approved prior to the UTP. And I want to know where that school is going to be, because that would make some decisions on where some of what size these roads are going to be. And just understanding, the whole thing is it's going to work. And I believe this is where we're going to put the TERS, this whole area. Where'd Peter go? This proposed area for the TERS. So, I mean, I want to make sure we're doing this the right way. So I'll hold on to my question, see if anybody else has any questions.
Councilman Roy.
So Ernie, I wanted to just clarify. You said on the one on the right, which is the proposed amendment, which is what, and you're in agreement in terms of what the recommendation of the Planning Commission?
Correct, yes, sir. What we're proposing here is what we're in agreement with, and it's what planning recommended.
Just so I can get my head around it, when you're looking at the section 3, which is Kings Lake West, because it's kind of interesting because it goes to the C1 collector, then it goes up to the proposed parkway for the Oso Parkway, right? How large is that area? Do you know offhand, just approximate?
As far as the...
in terms of, I'm just looking at how that's being navigated. It doesn't really have anything to do with this particular item. But what happens is they can come along this C1, and then they'll have the ability to go on to the Oso Parkway and then cut north to the C3 collector if they want, or they can keep going all the way to Weber, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Yeah, I just was trying to get a scale to understand my scalability of how big Kings Lake West is.
Right. Yes, they'll be able to cut across north to Weber.
Yeah. Okay. All right, that's the only question I had.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Ernie. I think that's all. Councilman Hernandez, were you?
Move for approval.
Okay.
Wait, public comment here. Oh, sorry.
Oh, yes. Who has public? Is there anyone in the audience? Well, do we have public comment? Is consent?
Ordinance. Yeah, you ask if anybody wants to pull, but if you want to.
Oh, I did ask if anybody wanted to pull an item.
Okay.
This one is being pulled.
All right. So you want Mr. Mustagashi?
No, the question is there public comment on this as a consent?
Yes,
There is.
There is. We asked for it at the beginning, but if you want to entertain it now, we can.
Okay, and you would like to speak? Go ahead.
Moses Mastagasi, Coastal Bend Lots, District 5. So just to give some clarity, I deal with a lot of these UTP amendments. Just to start off, I want to remind council that only the purple and the yellow have been annexed into the city. So this is a future UTP amendment in a 2,500 acre area of Corpus. So we are working on number 1. We did get a TIA that showed that could be a C1 collector versus a C3 collector. We worked with the city on number 2. Because this development, the blue area is 300 acres, we put our own C3 collectors actually in the neighborhood itself, and then it abuts County Road 20, which could be a C3 collector. The things that I want the council to understand with those two developments, those are shovel-ready projects that would still take roughly 10 years to complete, right, for the blue area. So you'll get some improvements in the blue area. The county road, bless you, the county road area, County Road 22, and then the County Road A. The other land developer had proposed number 4 to go from an arterial road to a C1 collector and was denied by Planning Commission, and I agree with Perks, that needs to stay an A2 collector because think of SBID and Saratoga, that's what this is going to be. You're going to have 286, that's going to be your new Saratoga. That road there connects Weber to Staples, but you're talking massive amount of development has to actually occur for that to happen. The proposed parkway that you see up there, that's never going to happen. The reality is the developer in the orange will not develop that section, and it will not tie into the property here. And when I say not, you're talking 50 years. That's the reality. So don't look at that as an avenue that can happen tomorrow for traffic purposes. The thing that I have heartburn on this process, because I've gone through this process for the last 20 years with the city, is that the size of the roads I'm not so concerned with. What you guys don't know is that Planning Commission 3 weeks ago approved a half road, and the city needs to stop allowing half roads. Half road development, so that the developer came to ask that A2 road be changed to a C1. He was denied, but then he came back and asked for a half road build, which basically allows him to build half of the road. You're going to have another LIPS, where tomorrow the road is not going to be available for the public. The road is going to deteriorate. It's something that I've already talked to Development Services about correcting in the UDC. If a developer wants to develop, they need to build the road. We did it for where Oso Parkway is for CCISD. We did it for Lady Claudia. We abut schools all the time, and we build those larger roads because of the traffic and ultimately the connectivity and the construction of the road.
Thank you, Mr. Mastigasi. We appreciate it. We do. Anyone else? Anybody else like to speak on item number 25? Okay. Yeah. Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that input and providing us a little bit of oversight to this whole area. I am curious, though, Mr. Mastigasi cited that the recommendation from your department, from staff, was on item 4, which is this County Road 43, was to not put it down to a C1, if I'm not mistaken. The packet in front of me, the way I'm reading it, is that that recommendation has been changed so that we are to put that to a C1. Is that correct?
No, ma'am. That, if you're looking at street number 4, that's going to remain as an A2. But if you're, so we made a correction last night, so I don't know if you received the correction. And the table was flipped, and so we issued that correction last night. That was on me. Apologize.
Okay, no problem, no problem. I just read it in this box.
Right,
that it said
right.
C1. I apologize there. So we're saying C1, 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 and on number 4, keep that as an A2.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay, and so if I understand the summation of this insight that was just given to kind of the future geography of the area, that's my big concern is, you know, we grapple with that in District 4 is now we've got this small road and development has increased and this road is overtaxed, the wear and tear on it, the mobility, that's always an issue. It's easier to go down than to scale back up if we needed to. But I think what he said is this aligns with that overall plan like you guys are saying. So that answered my questions on it. I don't have a problem then if you're saying this works for you guys.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Council.
Wait, I can wait.
No, you're good, Council.
No, I want to wait. Now I don't want to talk.
Oh, you don't?
Oh, I thought.
Okay.
Am I talking? All right, so, yeah, I was confused too, so just, so what you're saying was we're going and one's going from C3 to C1, two's going from A2 to C1. This is your recommendation. 3 is going from C3 to C1. I've just now exceeded my ability to track letters and numbers. And you're saying for 4, you're recommending, your language is it stays A2.
Correct, as per the plan.
All right, and then Moses, I didn't understand if I'm missing something, if there's something missing to that recommendation. And I don't know is it too late to ask him up?
No, I think Renee can clarify on the half-street comment, but before.
Well, yeah, that's the second, we can talk about that in a minute, right? That's separate, isn't it?
That's separate, yes, sir. Okay. This is just the UTP
I wrote a note
amendments.
to tell you no half roads anymore.
Right,
That's
right.
just so I get that out of the way.
Right. This is only to discuss the UTP adjustments. Yes.
But I just wanted to, I was listening to Moses, I was trying to track what the recommendations were, and I'm not sure I understood what his comments were regarding your recommendations. And those are important to me. So I just didn't, if I could get clarification, Moses did.
Yeah, so if you look at the diagram, what he's mentioning is that, and Renee can come up and clarify if she needs to, but when a developer, kind of like what you saw on Lipes, when they only develop one side and the other developer doesn't come and develop the other side, they're going to build half the street. They're not going to build the full planned street. So they'll be required by UDC to do a two-way roadway, but he's correct in that they'll only build half the street, and then you'll end up with a scenario like Lipes.
And why is that significant to my question about how the developer out there feels about your final recommendations?
Well, this is where I can't speak for Mr. Mastagashi, but usually what some developers do is they'll go and request participation monies to build the full roadway when they own both sides. In this case, a developer only owns one side, then a different developer owns the other side. They'll only build half the street till the other developer comes along. And so that's what the scenario is presenting itself.
I know, but how does that tie in with moving from C3 to C1s?
As far as my recommendation is concerned, it doesn't impact the adjustments.
That's my point, that I wanted to make sure what I was listening from the major developer in that area, without talking about half roads, if the guy that's out there doing all this, and you're not alone, but what Moses thought about those changes. And I didn't understand if he supported them or not, honestly. And that's why I was going to ask him to come answer my question. If I could get Mr. Mastagashi to come to the podium, that is okay with you, Mayor? It's just clarification.
Yes, you can.
So Moses.
Sorry, when you only get 3 minutes, you got to go very quickly. So I do support the size reductions. The size reductions were based on a traffic analysis study that ultimately analyzes this area if, and the key word is, if this area is annexed into the city. This area is not annexed into the city. So all of this doesn't matter until areas are annexed into the city. If they're not annexed, you're going to have 20-foot county roads. And so we support this. We, in a sense, the C1, so Ernie's correct. You can move alignments. This developer right now chose to move the alignment of the C1 collector, which is news to me because according to the new master plan that was passed with the impact fee study, I thought that C1 collectors couldn't have homes abutting in front of it. This UTP amendment shows the C1 collector, number 3, dividing between 2 property lines, exactly aligning with the county road that exists today, which is in between 2 property lines. Their preliminary plat was approved by Planning Commission with a shift that put that whole C1 collector on their own property. So they chose to shift that C1 collector onto their property and build it for access for themselves, which somewhat landlocks the property right below it, which goes against this UTP amendment. So my issue with this, one portion of it is, if we have a UTP amendment, then the planning department and planning commission needs to, in a sense, follow that same amendment, or they have to come back and get another amendment. So which one is valid, the UTP or the plat that's already been approved? There is sometimes notes on plat that say that the plat is conditional on this being approved. So if this gets approved, technically their plat doesn't coincide with the exact alignment that's here. Now, Public Works will tell you, these are lines that can be altered left and right, but that's normally if you own both sides of the land, you can alter left, right, as long as the endpoints line up with the next landowner's property. So again, I support number 1, I support number 2, I definitely support number 4, I support the sizing of number 3, the location to me is odd, and I don't support half roads being developed on any size road, because I think ultimately that's a traffic issue, that's a safety issue, and more importantly, that's going to be a taxpayer issue, because those roads are going to eventually have issues and they're not going to match. So this road will get developed, and 20 years from now, the road abutting it will come along, or you'll have another Lipes where you got to veer off to the left. But again, that's something that's separate. We are working hand in hand with all the developers in the area to master plan this correctly, because traffic is very important. I will answer a couple of questions. This is 2,500 acres. The London ISD was promised some land in the area. That promise no longer exists, so they don't know where they're going to go in this area. And that promise wasn't from me. But we are working with them to try to find them a new location in this area, because they want to stop having all their campuses on one site. And then we're pushing for everybody to annex, to get to be a part of the TERS, so that this can ultimately grow the right way. But the infrastructure and this planning is very key. So hopefully that answers a little bit more of y'all's questions.
And the public's invested massive amounts of money with the extension across town to make sure. So we would love for you guys all to be part of the city, and we can provide the services and the tax revenue. So I got what I needed, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Bond.
I think he is probably one of our really good builders that cares about the future of the city, and what we do now is going to matter down the road. And I just want to say I totally agree with him on the half roads. How can we change that? To me, that is a ridiculous thing to do, to get to build half a road.
Yeah.
And then it's down the road. So what can we do to change that?
Just get more money, more budget to do the participation agreements and build the full roadway? Is that what you're asking?
No, I'm just saying the developer needs to pay for the entire road.
You would have to. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry. I guess to clarify, like on the master plan, the way it's set up, right, is that it splits these lines, these proposed alignments along a property line. So historically, whenever someone comes to develop, right, the developer, if you don't own the property on either side of that proposed alignment, then you're just required to give half dedication. So that's why you end up with half streets, because it's just how this master plan has been set up historically. Now, if these alignments run in the middle of a property that you own, then you're required to at least build up to a C1. If the city wants you to build a higher classification, that's where like the participation agreements come in. But to Moses's point, that's why you end up with these half streets, because you have one developer on one side, another on the other side, and each is only required to dedicate half of that proposed right-of-way. So
You're smart. You need to come up with a way to change that.
Okay. And then our UDC does say that Planning Commission can deny half streets, but if you do allow it, they're required to at least build for two-way traffic.
Well, then maybe we need to talk to the Planning Commission. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, this will be the last. And like I said, I know this is a two reading since it's an ordinance. And so I'll expect a few things. So Peter, I'd like to have Development Services here to answer some of these questions on what, maybe it's Andrew Demas or Mike Dice or one of those guys to kind of explain how this is all set up. Also want some clarity as to what if you can build houses on a C1. Specifically, is there something in the UDC that says that? I want some clarity on that. I want some idea of where the school, I guess the school was promised a piece of property, now it's not there, but that also has impact on what size of roads you're going to need. I believe it's supposed to be an elementary.
Correct.
So there's a lot of questions here that I don't want us to set us up for failure going in the future, because I don't know if it'll come back to us if we annex and the UTP is already in place. So I'm going to vote to approve it, and then we'll talk, when you come back on this for the second reading.
We'll bring you that data, yes, sir.
Okay, and especially the same where the alignment is for that section going through Kings Lake. Okay.
Okay.
Just want to make sure we're going the right way, but all this information, we got to have, I mean, we're making the decisions that are going to be generational.
Understood.
And we want to make sure we're doing it the right way.
Yes,
Okay?
sir.
All right, thank you.
You already did.
We have a motion. Did we have a second? Second. Any further, should I ask? Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. We have item number 29, and then we will break for lunch. This is the last item pulled, and this is sending, ordinance adding annexed areas to City Council Districts 1 and 3. And who pulled 29? You had pulled it? Go ahead.
I wanted to see, because I think this is around the bootstraps, makeup, I believe, right? Isn't it around there? That's what I was trying to see. Is bootstraps around this district?
Where was bootstrap around?
Isn't it around that area?
By Landale.
Yeah, it's far.
But is it by district?
It was maybe one.
Is this part of it?
No.
No, not at all.
No,
Okay.
not at all.
All right,
Going to
then.
make a motion to approve?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, Councilman Cantu, did you have a question or comment?
I was just trying to, before this item came up, I wanted to see if we could get PD out of the way, and they've been waiting for a long time. I just wanted to see if we could get them next.
What is PD waiting for? Which one?
There's a briefing.
Oh, the same, sorry.
I think it'd be pretty quick.
Oh, the crime.
Yeah, they've been waiting for a while. Just my thought.
Sure have. Raise your hand if you're PD.
There's too many of them here. We need them on the streets.
We're safe.
As if, I know, I feel so safe today. Okay, well, let's.
Motion to approve, so I don't know.
We have a motion and a second. Yeah, please submit your vote, and this is just for the ordinance annexing, yeah. You asked your question, yeah. Yeah, okay, the motion carries. PD, where are you? It is 2:46. Yeah, but we've got some executive session items as well. Chief Markle, are you presenting, or? We can do, how long is, or who's presenting, though? Oh, back here. Well, we might have to do that, but.
It's going to take a little bit, right, Chief? You're probably talking for 30 to 45 minutes, Mayor. Yeah.
So, Chief? In great mood. We're going to be in a much better mood in after lunch. Well, I'm happy to do it.
Can we just go eat lunch and come right back?
And then we do have, what do we have, 3? We have 4.
I think we ought to make Tuesday a fasting day.
Okay.
That'll get people anxious to
You're right.
asking questions.
Exactly. Yeah, so let's go. We're gonna break for lunch. We'll figure it out, I'm going to go ahead and state this, but we'll see what we do. All right, so the council's going to go into executive session, not necessarily, though, but I'm going to state it just in case. Items 38 through 41 per Texas Government Code 551.071, 551.072, and 551.074. We will return quickly. We're going to go fast, guys, ladies. Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting, and we're going to move item number 35, which is a briefing. Up next, our crime statistics briefing.
Good afternoon, Mike Markle, Police Department. Thank you for skipping the fire department. I appreciate that. Makes us feel special. Today's briefing is going to be follow-up to some of your questions. I invite lots of questions. Remember, your police department tracks thousands of points of intersecting crime data, so for us to barrage you with open numbers would be probably confusing and not leave you in a good place, right? So you'll receive general numbers, and I encourage you district-wise, if you have questions about nuances of your district and what crimes you want to know about or anything you're interested in, please, I invite you to ask as many questions as you feel necessary or want to be curious about. A primary presentation will be Chief Todd Green and his Deputy Chief Billy Breedlove, followed by Deputy Chief Hollis Bowers over Narcotics Vice. And our gang unit captain is here, Captain Moore. And presenting will be the one and only Austin Yohek, who is a wonderful example of our gang unit and special task force officer. So ask away, enjoy your officers, and please be inquisitive. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Todd Green, Assistant Chief of the Investigations Bureau at the Police Department. Thank you, Council, for having us back to talk about some of the crime data updates from last meeting, as well as some of the more recent crime reduction initiatives and programs we got going at the Police Department. Today's presentation will cover crime rates by each individual council district. We have a comparison of Corpus Christi crime rates to other cities of similar population across the United States. We have some information on crimes by and against the homeless population, crime prevention programs, narcotics crimes, and gangs and gang-related crime. So this first slide shows violent crime rates by council districts per 10,000 people. And we went back 5 years and looked at 5 years worth of data. And the violent crime, these are the numbers that we report yearly to the FBI that comprise the Uniform Crime Report. So these are official numbers that we send to the FBI on a yearly basis. And that violent crime includes murder, rape, and aggravated assault. So looking at this table over a period of 5 years, every 4 out of the 5 council districts experienced a reduction in violent crime. All but one district, District 2, saw a slight increase in violent crime from 105 in 2020 to 112 in 2024. And that is, again, that's the number per 10,000 population. Next. The reason we use the number 10,000 per 10,000, generally when you see crime stats across the country, it's usually per 100,000. But since we were looking at each individual council district, and there is no council district that has over 100,000 population, we broke it down into per 10,000 to be able to show a good comparison across districts. So this next slide is the property crime rate by district, again, over 5 years. That includes, property crime includes burglary, larceny, which is shoplifting, burglaries of motor vehicles, and those types of thefts, and then motor vehicle theft. Again, 4 out of the 5 districts saw a reduction in property crime from 2020 to 2024. District 2 had a very slight increase from 355 to 358. Next. This next slide is, shows the 2023 violent crime rates, a comparison of Corpus Christi's violent crime rate to 18 other cities of similar population across the United States. And as you can see at the bottom of the slide, it shows where Corpus Christi ranks in comparison to those other cities. Violent crime, overall violent crime, we are number 8. Murder rate, we are 13th. Rape, we are 13th. Robbery, we are 14th. And aggravated assault, we are 7th out of those 19 total cities. Next, please. So the next slide shows our property crime rate, 2023 property crime rate, Corpus Christi's property crime rate in comparison to those same 18 cities across the country. And overall property crime, we are number 12. Burglary, number 10. Larceny, which again is your thefts, your minor thefts, and thefts from motor vehicles, we're number 8. And UUMV, which is motor vehicle theft, we are 17th out of the 19 cities. We have a very effective and active auto theft task force here in Corpus Christi. They work very hard to keep the numbers down, and they're doing a very good job doing that, and you can see that the numbers reflect that. One thing I would caution anybody that uses this data to compare Corpus Christi to other cities is, although we're similar populations, there's no city on this list that is identical to Corpus Christi. Every one of these cities has different makeups and different factors that impact their crime rate. For example, if you look at column 3, it shows how many sworn officers those police departments employ. And if you would notice, Corpus Christi, in 2023, we were at approximately 458. I think we were a little bit higher now. We were at 466, roughly. If you look at the city right below that, Cincinnati, their sworn strength was 916 sworn officers. And their population was approximately 5,000 less than us. So that certainly has a big impact on the differences. When you're looking at cities, you got to consider some of these things. Many of these cities have a sheriff's department that also provides law enforcement services within their city limits. Corpus Christi does not. The Nueces County law enforcement, they perform their law enforcement duties primarily outside the city limits for the vast majority. The other factors to consider are the geographic size of the city. Corpus Christi has a pretty large geographical area for the police department to cover. It's laid out very like in a crescent, as opposed to many cities are more of a circular area. And of course, when you have that crescent, it makes it harder to move police resources across from one end of the city to the other. Obviously, for us, it's very uncommon for an officer that works out in the Cal Allen area or someplace like that to make a call on Padre Island. It would take, half an hour for them just to get there. So it does present some of those problems. Other things to consider with these different cities is what is their prosecutor's office like, their district attorney? How aggressive are they on crime? How well staffed are they? Currently, our Nueces County District Attorney's Office is approximately 12 prosecutors short of full staffing. And just like any organization, our organization included, if we're shorthanded, it makes it harder for us to deliver our services. And they certainly do a good job there at the District Attorney's Office with what they have, but they are certainly hamstrung by a lack of enough prosecutors. And then the court system enters into it as well. Are there enough courts? Are there enough judges to handle the amount of crime or the amount of cases that we push to the prosecutors, who in turn, there have to be courts in order to handle all of that? Jail capacity is another issue. These jurisdictions, do they have jail capacity large enough to keep people in jail when we arrest them, when we find them committing crimes until their trial date, or do they have to release them on a constant basis because they have to keep the jail from being overpopulated? That's an issue that we experience here in Nueces County. The jail is frequently either at or near capacity, and decisions have to be made about letting people go on bonds who many times go right back out on the street and reoffend. And then prison capacity as well. That's, you know, if we do make it through the court system, through the process, and they're convicted, is there capacity in the prison system and to make them serve their full sentence, or are they getting out, you know, with shortened sentences very quickly because of lack of prison space? And then lastly, socioeconomic factors. You know, some of these cities on this list, I think, are pretty high income suburbs of large metropolitan areas. They're not a standalone city like Corpus Christi. So there's many factors there that impact crime rates. With that being said, we still do a very good job. Our crime rates may be a little bit higher in comparison to some of these cities, but we do an excellent job with our clearance rates. The national clearance rate for homicide has fallen steadily over the years from the, well, in the last few years it was in the mid-60s. The most recent data that I could find, it had fallen to 58% clearance rate. That means a person that commits a murder, 58% chance that they get arrested, that somebody is arrested for that crime. That's nationwide. Our clearance rate for homicide over the past 5 years is 95%. We have some outstanding detectives. We have really good patrol officers. We have an outstanding crime scene unit that all work together to impact those clearance rates, excuse me. Our sexual assault clearance rate is 30%, where the nationwide average is 27%. Our clearance rate for robbery is 29%. The national average is 27%. Our aggravated assault clearance rate is 39%. The national average is a little higher at 46%. So we know we have some work to do there, and there's several initiatives that we have in place to impact that. Looking at property crimes, excuse me, our clearance rate is 13% for burglaries. Nationwide, it's 14%. For larceny, overall larceny, our clearance rate is 22%. And nationwide, it's only 15%. So we're 7% over the national average when it comes to clearance rates. And then for motor vehicle theft, our clearance rate is 16%, and the national average is only 8%. So we're double the national average. And I think that there again, that speaks to how good our auto theft task force is, and of course the patrol officers and the officers that work the streets. So that's some pretty good numbers there. Next. So this next slide is a quick snapshot of homeless crime. We were asked about homeless crime, I think, in the last council meeting, and how does that, what do our numbers look like for homeless crimes involving homeless people? So we only went back 2 years, and if you look, the table on the left is offenders, so that's homeless individuals that were arrested for various offenses. I think when you look at get to the bottom of the slide, you can see, or that table, most of the crimes that the homeless are arrested for are the nuisance crimes, the quality of life crimes, certainly that are very important to our community, but public intoxication, criminal trespass, drug possession, and warrants of arrest, which frequently are warrants that come out because they were arrested and then they failed to show up for their court date, so there's a warrant issued for them to be re-arrested. The second table is homeless victims, and because they are a vulnerable population out on the street, they are easy targets many times for people that commit sexual assaults or aggravated assaults against them. Larceny, even though they may not have much, they are victims of theft just like anybody else that lives in a house. So these numbers, just to let you know real quickly how we got these numbers, homelessness is not a crime, so we don't track it necessarily. Obviously, we can't arrest somebody from being homeless. And we generally, when we respond to a call, we don't ask people, are you homeless? It's not part of our protocol. The only time we would generally do that is if we're trying to get somebody some services, and we may ask them, hey, if you're homeless, we have some great people. We have a homeless resource officer on our department. We may ask them, hey, are you homeless? Can we help you? Can we get you in touch with a homeless resource officer, maybe get you into some housing, get you some food, some clothing, some medical care, mental health care, whatever it is. So we don't generally ask them, and we don't have a system to really record that. So this data that we were able to pull out of our computer system, our record system, was specifically if when they were either arrested or they were a victim, if they used an address of one of our local homeless shelters, then we were able to go in there and pull that out, and we recognized, well, if you're using an address of a homeless shelter, you're probably homeless. But many, many times that's not the case. They use an old address, they have ID with their prior home address, so we don't know. I would guess that these numbers are probably maybe 3 times as high, just looking at them as what is here. But we did the best we could to try to pull the data out of the system, if that makes sense. Next slide. So one of the things that we do in order to try to maximize our effectiveness and our local impact is we work closely with a number of federal, state, and local law enforcement and service organizations. And we have good relationships with these agencies, these organizations, and we use it to, like I said, to multiply our impact on local crime. If you would notice, for the federal, on the left side of the column, out of the federal agencies, we have Corpus Christi police officers that are assigned or embedded actually with these various law enforcement agencies. They work right alongside with the federal partners, and they work, they're able to maximize, they're able to use federal resources on local crime, targeting local crime, local criminals. We're able to get local crimes filed into the federal system, which the federal system generally is much more, if there's a conviction, the sentences are much longer, they're much more impactful. And then just to be able to use all the resources that the federal government has, the federal law enforcement agencies, the databases, the resources, the equipment, the intelligence analysts, all the things that the federal government can help us with. So that's a great benefit. And we make sure that when we're doing this, we're looking at local crime, local criminals. This is not, we're not giving them to the federal agencies to go work, cases outside the city limits. It's very, very specific about targeting local crime. Next. This next slide shows some of the many crime reduction units that we have here in the police department and several of the many initiatives that either the police department totally supports or that we are members of or we take part in. So the column on the left is the units within our police department. It's not comprehensive. There's still, I probably left a few things out, but these are some of the more important ones that we use that are directed specifically towards different types of crime. You see the bike unit, the enduro unit, the gang unit, which you'll be hearing a presentation on later in this presentation. There's two units in particular I'd like to talk about real quickly before I wrap up and turn it over to Deputy Chief Bowers. And that's the violent crime unit and our NIBIN unit or gun trace unit. The violent crime unit was put together last November after the department and specifically Chief Markle recognized there was a definite increase in violent crime with young individuals between 16 and 24 that were engaging and consistently engaging in violent gun-related crime, firearms-related crimes. And it seemed like there was a growing pattern. So this unit was formed specifically to address that issue. A total of 13 officers from various units in the department were permanently reassigned to this unit. And the unit's tasked with reducing all violent crime, but especially violent gun crimes. They use a variety of tactics to accomplish their goal, which include high visibility sweeps of known high crime areas, bar inspections, traffic enforcement, increased traffic enforcement at night, and on the freeways. And you've probably seen some stories about the reckless drivers that they're taking off the street every weekend, basically. And they're finding weapons on these people. They do surveillance of known violent offenders. They monitor social media and conduct other proactive enforcement tactics. Social media is kind of the gang graffiti of the 2020s now. There's a lot that you can learn, and you can find a lot out about people as opposed to back in the 90s when I was out there. It was on the walls. Well, now it's on phones. It's on cell phones. So the Violent Crime Unit embraces intelligence-led policing. They collaborate with our crime analysts and comb through numerous CCPD databases and platforms to identify violent crime hotspots and offenders. So they go after both the areas where there's an increase in violent gun crime, and then they also identify the offenders, especially repeat offenders, and we come at them from different directions. We try to go after the offenders when we go after the hotspots. The Violent Crime Unit officers then work closely with our CID, with our gang unit, our Narcotics and Vice Investigations Division, and like I said, they go out and target those hotspots and those offenders. Since November, they've been very effective in doing this, and they've made 96 gang contacts. They've conducted 2,643 investigations. They've made 244 felony arrests, 268 misdemeanor arrests, and probably the most important statistic, they've taken 93 firearms away from potentially violent offenders and off of known violent offenders just in that time period. They've been very, very successful unit, and they are very, very good investigators and enforcement people. The last unit that I wanted to speak of is our NIBIN unit, or gun trace unit. It may make more sense. NIBIN is the National Integrated Ballistic Information Network, and it is a database that's run by the Alcohol and Tobacco and Firearms Bureau. And what that database does is anytime there's a gun-related or gun-related crime, We enter the bullet casings or weapons that we recover, we enter into that system, and that system is able to connect various violent crimes to that particular gun, and eventually, hopefully, to the offender. So we have 2 detectives that are assigned to ATF, and that is their mission. They work alongside our forensic firearms examiner. We have 2 of those in the police department. So when we receive casings or we receive a weapon, they run that through the NIBIN system, and they look for comparisons, and they match it up. And it's fascinating how many times when we recover a weapon from somebody, we find out they do a test firing, and we find out that gun's been involved in a drive-by shooting, an aggravated assault, shots fired calls, 3, 4, or 5 different times within a period of a year or so. So these detectives take that information, and then again, they work with our violent crime unit, they work with our detectives, they work with our narcotics officers, whatever it takes to go out and file charges and find those people and file charges on them, recover more weapons if we can, and move forward with that. And just to wrap up my portion of it, just to show how successful these 2 initiatives and overall the emphasis on violent gun crime. Year to date, as of today, we've seen a 16% decrease in aggravated assaults so far this year. So it's impactful what we're doing out there. And probably the most important thing to note is we wouldn't have been able to do all this if it hadn't been for the city council and the city manager and the mayor giving us the additional officers to go out there and do these types of things and go out there and go after these criminals. We just did not have the personnel. 5, 6 years ago, we couldn't have created this unit without severely impacting somewhere else. Somebody else would have had to really suffer. But because of the additional officers that the council has provided us, these are the things that we're able to do. And at that point, before I turn it over to Deputy Chief Bowers, I will available for questions.
Okay. Oops. Okay, no, there you go. Thank you. Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. There's a lot of really great details in there. I know we all are impacted by this to one degree or another in our district. I just had a couple of points I was curious about. In your last slide, there was reference to a homeless weekly outreach coalition. Could you tell me a little bit about that?
I'm not incredibly well versed on that, but it's a coalition that I believe our homeless resource officer attends, and it's I don't know, James, do you have? It's not ours. Our homeless resource officer attends this, and it's like it says, it's a weekly meeting to identify homeless people. And you got it?
Yeah, let me just kind of check out. How y'all doing? Deputy James Lerma, Corpus Christi Police Department Operations Division. And I'm able to speak on this because they worked for me for a short period of time. What it is they meet weekly with some of the area resources just to make sure that everything's up to speed. Is there anything that they need, areas where they could help the homeless people and get them resources? They meet weekly at the La Retama Library, and it's just about resources. How can they get the resources to the people that need it, basically?
I know there's been so much discussion, in this first part of the year about homeless services. We've seen a lot of new support from this council initially to reevaluate putting some resources in our budget to help with this. And I've seen there's been several occasions where questions have been raised about possibly bringing together the different entities for a coalition type setting to tackle this issue successfully. So I was curious to see that there is already something in place. So is it, do we have a standing representative of all of our major groups, or who calls this meeting together? Is there some structure to it that we take away from? And forgive me if these are elementary questions, but I wasn't aware that they were still meeting, so.
They are still meeting, and it's a foundation for future growth, and they meet weekly, like I said, and it's basically to tackle the needs of the homeless population. What can we do as a police department? Like you said, there are limited resources there. But we're doing the best that we can with what we have to make sure that the homeless population gets the resources that they need, whether it's blankets, whether it's some type of meal, where can they go for meals, whether it's Mother Teresa, whether it's the Salvation Army. We want to make sure that all those places are still available for our homeless population. And so when we go out there and our homeless resource officer gets out there, or our patrol officer on the street goes out there, we have the necessary resources and the information to give those people and to make sure that those places are still available. So we meet on a weekly basis to make sure that that's available to them. So if there's a need, we want to make sure that we address it. If there's something we can do as a police department to help those things move forward, we want to make sure that we do that. So,
Is this by chance, is this at all related to, at one time there was a committee on, I think it was homelessness, drug abuse, alcohol abuse. It pretty much died off in 2019 before COVID because they had come to what they thought was like their culmination idea, which was this tiny homes philosophy, community, build people back up on their feet, that kind of thing. But there was no consensus of where we could establish such a concept, and the group kind of, to my understanding, had disbanded. So is this an offspring of that, or is this a separate foundation?
Councilman, I have the answer to the question, so, yeah. The former housing unit that we had, there was a 3-member group before we had to balance the budget last year. That group started this group that meets at the library. So the city homelessness division started these meetings. They do take place once a week, as Lerma said. And the service providers, there's about 10 groups that meet still today. The police department represents the city at the meetings. So there's 10 service groups, approximately entities like MHID, Coastal Bend Wellness, and probably some of the main homeless shelter providers meet, and then they go out into the field to address the issues that the team at the meetings become aware of because of the collective work.
If it was initiated by the city, is it still being driven by the city? Are we the key liaison?
I don't think we're the key liaison. I think it's
I don't think so.
For the police side of it, we all recognize that, number one, you can't broad brush stroke the homeless, right? There's mental illness, there's addiction, there's those that just don't want to live within social constraints. It's by choice. So we recognize that, and we make ourselves part of every initiative. Recently, we've come into an agreement with Dismissed Charities as a drop-off point. One thing we recognize is we don't want to send homeless to the revolving door of the jail, although that's the primary place to receive services, unfortunately. Mm-hmm. So we work on agreements. We work with crisis intervention officers. We have many officers trained that work off duty and are paid through MHID, through the hospital tax, to ride with or work with MHID workers to find resources. So we suffice to say, we understand the big picture. Sure. That we're not the end all. It takes a group effort. And yes, ma'am, some things come together and disband, but they never go away. We're always working as a collective to find the best way forward for our homeless population.
I know at the time in 2019, and I have some history because I served on it for some time.
Yes, ma'am.
One of the things that we had recognized was we had one entity locally that served as the coordinated entry point, but with the constraints and all of the hoops that had to be jumped once you were declared that coordinated entry point, it was not a job that people were lined up at the door to do.
No, and they disband quickly, don't they?
Yes.
We tried it with Pathways, lasted one day till we started dropping folks off. Great intentions, but now Dismissed Charities has stepped up. You have places like Rising Tides and Flower Bluff.
Yes.
We try to connect as many entities or be part of as many entities as necessary, because we are usually the first contact with someone in need.
And
So-
I applaud in recent years, certainly it was a huge conversation piece then, was the continued education that our police department was pursuing to be able to de-escalate and properly handle the situations because they are so multifaceted.
Yes, ma'am.
So is this meeting, previously, it was open to any sort of organization. At the time, we had roughly 44 different homeless service organizations that provided all the different services. You said there's about 10 groups represented now. Is it open to other groups or invitation?
I don't know, honestly. I think
I
we
have
should.
the answer, so
Oh, I'm sorry.
it's not, so
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to.
I'm getting it here from Jennifer Buxton, she's communicating with us. So that former group that was here when I first got here about 6 years ago, and I think their meetings were monthly, and it was 30 to 40 service providers, and they met, and there was, I think the city may have helped to, or at least offered the space. I don't know if we ran the agenda. So this new group is pretty new. It's more, Jennifer describes it as more of an organic grouping, so anybody can come to the meeting, and it's really it's to set a work plan for the day or for the week. And so people come in, like PD, like MHID, others come in and just kind of talk as a group about what are the issues we see out there, and then how do we address them, and then they just go out. So it's very organic, it's not structured, that's why it's still...
It's a volunteer group.
Yeah, it's a volunteer, that's why it's still happening today, even though the city's not there as a lead person, except for the
Do
police.
we have a method of communication to them? So like as back then, it was an
Yeah.
organized committee, and so we had,
Yeah, this one's different from that
It's a little
group.
different.
Yeah.
Okay, I would love if you guys would share some of that meeting date and time. I know you said La Retama once a week. I would love to hear more about that. Something that's I'm very passionate about. I feel like I've studied over the years a lot and worked in this capacity, so I'd really love some more information on these meetings.
Sure, well, we're happy to get back with you, James. We'll follow up, get you some contact information. Again, our goal is to be as accessible. I know that Peter says it's not a city representation, but there is.
You guys are there.
Through the entire
Yeah,
police
the
department.
police department's one of the 10 participants or so.
Yep.
It's less of a meeting, as Jennifer is saying it, more just a collaboration.
Sure.
It's an organic collaboration. People that want to help out come in and say, what are we going to do today or this week? And then they go do it.
Okay.
Yeah,
No,
so there's
but,
no direction.
if you've already got a thread, don't start from ground zero. If you've
Yeah.
got something going and you're wanting to come and support it, and
Yeah.
that, I'm glad to hear that's there. So thank you for
Yeah,
everybody's
that was set up prior,
information.
Yeah,
that
Peter,
group
if you would,
existed.
or I'm sorry, Chief Markle or whomever is going to send it, I think it's an interest for all of us, being that we don't necessarily have a homeless department, to see that information. She can send it to everyone.
James is going to find it
James,
and
thank you.
get it together, and we'll send it.
Yeah, we knew, if I could, Mayor and Councilman Paxton, when we recommended to balance the budget, the elimination, we just couldn't afford it, but we recognized several departments would pick up the slack, so to speak. That included the police department, who already was in the homeless business a little bit. Also included our emergency management coordinator. So Jace is a very big, even when conditions are fine out there, if somebody wants information on homelessness or to donate something, Jace is an everyday contact.
Jace.
Our health district has some homelessness services, so we didn't completely eliminate all homelessness. We had those departments that were doing it alongside that 3-member group, continuing to do it, but just.
Does Jace go to that group?
Yeah.
And I don't mean to get off on homeless too much here, but does Jace go to that group?
No, Jace does not go to that group.
Okay.
Yeah.
You probably should. Probably be a good idea.
He doesn't go
Or a
out in the
liaison
field, so this group goes out into the field, like the police department. Jace is not equipped to go out in the field and do referral services to homelessness. He should be back at the,
Well, what I was getting at with, and I think the mayor's touching on this also, part of my thought process was being able to communicate, since we're having such regular meetings, like, hey, we've got a severe heat weather coming up, a severe freeze weather coming up, here's the resources, here's the city plan, transportation, that kind of thing,
Yeah.
which I'd assume is coming from Jace's office, probably via
he would probably go to, he or somebody would represent that probably in
Right.
this little organic consortium. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Then I just had one more quick question.
sorry.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
We kind of dovetailed. Another thing that we hear a lot is from our crime control board. There's been a few members that come before us, and they're very interested in adding to all the great services that this department, PD, provides by continuing to expound upon and investigate, more creative type situations where we're preventing crime. Has there been, and I believe the Crime Control Board works very closely with you guys. What we're hearing is basically that there's ideas being brought up. And so I'm curious if any of those have been evaluated or looked at, or what kind of efforts we may have in place to pursue some of those more non-traditional avenues for crime prevention. All the fun questions. You said
no, that's
creative.
fine. No, that's fine. That's fine. There's been no formal presentation of ideas. Again, and I have to qualify this, I'm not anti-program, we're not anti-program. There was just a decision made a few years ago to overstaff our crime control with 78 officers that absorbs, we dip into the fund balance, right? We do deficit spending in crime control until such time as they can be moved into general fund. So there's just not capacity. It's not an issue of not wanting programs. Now, we should understand that much of the list on the left here presented by Chief Green were programs in crime control absorbed by the PD.
I recognize a lot of those are already in the prevention realm.
They were the original programs in the crime control district. We absorbed those within the PD. So they haven't gone away except for 2 programs, I believe, and one was involving truancy, and that's not against the law any longer, so it's not a relevant program. So
for us, if we're getting a lot of calls and emails and messages from members of crime control saying, could we expound on this idea, that idea, whatever. So for you guys, it would make more sense to have like a formal presentation or a formal request.
Sure, programs have budgets, and they have, you want to have measurable outcomes. You want to have a program that is modeled already and understood.
Sure.
We haven't seen that yet, but I guess I'm qualifying that with, even if we see it right now, we don't have capacity to pay for it out of crime control.
Unless it were something completely, a completely non-orthodox type idea where it's not incumbent on a huge budget constraint. Perhaps it's a different collaboration.
If it doesn't involve a budget, then of course, but.
I find systemically when we've got an organization that's operating, very efficiently and very well, and then you've got kind of like these great ideas, and if they don't, there's a communication usually component that's missing. So that's why I wanted to ask there.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
I appreciate that.
Appreciate
Thank you,
the question.
guys.
Yes.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for that great presentation, Chief Green. I had a couple of questions that were submitted to me. One was, and like Chief Markle said, that a lot of those components were observed. How should I say, absorbed by your department as far as in the prevention part. So how does the question is, what does your department use to assess the effectiveness of the program, unit, or initiative? Like for each program, how do you assess that you're doing that you've improved or things are working? What do you use for that?
Well, we use crime data all the time, and that's something that on a daily basis that we have crime data that we evaluate, we look at, see where we're being effective. As I mentioned earlier, the violent crime unit was created in response to an uptick in crime among a certain age group and a certain time of the day and day of the week. So we used all those statistics to determined that we needed to put more officers out there on the street during those high crime times and go after that particular problem. And then we constantly evaluate to see if they're being effective through the crime data that we get. And like I said, for example, so far this year, our aggravated assaults have gone down by 16%. Mm-hmm. And so we reevaluate when we're looking at those things.
Okay. Well, because like you had noted that District 2, that some of the crime had gone up, so I'm just wondering what it is that y'all were doing differently in mine, and not mine, well, my district that I represent in District 2 versus some of the other districts that their crime rates are going down. So that's what one of the reasons.
Exactly. And in fact,
Okay,
we
so-
have a program on District 2 that specifically targets violent crime. We use our crime data, our analysts, and what they showed us on District 2 was the majority of violent crime that we were seeing was in a small area in and around the La Armada housing complex. So we created a program, it's called the Delta 80 Initiative. It is a program that's strictly within the police department. Well, I take that back. So the officers that work Delta 80, which is the beat, that particular beat on District 2, they have an intel sharing group email where they share intelligence. They've reached out to the management at La Armada, as well as several of the surrounding businesses surrounding that area where we were seeing an uptick in crime. They're working with the management to identify the people that don't belong there, the people that are coming from the outside and committing crime. They are working with the housing authority as well to identify the problem tenants, and if they are violating their lease or whatever it may be, they're working to have them evicted. And it's surrounding that area. So.
And how long has that Delta 8 been around?
Delta 80, it started in January of this year.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay.
it was an example, like I said, of the captain that is responsible for that district, which falls on your council district, using our crime analysis, using our data, and putting our resources where we feel like it'll have the most impact, instead of just spreading them out across the entire district where we don't see necessarily a big individual increase. That area right around there
Yes, there
was
is a
where we
need.
were seeing it.
Yes, there is a need, only because another organization that I'm employed by, which is For the Greater Good, they have a program at La Armada addressing some of the children that live there. But what had happened is they've got the summer program there, but then La Armada started cracking down on the actual addresses because there was a big need for kind of like a, summer work program, not work, but a summer program to get them, engaged and keep them engaged. But then La Armada said, well, these kids, some of these kids don't even live here, they live around there. So then it reduced it very much so. So I don't know if there's anything that can be done about that, but, I'm just saying that, yes, it can't just be La Armada. It needs to be addressed around the other area. But, okay, so, and then the other part of that question was, for example, how is the Operation Safe Return assessed with regard to safety, crime, and prevention?
Hi, if I'll step in for just a moment. Good afternoon, Billy Breedlove, Deputy Chief, Criminal Investigation Division. So just go back to your part of your first question was about measurables. So one of the things we can measure is our pawn shop detail, and that was one of the programs absorbed by the department from original crime control. And so we look at hundreds and thousands of dollars that they recover each year of stolen property, and we track that, and we're able to return that to the victims. So that's one of the measurables. And the other is our directed patrol officers, which we're very familiar with, and they operate off of a problem-solving approach to policing. There's a problem in a neighborhood, and they look at the holistic approach to it, whether we've got to bring in code enforcement or other partners that we have in the city to address the overarching problem. And we see the absence of that problem, and the citizens, like, we solved that problem, we move on to the next one. Crime can be a little different to measure because, it's difficult to say we're going to take one, effect out of the equation and say we've been successful. It's just so, there's so many nuances to fighting crime and to impacting crime.
Yeah.
But what we can use is probabilities and things when we know if we do this type of enforcement action and we see a reduction, then we can pretty much say more likely than not we've had an impact on that. And so then your follow-up question, if you could.
How is the Operation Safe Return assessed with regard to safety, crime, and prevention?
Right. So what we're looking at that is the amount of kids that we service, that we provide to, and it's not just handing out backpacks. We also have doctors there that can perform physicals. We have people volunteering to give haircuts, and it's just a great way to get kids ready for the school year. And then, again, it's hard to measure the impacts that we've had with those children when they're up giving the police officers hugs and what that does down the road for them. You know, we see them later, and I said they remember coming to Operation Safe Return and just building that partnership and good. It's hard to measure that.
Yeah, no, and I do see that. So is that part, like, do we as your department buy those items for them, or how do we?
There are literally dozens of our community business members that pony up all the funds for that, every bit of it. Now, that service is 3,500 to 4,000.
Yeah,
backpacks, school physicals, sports, haircuts, shots, and it's not just PD now, it's most of your departments within the city, they volunteer. You know, parks are over there, your health department's over there. So remember, a core function or core tenet of crime prevention is community interaction.
Yeah.
It's not just measuring how many criminals you take off the street.
I agree.
It's CCPAL. It's servicing 3,000 kids with structured sports in the summertime. We do that through a 501c3 also with our partners around this, industry partners. Pay for all of it. Give them something to do. Give them structure. Give them sports.
Right.
OSR, Operation Safe Return. Get them back to school. Help them with those things that some families can't afford. Give them structure. Give them ability. Give them interaction with the police department. Let them know the community cares about them.
Yeah.
Interaction,
well, especially during the summertime.
Component of prevention, especially catching them at the youth and while they're youth, right? So it's not immeasurable. You can't measure what you prevent, right? But it is part of crime prevention.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Chief. I also wanted to just touch. Let's see, there was something else. On the calls, and I think we touched on that, because like I said, you know, we can't police ourselves out of it, but I think we can agree that about 20% of the calls that are, that you all experience are mental health.
Probably 25. The sheriff will say 25% of his jail space is occupied by mentally ill.
And so are we trying to do anything different to
Yes, as I just expressed, working with services like dismissed charities or direct drop-offs are not arrestable. We drop them off, try to get them services. We don't want to arrest folks and then re-arrest them because they have a warrant based on the first arrest. That's ridiculous. We understand that. Sometimes it's our only alternative, right? Sometimes they're trespassing all day long. Sometimes they're doing things that they shouldn't be doing and disrupting business and disrupting, right? The common good plays a part too. We're obligated to take care of that. So, but I assure you, it is not our objective to arrest homeless. It's not our objective to keep them constantly in the pipeline of the criminal justice system.
No, and
so when we have an opportunity to bring them to a charitable organization and find resources, that is what we do.
And one of the things experiencing or getting, calling on or trying to help the homeless is ID, right? ID is like a huge identification, them losing their identification, they can't get a job, they can't get an apartment, So I think I had mentioned this to Officer Brown, on the little card index self-help card guide. I don't know who's responsible for renewing that or doing that, but I think that would be a big asset. So if they, the homeless population can find out that Dismiss is, I believe, one of the organizations that can help them with that issue, that would be.
Rising Tide also does that. And I think so does Metro Ministries.
Okay, so just to publicize it and say this is where you can get it and that kind of thing.
Yes, ma'am.
So I guess that's all for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Mine's going to be really quick. First off, I want to thank you, Chief Markle, for bringing all the different divisions. That's very helpful. And the other thing is, I was watching the channels all over the country this weekend and saw all the protests, and I thought about our city. A lot of it had to do with the people that were marching. They were very orderly, I think, overall. But I think the most of it has to do with the police department. They know it's not going to be put up with. These other cities, you look at them and you see they have no control at all. But I believe our citizens know, I think you've set that example. We're not going to put up with it. I also want to thank you on behalf of this entire council and the city manager for bringing order back into our public comment. because having y'all's presence made all the difference up here on how the council takes public comment. It's more orderly and respectful, so thank you for that. The thing that I noticed was the violent crime was the highest in District 1, which is that's where I live. So is there a certain area, I don't want to call anything out, is there certain areas that spread? I've noticed that we've had more problems in Calallen than normal. Can you talk about that?
So just like District 2, we looked at every district to see if there was one particular, what we call hotspots, where we see a large amount of violent crime. On District 1, it's spread out a lot from the downtown area, and District 1 is a huge geographic district. Covers a lot of area, and it's very diverse. So you go from North Beach to the downtown area. You have nightclubs, you have bars in the downtown area, then you go all the way out. Part of the west side, there's some at-risk neighborhoods over there where there's a high gang population, higher than other parts of the city, and then all the way out Leopard, all the way out to Calallen, Annabelle area out there, where we don't see a particular area that is a hot spot in that part of the district. It's primarily more towards in town, like I said, off of Agnes, Leopard, and around in there, and then the downtown areas where we have been experiencing more crime, just downtown in general. And of course, like I mentioned earlier, our violent crime unit, our gang unit, are well aware of those areas, and we are focusing on those areas to drive crime down in the violent crime, especially in those areas.
Okay, and it could be because it is so big, it's probably one of the biggest areas, I would think, one of the biggest districts compared to the others. You don't have to answer.
Yes, yeah, council, it goes, like I said, it goes all the way from North Beach, all the way out up to 624, it's a very long district, and it's very diverse,
Yes, because Gil's up here.
We have a really heavy industrial area on Leopard where we see business burglaries and metal thefts, copper thefts. That's what problem that we deal with on District 1 a lot.
Well, you had violent crime too, so that was one of my biggest concerns. But Gil's up here grinning from ear to ear because his is the lowest, but it has nothing to do with him. Thank you all very much for what you do. It has nothing to do with him. And I wanted to ask you about one other thing. What is Bears and Badges? It just caught my eye, the name of it.
That's another program that we take part in. It's handing out
bears,
stuffed animals and things like that, and badges. It's, the badges for young people and whatnot.
Okay. Just curious. Just struck out. And then the Red Cord?
Red Cord, that is an initiative that we partner with the police department, actually, Chief Simpson brought it from Dallas. It's a initiative that we partner with the Coastal Bend Wellness Foundation. And what it is when our narcotics and vice investigators make prostitution cases, Red Cord is Coastal Bend Wellness Foundation. So when we arrest somebody for prostitution, they are there with us. It's a program where if the individual wants to take part in the program, they are offered a multitude of resources from job training, health, addiction therapy, whatever it is that seems to have caused that woman to engage in prostitution. So they have all these things available. And the way it works, the district attorney is a part of that process. So if the woman takes part of, and it's open to men too, but primarily women, if the woman takes part in and goes through all this process prior to going to trial and makes it through, then the charge will be dismissed.
Okay.
And it's really a tremendous program for trying to get women out of that horrible, horrible lifestyle. And usually there's drugs that are involved, usually. So they offer all those resources, like I said, to help get that woman out of that lifestyle.
Okay. Y'all have big shoes to fill. You think about it. When you were a child, and I think it still goes on today, you wanted to be a fireman, you wanted to be a policeman, you wear your little cap, so you're role models. And I appreciate you is what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking at page 10 on the drug delivery cases. And this is so concerning.
I was going to turn that over to Deputy Chief Bowers.
Come on up.
Is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine, but I think actually, Councilman, your question may have been for him. You want to?
So yes, as you know, District 1 leads the way. But one of the things that and I'm not going to pick on or name recent cities that I visited, but one of the things that I've noticed, and I was out on the West Coast and then here local, in Texas, is that when it comes to homeless, I've noticed in some cities that you actually see families out there panhandling or whatever, but you see children with, I'm assuming, mother and father, but it's, a family unit. I saw that really out on the West Coast a lot. I mean, I saw it was amazing, like a huge parking lot that was converted where the school bus, there were so many homeless children there, or houseless or whatever, that basically the school bus came there. I don't see that in our city. I haven't really seen that. Maybe I'm just not, but when I drive the district or I look around, I don't see that. So I just wondered if you see, if you observe on a regular basis families out there that as a whole unit that are, without a home.
I would say for the most part, it's rare. It is rare here. It does happen. I can tell you from my personal experience, when officers come across families that are truly homeless, that have lost their place to live, it's not unusual for our officers to go pay and put them up in a hotel for a few nights till they get a place to stay. And then that's why it's so important for us to know what resources are available for homeless people that we can direct them to. And we can reach out to them, and whether it's Salvation Army or the Good Samaritan, or whatever it is, and have a good working relationship with them, because we have no place to put them. We have to rely on the community to do those things. But it's rare, but it happens.
I think so part of that, what I was thinking is I think it's a tribute to not only your staff, our police officers, but I also think it's a tribute also to the organizations that must open their doors and maintain that, because I'm sure there are families out there without homes. And so, but the fact that I don't see it like I saw it, it caught me off guard in other areas. So my other question is, right now, in terms of an ordinance, or in terms of if somebody is it legal? Is that I guess the best question, if somebody is sleeping on the sidewalk overnight? I know, like in Bleacher Park, when I was on council before, we looked at making some changes there, but is that an arrestable offense for somebody just sleeping out on the sidewalk or underneath a bridge or something like that overnight?
If they're camping, if they have sleeping bags and all their gear and things like that, yes, it's a violation of the camping ordinance.
Well, yeah, plus, Councilman, I think in between your two terms, the city council passed an ordinance where you can't lay in the sidewalk and block the sidewalk. So it's less than even camping. It's no laying or sleeping on the sidewalk where public has to walk. So, yeah.
Yeah, I just wondered, I mean, because,
blocking a sidewalk, blocking an entranceway into a business, things like that. That's a violation.
I get a lot of phone calls, especially some of the businesses along Staples and that, unfortunately, that have people that don't respect their business entrances and do things that they shouldn't do. And so they're constantly having to clean up and that. And of course, we've had some incidences where they've broke in, they've taken copper or whatever the case is.
Sure.
And I was looking at the numbers, and I'm glad that they're not trending the other way, even though we are up a little bit in some areas, that we're not trending the other way.
Yes, sir.
But I think I've noticed an improvement. I mean, when I first, in 2017, some of the things that we did on North Beach and some of the things that we put in place in other areas within the district, I know has made a very positive impact. And I've seen these other cities and I'm thinking, wow, you think that's bad? Check out this city over here. Mm-hmm. And overall, I do think we have an issue, but I think we're fortunate. I think we could be in a lot worse position when it comes to crime and just having the homeless people and things of that nature. But again, I want to thank each and every one of you. You guys are doing a great job. And, of course, I know a lot of it's related to mental health, but, I'm always surprised when I see somebody and I go, wow, that person, I saw that person. I see them all the time, but I would go back and I think, they've been out there, at least what they appear to be homeless, for the last 10 or 11 years. I can remember, wow.
Yeah.
So it makes me wonder, is that their preference?
Sure. Yeah. And unfortunately, with many of them, that is their preference. We try to get them into shelters. We try to encourage them to get help, but they choose not to. And if they're not breaking the law, at that point, there's not a lot we can do about it.
Yeah. Well, keep up the good work. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Councilman. So yes, thank you. Thank you for everything that y'all do, because it's obviously expanded, like many occupations. It's expanded into more than, not just, but policing. That said, I think I'm not going to say a slippery slope, but it is, we probably need to know what percentage of your day and work is being spent on, like, this issue of homelessness, for example. Because I think it's important that if that number is growing, and you say to me or to us, 20% of all of our time is being spent dealing with homeless people, trying to get them here or there or whatever the case may be, just dealing with that. That's something that needs to be considered in terms of how we are, how we are addressing or not the issue, or maybe not efficiently doing it, just based on that. So I'd love to know what percentage of your time, and I don't know how you figure that out, but I'm sure y'all can get together and do that, is our police force spending on this issue. Secondly, let's see, well, I think I was going to go to the page 10. The questions on drug delivery cases. Mm-hmm. You were going to call somebody up, right? I'm going to give that presentation. Oh, we're not there yet. I'm sorry. I'm ahead of myself.
I don't want to steal his thunder.
I'm sorry. I thought, how did I miss this? But okay, well, then let's move. Oh, Councilman Hernandez, and then we'll move on. Thank you. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you. I was joking with Councilwoman Vaughn about the crime statistics in District 5. I don't think it has much to do with superior council representation, but it definitely has to do with superior policing. And I appreciate the work that you guys do with the resources that you have and maximize them as best as possible. So no real comments, but just thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. With that, I'll turn it over to Deputy Chief Hollis Bowers of the Narcotics and Vice Investigations Division.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Deputy Chief Hollis Bowers over the Narcotics Vice Division. And so what I'm going to do is give you hopefully a fairly brief overview of drug crimes that we're dealing with in our city. And we're doing a 2-year comparison and what we're going through here. But I want you to understand a couple of things at first. So Chief Green talked about the uniform crime report that the FBI puts out. That does not cover drug crimes. There is no state or national database for drug crimes. So there is no comparison to anyone else. What we have is the numbers that we keep for our own use, so we can know what crime trends are, so we can know what we need to target. But it's a little different numbers that we're looking at. And so when you look up here and see our numbers, you look at the total drug cases overall, pretty comparable between the 2 years. There's nothing to me, as somebody in charge of this, that really stands out as a spike. There's going to be ebbs and flows in drug crimes. We have had, as a city, spikes that have been very significant. Pre-COVID, there was a huge spike in the synthetic, what the kids call legal, which was not legal. And we had a huge spike in that in our homeless population where we were having overdoses. And then in 2022, we had a spike in fentanyl. And so when you look at these, so I want to explain real quick, the possession of controlled substance, these are users. So these are user numbers, meaning drug users. And these crimes are generally enforced by uniformed patrol officers. So in the course of doing their duty, some of them may chase drugs, or just during the course of handling other crimes, they're going to come across people in possession of drugs. And so this is generally their work. And so when we get to the next slide, Mayor, we'll get to our work and specifically your question. But we get in narcotics vice, we're the ones who file all these cases and get all of this. Everything comes through us that's drug related, regardless of who initiates it in the field. And so you'll see the grand total of arrests or drug cases for those 2 years, then below it, the number of arrests. The reason the numbers differ, it's not that we're letting people who are in possession of drugs go, it's because some people have multiple drugs, and that'll be separate cases. And so the arrest will be one arrest, but they may be charged with multiple possession cases. And so that's what you're seeing here. In 2022, we had fentanyl. Our penalty group, PG stands for penalty group. I'm sorry, that's a state law. That's the terminology. PG, which is penalty group 1, which is where you find methamphetamine, fentanyl, and cocaine. Methamphetamine, these are hardcore drug users, and methamphetamine is the #1 really in use here locally. Fentanyl gets most of the attention. And in 2022, we started an investigation that ended up getting national attention, where we seized 2 pill presses out of a local group that was tied to the Mexican cartels. These pill presses had the ability of putting out 40,000 fentanyl pills per day each, and we seized 2 of them. We ended up tying that group to 10 overdose deaths here locally, and so it was a big deal. And since that case took over a year, started before I got to narcotics vice, it finished while I was there, but it actually made a huge impact on fentanyl use in our city. And even though fentanyl is absolutely still here, and we've had, the DEA has confirmed 2 overdoses on fentanyl last year. They have a overdose response team. The city, us, have not run into a single fentanyl case since that big arrest. So it made a huge positive impact on the fentanyl in our city that is absolutely still here. We don't kid ourselves, but we're not seeing it nearly to the effect that we were before. THC products in penalty group 2 there, that is what you see our kids use the most. Vape pens, wax and edibles, and we see a lot of that. They operate differently than your hardcore drug dealers, even in the way when you find them dealing and stuff. You have a lot of social media investigations and stuff there for THC products. But that's sort of the trends between the two, and that's, marijuana is always a big issue. We don't really arrest much for possession of marijuana anymore. We have the process to issue the citations for that, which, unless there's an additional crime at the time, if it's just the possession of marijuana, we will not arrest at the time. We'll issue them a citation to appear in court later. But possession of marijuana is never going to go away. Next. So here, manufacture and delivery, these are dealers. So I call possession, those are users. Our manufacture and delivery are dealers. I told you on the last slide, those were primarily what uniform officers run across in their daily and make arrests. This is what narcotics vice does. This is the cases where we're going after the dealers and working our way up and trying to get bigger and bigger dealers and doing all of our type of work. Now, the important thing I think to point out here is, because I know this from all of you, many city council tips have come down through us. We get tips all the time, and I know a lot of tips come down through y'all where you get citizens call, they're dealing drugs in my neighborhood, they're dealing drugs, and then a month later you're getting another call saying the police aren't doing anything, they're still dealing drugs in my neighborhood. This is important, and you can educate your citizens, we do, and I will educate you a little bit. So this number looks like, well, between 23 and 24, we had a lot more dealers. No. This is proactive casework. This is police work that is proactive. And so all this means is we were more successful in 24 at catching drug dealers than we were in 23. It means our investigations produced more results because this is where we're at. But the important thing for your citizens when they tell us that is that, one, if you tell us, if we get a tip through you, I'm going to promise you that tip is investigated. That tip is investigated to a logical conclusion. And if it is actually a house where they're selling drugs, your citizen will never see us. That's the point. If they see us, we're not doing our job right. The bad guys don't know we're there. The citizens don't know we're there until we all show up one day in mass and raid the house. And then everybody goes, oh, why didn't they do this a month ago? Well, it took time to get to the raid because the law requires we do certain things and have our ducks in a row before a judge will sign a warrant for us saying that we'll do something. And so I promise you, every tip we get, whether it's online through drug tips, Corpus Christi, through Crime Stoppers, through you, through calls to our office, every one of them are investigated. Some of them turn out, the citizen may think it's a drug dealer. It's not. It may be a house where bad things are going on. It may be somebody who's annoying to the neighborhood, and we'll deal with that another way as the police department if it's something we deal with. But I'm telling you, if it is drug dealing, you will stay out there long enough. If they don't move, they're going down because we're going to investigate them. And so that's where you see this number and why you see it go up is this is proactive work that narcotics vice does. Next. And then lastly, what we got here is the number of cases. So this is everything. So this is the cases we get through patrol. This is cases that we make. And so you see just the different level of cases. Municipal court cases for drugs is drug paraphernalia. It's a Class C misdemeanor to have crack pipe, for instance. And so that's what all those cases are. A lot of those are direct filed by patrol. So the only ones we're going to file out of narcotics is if it comes with a bigger case, if there's a lot of other drugs going with it. And so you see the cases that were assigned and then the cases filed. And quite frankly, numbers get complicated in what we do because of the way it's counted with the number of drugs versus the number of defendants. And so the numbers get a little confusing here and why numbers look like they're a little off, but they're not. And so multiple cases get divided out. And then we also, our district attorney has a policy that they don't take a case if the drugs are not tested. And DPS has a policy that they do not test misdemeanor level amounts of drugs. So that's a lot of the reasons why you see differences in the amount of cases that we file and then our arrest, cases assigned and then cases filed. Is because there's some cases we just can't file because of the policies of the two agencies we depend on to file cases with. Now that is, that really is, that's the big picture sort of, that's my 3 slides and covering things. I will be glad to take any questions. If I didn't answer your question, Mayor, I'll certainly be glad to attempt to.
You actually did, but I'm gonna ask one more question. I understand there is a bill sitting on the governor's desk regarding vaping.
Right.
Do we know what the status is of that?
I don't know what the status is of that. The vaping is a little bit confusing as a charge right now because whether it is a felony or against the law depends on what's in it. And again, the problem that we have with a lot of this is because if we have no idea what's in it or if it's misdemeanor something that's in it, DPS won't help us. And So what we generally do, the way we work vaping now, from our perspective as narcotics vices, we're going to get a huge batch. And then it's easier to get things tested and get help in it. But as far as what the law changed to, I don't know where that's at this moment.
Okay. Thank you. And just what's wax?
It's all THC products. So THC is an oil, and they put it in wax or edibles, and they'll be dressed up as gummies, candy. They'll look like children's candy. All of it is just and it's real popular with the youth in the way their distribution system there and how they take it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Councilwoman Campos, yes.
I just want to say thank you for, just confirming what you said earlier, because I get calls from residents saying, they're dealing drugs here and there, and the police doesn't do anything, and I'm like, okay. So basically you're saying that you do follow up, but you have your, I guess undercover,
I can tell you this, that we can do things one of two ways, and one way makes people feel better but doesn't solve the problem.
Mm-hmm.
And so you can call me with that problem, and I can get a hold of James over here, and they can send uniform in to knock on the door and run them off, and we'll run them off, and they're just going to set up somewhere else.
Uh-huh.
But if we do it my way, then we have a much better chance of actually solving the problem.
Okay.
Where we don't just run it to another part of your district or run it over here to Councilman Everett's district. I mean, we actually can try to solve the problem.
Okay, well, thank you.
And so, yes, I promise you, everyone we get, we look into.
Okay,
Somebody gets assigned to it.
Okay, thank you.
I think that's all. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. You what?
All right, hello, Mayor, hello, Council, Mr. Zanoni. My name is Austin Yohek. I'm a detective within the gang unit. I also serve on a federal task force with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, also known as the ATF. For those of you who don't know who the ATF is, they basically file firearm crimes within the federal courts. So I'm like a detective, but instead of routing my cases to the DA's office, they go straight to the United States Attorney's Office. Nothing special about it, it's just another way we combat crime. Another tool we use in our belt. All right. So today we're going to be talking about the gang unit. And so the gang unit has been up and running for well over 30 years. And Chief Green is actually one of the original 4 in there. He doesn't have his mustache anymore, but he is one of the original 4. We also have Ringo De Leon, who is still a part of our police department. He's a detective. And Ringo is actually president of a training organization all over the United States where they offer gang-related training to judges, prosecutors, and law enforcement all over the United States, but it's all based here in Texas. So they always go back and forth between San Antonio and Corpus to host these trainings where they have well over 1,000 people that attend, and that's a yearly training. They're actually about to start that, I believe, this week. Ringo is also a part of the governor's board where he was appointed by the governor on his violent task force. So he sits, I guess on a big, I don't really know what he does, but he goes and he meets with the governor, and they come up with legislation on how to combat gangs and things that work in our favor and sometimes things that don't go in our favor. He tells me a lot more, but I don't believe half the things that he says. So as you can see, as we add officers to our department, it also gives us the ability to add to our specialized units, such as the gang unit. That was a picture, I believe, it was last year. So you can see we've grown in size tremendously. We have both plainclothes people who do not wear a uniform. They're kind of like our undercovers. And we also have those who wear the uniform. We can go to the next one. So we were called the JET team, the juvenile enforcement team. Now we are called the gang unit. So the 2 most important things that we do within the gang unit is gather and document gang intelligence. And basically what that is, we want to know who our gang members are, where do they hang out, where do they live, who are they dating, who are their parents at. We want to know everything about them. That way when a gang-related crime happens, we know where to go. We got the jump on them, right? We can beat them to wherever it is they're going to hide out at if they haven't been arrested for that crime. Another thing we do is our enforcement operations, which is going to be disrupting gang activity. So that's going to be saturating any kind of high crime areas, follow up on prior investigations, even conduct search warrants and arrest warrants. We'll go there. I also have my captains here, Captain Moore and then my Lieutenant Cuello. They're also a part of our SWAT command, so about half the gang unit is in the SWAT team. So on this slide, something to speak on for working hand in hand with federal and local agencies. So right now our gang unit is a part of about a 3-year-long investigation where we've basically dismantled one of the largest prison gangs in our area. And this is a federal investigation for mainly drug and firearm charges. And as of today, we're up to about a 30-count indictment. So it's all people of rank all the way down to associates on federal charges. And so our gang unit's role in this is they knew who our major players were within this gang, as well as who they hang out with, what are some of the local establishments or residences that they like to hang out at. And from there, we've been able to get our indictments, get our arrest warrants, and serve several search warrants. I know several months ago, we served 11 search warrants in one day here pertaining to this prison gang. So we are busy, we stay busy, and we don't put up with gang members who like to claim this city as their territory. You know, if they're claiming something, we're going to put an end to that real quick. We got several different divisions within our police department. Our chief and our command staff support our mission, and so if there is any gang-related conduct or activity going on, we're going to put a stop to that real quick. I testify a lot as an expert witness, both in state and federal court. The majority of my cases do go to the federal courts. I've testified in federal court well over 100 times, so I wear suits a lot to work. We also maintain high visibility in all of our areas of town. So like I said, if there's an area that's seeking some attention, or like earlier we were talking about getting Crime Stoppers tips, we'll send the gang unit over there to go monitor it and see if we can get some stops or some proactivity out of there. We can go to the next one. All right, so gang crimes. Okay, gang crimes is going to be labeled as gang-related conduct within the law. And so in order for something to be a gang-related crime, we have to prove that it was carried out by the gang on behalf of the gang. And that could be anything from murders, robberies, assaults, kidnappings, even prostitution and gambling. So the two main violations that we see is obviously going to be the drug violations. Gangs like drugs, right, because they can make money off of selling drugs. But one of the more common ones we see is going to be our weapons violations. And the reason being weapons is because guns are a part of the gang culture, right? Gangs love to possess guns because it facilitates their crimes that they do. They also use it for protection against other gangs, sometimes even against law enforcement. That's where I come in for my job. I work violent crimes within the ATF, so every case that I file revolves around a firearm. So whether people are going and doing armed robberies of businesses, we got people manipulating firearms to where they can shoot faster. We have people with extensive criminal history, violent criminal history, found to be in possession of firearms. Even drug dealers who are using firearms to protect their drug sales, right? Whenever they're in the commission of facilitating their drug houses. And as of right now, we're at 100% conviction rate, meaning we've never lost a case that we've sent. So what we're doing is working. It's very effective. I say we because I don't work by myself. I have a team that I do everything with. It's impossible to do this job by yourself, but together we've put well over 80 people in federal prison. I've been doing this for about 5 years. So within the last 5 years, we've put 80 people in federal prison for violent crimes. So it's very effective. The NIBIN team that was started up here in January by Chief Markle, that's also been a very effective unit. The only other thing I have is we have in the past had gang injunctions, which I believe that's going to be like a city ordinance. Is that correct? That we do? Oh, state law. And basically that would prevent gang members from associating together or being in certain parts of town. So if we were to see a ramp up in some kind of gang activity, we would implement some kind of gang injunction. And then also for the leaders of gangs that are out there, and if they're listening, it is illegal for them to supervise, finance, or direct any kind of gang activity. Want to answer the question? I can answer. Sure.
I just didn't know if council members could get together for gangs also.
Oh, so we're gonna get to that here in just a minute.
Dangerous is the right.
No. So let's actually go to the next slide. All right. So speaking of this, so we're gonna talk about the gangs, right? So when you think of a gang, in the law states, a gang is going to be 3 or more people that have a common sign, symbol, or leadership, right? So when you think about that, right, city employees, right, they all wear the logo, right? You got the police department where we all wear the same patch. We have a leader. Sports teams and military, things of that. But on the very last part of that section, it says continuously or regularly associated in criminal activity, right? So when you have 3 or more people that have a common sign, symbol, or leadership, and commonly associated in criminal activity, and criminal activity is going to be what we just talked about, that's how we make somebody a gang, right? So I can't say just because we're wearing Navy, we're going to be a gang, right? We have to be able to articulate and document these crimes that we talked about on the last slide, that they do commit these crimes on a continuing basis, and that's how we're able to say that they are a gang. So we can't just pick a group of people and say, hey, those people are a gang. That's profiling. We can't do that. It's illegal. And one way that we identify our gangs is going to be just clothing, hand signs, tattoos, symbols, even locations of town, like a street, a neighborhood, a business, apartment complex, things of that nature. So as you see, we have all of our traditional gangs, which would be your prison gangs, street gangs, outlaw motorcycle gangs, but the one I want to touch on is going to be our hybrid gangs, okay? Hybrid gangs is going to be like a new kind of gang culture, and it's a problem all over the United States. We do have some here. And basically, they're going to be the most active because they have no kind of leadership, no kind of rank. Members come and go. And there's times where these guys can combine gangs together and form a bigger set. And then the next day, they're shooting at each other. And then we're working a shooting or a drive-by shooting and trying to figure out why these guys are jumping ship. Hybrid gangs are typically going to be males between the age of, I'd say 15 to 21, right? So they're all young males. They love firearms. All of them have firearms, everything from pistols to rifles. They love to display them, love to show them off. And that's when the gang unit comes and pays them a visit, and we find ways to seize those firearms. A lot of the crimes they're involved in is gang-on-gang crime, right, where they go after their opposition, or they refer to them as their ops, right, where they target each other, and that could be over drugs, money, and even female associates. The drugs, like what Chief Bowers talked about earlier, they are real big into selling marijuana and the THC products. And just a note, on Friday, we started looking at a house early in the morning, and by 11 o'clock, we were hitting it with a search warrant with the SWAT team. We got 3 arrests out of it, and we also got several pounds of marijuana and about 500 of the THC carts, as well as several $1,000s in cash, right? So that's the gang unit. That's not the narcotics division. So that's how the gang unit is. That's all I got for that one. Go to the next. We work a lot with narcotics, so we got to give them a hard time. All right, so this is going to be the total documented numbers of gang members that we have. I could compile this back in May. Now, this number changes almost on a daily basis, right? Because people are either being input into the system or taken out of the system. And so several years ago, we developed a database, and basically it's a gang resource system, and now it's used by, I think, 7 or 8 other agencies throughout the United States. But we basically developed a gang database that inputs into the statewide database. And so the reason why we have a database is because at the very bottom slide, it says the law states that because of a city of our size, we shall maintain a database based on gangs within our city. So it's not because we're picking on them like they say we are. It's because the law states that we have to. Basically, the way gangs work is it's going to be off of a point system, right? So like I said earlier, if we were Navy, that's not enough to say that somebody is a gang member, okay? It works off of a point system. Some things, like the only 2 that would immediately make you a gang member is if you're in some kind of a court proceeding and a judge or a jury finds evidence that you're a gang member, or if you self-admit, like while you take the stand and say, yes, I'm a gang member of this gang, that's the only time that one thing would be labeling you as a gang member. Other than that, it works off of a point system. So some of the things that we would use, like when we're on the field, is going to be interviewing somebody and them telling us that they're a gang member, like whether it's a traffic stop, a call for service, maybe somebody's wearing some type of clothing or tattoos. Like I said before, hanging out in a certain apartment complex or street, or even associating with other gang members. So we have to compile several things together. There's about 11 or 12 different ones, and we have to compile them like a point system. And once they meet X amount of points, then they're input into the system as a gang member. So we can't just pick somebody and say, hey, you're a gang member. We have to have the right amount of points and qualifiers in order for them to be listed as a gang member. Now, I said we were taking people out of the system, so there is a 5-year period where if people don't meet any of the qualifiers within a 5-year period, they get removed from the system, okay? So just because you get input into the system doesn't mean that you're gonna stay in the system forever. That's a wrap. All right.
Okay, thank you. We have a few questions here. Councilwoman Campos.
I just had one. Graffiti, it looks like it's actually gone down.
So it's down. It is kind of coming back a little bit, but the graffiti nowadays is going to be things posted on the internet.
Oh, really?
YouTube, social media, things of that nature. Yeah, everything is on the internet. You want to know about somebody? The internet.
What? So, so now it's just gone to social media and not physical?
Yes, correct. Every now and then you'll get some tagging here and there.
Yeah.
But as far as gang related, where people are claiming neighborhoods or disrespecting their oppositions, that's it's more online now.
All right, because I mean, knock on wood, I don't see it, like I used to, so.
Let's keep it that way.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, you'd mentioned you do work with the ATF, and I'm pretty sure that through the process here, you acquire firearms and collect them. What do you do with those firearms?
So they get input as evidence. If they are stolen firearms, we return them back to the owner. If not, we judicially seize them and they get destroyed. Yes, through a destruction. So basically it gets the asset forfeiture through the Department of Justice. Basically, it's a part of the indictment where these items from the crime get seized and forfeited over to the government.
So when you say crime, are you referring to a violent crime or just possession crime?
It could be either or.
So if you have a high-dollar firearm, you destroy it as opposed to possibly make revenue from it?
We can't. We can't sell it. There are some where we can use it as a like an administrative forfeiture where we could use it at the police department for something, but it would have to be for like a law enforcement use.
No, I'm like, you collect a collectible firearm that is in possession from you destroy that firearm?
Yeah, the adjudication of the case comes with a destruction order, and we destroy the firearm. No, we do not sell criminal firearms back to the public. Just
okay,
as Todd explained, when we get a gun used in a crime, our NIBIN unit researches the history of it, and what I don't want to see, and I hope I never see, is that this gun that used to kill somebody's wife was once owned by the CCPD and sold back to the public. We don't sell guns back to the public. We destroy them. If your gun is taken, we get it back to you. If a criminal's gun is taken and we get it back that after adjudication with a destruction order, we destroy the gun. We don't part it out. We don't sell the parts.
Well, I understand your point of view. I'm not going to.
Yes, sir.
I'm not going to mince words over like a Glock 15 or Glock 19.
No, I understand where you're coming. There are high-dollar guns.
I'm talking about a high-dollar.
Sure. But those are very rare. And to my knowledge, I think we've destroyed a couple high-dollar guns, maybe in the past. But if they're used in a crime and they come with a destruction order, they're getting destroyed.
Okay, I understand if it's a violent crime, I get it. But if you just somebody shows up to somebody's house and they have a bunch of weapons lying around, and
if they're a convicted felon and they have possession of a gun, then they're a criminal with a gun. That's a gun used in a crime.
Okay, so I get it. I think there's probably some leeway there, but
sure.
I get it. I get what your concerns are, but I think you're also losing a revenue opportunity for your.
You may get a few $100 for a gun, maybe even a few $1,000. But in my opinion, we're not going to roll the dice with that gun going back to the public and being used again in a crime, because there is a recidivism rate for weapons that are recycled into the community. We have guns that are stolen. We lose 200+ guns a year in vehicles. We catch them routinely used in crimes. So we're not in the business of recirculating guns. I get you. If you're a good person, Councilwoman Vaughn, you get your gun stolen, we get that gun back, it's going back to you. We don't keep good people's guns.
So how do you get those guns back to people?
We notify them that we have recovered their gun and it's at the
How do you notify them?
Is it through letter, through call? I'm not sure.
Usually
Yeah.
a phone call from
Sure.
whenever they call and report
Sure.
their firearm stolen.
Yeah, if it's reported stolen, yeah.
So it's a phone call? Okay.
Yeah. Our property room.
And what's your return rate?
I have no idea. We can find that.
Okay. Also, I noticed you didn't mention any white-collar crimes. There was no
I
statistics on white-collar crimes, embezzlement, any of that?
No, we don't. We have a white-collar crime investigative unit, but are you talking about as it pertains to firearm possession?
No. I'm sorry. We're past the firearms.
So we're done with firearms. We have numbers. Yeah, we have a white-collar unit, a great unit. They do great work. We can speak to that. We came back answering the questions that were given to us by council for follow-up.
Okay. Just maybe some statistics on that. Anybody?
So we were using the FBI numbers to be able to compare to other cities. That would probably be embezzlement under theft, under larceny. It's not a separate crime to compare. It falls under that category. But like the chief said, I mean, we have a really good financial crimes unit. If that's something that you would like to have an update on, we can give you that.
Okay.
Local data.
All right. Thank you.
Councilman Scott.
I do have to, first of all, Chief, thank you. Thank you to all the men and women that are part of your team. The Scott family thanks you. Corpus Christi is a better place for your service. Thank you so much. I am a little disappointed that you didn't bring samples of the drugs, because on our last term, John Houston shows up with potpourri. That was the big thing. Kids were smoking. And so he brings us 5 bags so we could touch and feel. And I so badly wanted to hide one, because they went through the council and then ended up with the city secretary, and he went over and picked them up. And I thought, what would he think in that minute when he went to pick up the 5 bags and there are only 4? Which means one of the council members was stealing his drugs, and I didn't do it because I'm chicken. And I wouldn't do it today. Thank you again. I just want to say thanks. I don't have any questions. I appreciate what you guys do. And Chief, I think you're a fantastic leader, and thank you.
Just to touch on the synthetic, so within the last year, I had a case that I worked with our narcotics division where we raided 2 houses. We basically eliminated one of the main synthetic dealers here in our city. We got over 7 pounds of synthetic within the residence.
That's awesome. Councilwoman Vaughn.
Chief Markle, thank you for not selling weapons back to the public. That shows a lot of integrity and honesty, and there is no price on that. I appreciate the fact that you have that mentality not to do it. I don't care how much you would get money on it. You don't do that. Thank you. Austin, are you the famous one that's married to Priscilla?
I am.
You're a lucky man. She's
am.
one of my favorite people. And I would say, she texted me a while ago, you better go home in a really good mood.
I am.
Because you've made jokes here, and she's making notes, I'll tell you.
I got a bunch of gym equipment delivered while I was here, so she signed for me, so.
She gets that,
good.
okay. You did a really good presentation. All of you gentlemen did. How many different gangs do you think are in Corpus Christi?
I would say maybe about 50.
That many?
And a lot of them are going to be our hybrid gangs, only because they're smaller groups and they jump from gang to gang so many times.
And are you seeing a lot of our young people getting involved in that in the schools? Or you have any of that?
There are some involvement in schools, and we have a gang officer who's tied in with CCISD, who's briefing weekly with them on gang trends that are within CCISD and some of the other schools. So that's Officer Raymond Jones. He's very good at what he does, and he stays on top of these hybrid gangs and stuff. So yeah, they're doing what they can to help out within the school system.
What about the surrounding areas? I'm not going to name any cities, but do you think any of our gangs are coming within our city from the surrounding areas and mixing with our gangs?
Yeah, so we do have, there are prison gangs, basically where they have like subsets on our surrounding cities. And there are times where they come into our city or transfer to, or not transfer, but travel to another city. Like, we had a case probably like 3 weeks ago where some of our gang members here locally committed a violent assault in Central Texas, and we worked with a department in Central Texas, basically obtaining 3 search warrants and arrest warrants here, and we executed them and were able to get what we needed, as well as the arrest of those individuals.
Wow.
So just because we have gang members here doesn't mean that they don't travel to other cities to commit crimes, and vice versa. We do have gang members that come to our city and also commit crimes.
And when the border was open for so long and we had so many illegals coming in, do you think that was an uptake? Did it affect anything here?
As far as the gangs,
You didn't see it?
no, that'd be more of like the drug angle, and like the gang members participating in the drug sales or like the moving of the drugs, things of that nature.
To me, sometimes they're just intertwined. I don't know, but anyway. And ICE, do y'all support ICE if they were to come into the city? I'm sure the answer is yes. Is that a loaded question? I hope not. It's an important question.
Yeah, well, we don't, immigration's not our business, right?
No.
But of course, we support law enforcement across the board.
Okay.
If they're looking for, well, what we care about are catching criminals. We don't care where they come from, right? So if we catch a criminal and they're from Corpus Christi, they go to jail. If we catch a criminal and they're from Venezuela, they go to jail. So that's really where we stand. It's not part of our operational objective, but reducing crime is.
You treat them the same.
So we treat them the same. So.
Okay. Thank you all very much.
Ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all the questions and comments. Thank you so much. This was very, very informative. We appreciate the detail that you put into it. It was very informative, and we appreciate all of you being here and your time and for always protecting our city and residents. Thank you.
Thank you for all you do.
Yeah, thank you for all y'all do. Good job. No. Yes, there is. Okay, so we are going to jump back in line here, and we're going to go to Section L, Individual Consideration Items. Item number 30, CCFD, you're up. This is a resolution authorizing the submission of a grant application for the fiscal year 2024 Staffing for Adequate Fire and Emergency Response, or SAFER grant, in the amount of $4,254,000. Sorry, didn't get that right.
We're close.
4 million. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Brandon Wade, Fire Chief. So thank y'all very much for allowing us the opportunity to present this. So this is, again, we're looking at applying for the SAFER grant, which will assist us in getting additional firefighters to help us with 4-person staffing. As we said before, the SAFER grant is the Staffing for Adequate Fire and Emergency Emergency Response. And this grant has been created to help provide funding directly to fire departments and achieve and increase staffing, which is on the front line. So that is actually for our firefighters that are out on the trucks, not to put firefighters in staff or support positions. So the positions for this would be going directly out into the field. So the goal of SAFER is to enhance local fire departments' abilities to comply with the staffing, response, and operational standards established with NFPA 1710, and that's the National Fire Protection Association, which is a consensus standard across the board that helps fire departments build and follow these things and ensure that we're operating at the highest capacity. So this standard has been around. It covers things such as response, the number of firefighters that should be riding apparatus or showing up to emergency scenes. So part of NFPA 1710 requirements, firefighters will respond with a minimum of 4 personnel on each apparatus. They've established this a long time ago. I've said it before, they've stopped doing studies on this. It has been identified as the consensus standard. In fact, if you look at it though, they say this is the minimum for organizations, departments that are have high responses. They actually suggest 5 up to 6 personnel on apparatus, just because depending on the scope of work. But again, the minimum that has been set by NFPA 1710 is 4 firefighters on the apparatus. Part of 1710 is firefighters will arrive at the emergency scene within 4 minutes from the dispatch center receiving the call. This thing lines out just a bunch of, again, standards for us, from call taking to what we call turnout times, from the times that the firefighters get the call to the station to responding on the apparatus. And then there's travel time from the time you get into the apparatus to get to the emergency scene. And as that last bullet states, the correct number of fully staffed firefighters and strategically located fire stations must be there to be able to meet these consensus standards. It can be tough for larger cities that are extremely busy and running many calls, but we always try to achieve that. Here locally, we look to try to have a response time, which is a total response time from the time the call comes in to us getting on scene, is within 8 minutes at least 90% of the time to achieve that goal. So with the SAFER grant, we've applied for the SAFER grant before. Back in 2013, we were awarded a SAFER grant. It didn't add additional people to the department. At the time, CCFD had a high number of vacancies. And so when they applied for the SAFER grant back in 2013, they used the SAFER grant money to just hire to fill the vacancies. So it didn't increase the numbers back in 2013 at the time, but we were awarded that SAFER grant back then to help us just hire and fill our vacancies. So currently the SAFER grant has came back open. The application deadline is July the 3rd. So that's coming up in a few weeks. We have applied for this before, and that may be in a later slide that goes with it, but the purpose of applying for this is, again, to help us achieve our 4-person staffing. We'd be looking to try to get at least 15 people to go with it, as we have a 5-year plan, as we have presented before with it. So with this, we only have 8 apparatus out of our 22 frontline fire apparatus that have 4-person staffing. The 8 units that have that currently are our ladder companies, our rescue truck, which is a technical rescue, our hazmat company, which does hazardous materials, and then we have Engine 13, which is down in the Bluff. They're a single standalone engine, but they also have a boat, so they kind of have some expertise. They need to get the boat in the water. It takes more than just 3 and get that out. So those are the 8 companies that have 4 persons on the apparatus right now, is the ladder trucks. And why ladder trucks and not the engine companies that pull off the hose? Our ladder trucks, just because of the division of labor, they're doing the searches inside the house. They often have to split up so they can be more effective in a search. They're doing multiple tasks at the same time to try to locate victims and make that scene accessible so the engine companies can get the hose lines in there. So with 14 units, that leaves our 14 units with 3 people that have that on there. That is our minimum that go on the engines. It takes a staffing factor of 4.16 people to fill each position. So that's where, when we look to try to fill out 4-person staffing across the board, we need an additional 86 people to get to our number to be able to adequately staff the department and get 4-person. And the reason that there's a staffing factor with it, and it's not just, you need to fill a position that's 1 person, you have to take things into consideration that has firefighters not be at work, which is vacation, sick, FMLA, injuries, all of the military leave. So there's a number of times that firefighters are not at work. So there's a factor that goes into place when you look to try to get the adequate number of people to be able to achieve 4-person staffing. So again, as we look at, if CCFD hires an additional 15 firefighters this year, part of the plan would be adding 18 firefighters in the coming year to get us within 5 years into that 86 people. That means that we would achieve that somewhere around June of 2031 when we'd be able to do it. Our academy is 17 months, so it takes some time when you hire the person for them to go to paramedic school and then get their firefighter certification, and then they can go out and then they'll be on the truck. So just because you hire, you don't see the direct effect right away in operations as they're going through the fire and paramedic academy. The current authorized complement for CCFD is 455 uniformed personnel, and we're needing to get to 541 to fully staff that, our department. So our grant request for this year is the $4,004,254.53. If awarded, the grant funds will be appropriated in fiscal year 26. There is a cash match this year. The SAFER grant, oftentimes you don't know what they're going to come out with cash match. They always release the percentage when they open up the grant. This time, when they open it up, the cash match is 25% in the first and second year. And then in the third year, the cash match is 65%. And that totals $1.6 million. And then to retain all of the added grant-funded uniform positions after the grant is over in the fiscal year 29, we need to be able to cover the $1.2 million. So just to reiterate, the SAFER grant will cover 75% of the cost in year 1, 75% of the cost of the personnel in year 2, and then 35% of the cost in year 3. And again, SAFER oftentimes, changes those percentage. That's what they're awarding this year, though. When SAFER awards is generally between August the 18th through September the 30th. There's no true time frame of when they tell you, but you can expect to hear something back if you've been awarded it. Sometimes they award it in different groupings. They may go out and award some and then do it again, do another release and award some other departments. You just don't know where you fall or when they will release that to you. So if we get awarded the grant, we would hire the 15 personnel that are currently, we're going through a hiring process right now. And if awarded that grant, we would hire the 15 personnel and they would start the academy in January of 2026. So part of this award, it's been discussed before that there is an option for a 2-cent increase that the city has for taxes. That capacity is still there. Working with the budget office and the city manager's office, the increase would generate roughly $3 million into the general revenue. This would have to be something that would be recommended by the city manager and approved by city council, in which that estimated $3 million, and again, talking with the city manager and the budget office, it would be proposed that it could potentially go 1.5 to the police and 1.5 to the fire department to help us with achieving that 4-person staffing. If the city manager does not recommend or council does not approve that, then we would not be looking to participate in the grant to add those additional people just because of the financial situation to be able to cover it. So it would need that in order for us to cover the people, because there is the cash match that we have to achieve. And then again, at the end of the 3 years, you would have to go ahead and assume all of the cost of the personnel. This slide gets into just the numbers with it, broken down by calendar year. I don't think if I go into it, again, it shows the cost for the grant, the 75% match in year 1, which the AFG grant covers $849,000. The city would need to cover $283,000. That's the 25%. In year 2, the AFG grant would cover $1 million. The city would cover $335,000. And then year 3, as you can see there. That's the breakdown for the calendar year. Next slide is a little more complicated one. It's broken down by the fiscal year, just to show you the breakdown with it. It's the same numbers, but that's how it would break down into the fiscal years. With that, I will entertain any questions.
You don't seem too happy about entertaining any questions.
Well, it's, there's money involved with it. We know it's an investment for the city. And it's an important initiative. I've said priority 1 for me when I got here 2 years ago was to help this organization achieve the 4-person staffing goal. It's not only safer for our citizens, it truly is safer, more effective, and efficient for our firefighters that are out there and that are operating. And again, it's been a long time consensus standard. So but it is a big commitment for the city, and we understand that and we realize that. And we understand there's challenges here, but the SAFER grant has been put in place for cities to be able to take advantage of and help achieve their staffing. But, you know, we understand it's a big ask.
Well, Chief Wade, first of all, thank you for the presentation and for bringing this forth. You said in 2013 we received this grant,
Yes.
but used it for vacancies.
We used it to fill vacancies. We didn't add new positions.
Okay, and do you have numbers as to what is maybe the percentage, are we the outlier that doesn't have the four-person staffing? You know, what percentage is it, you know, the majority of fire?
Yeah, I don't know the percentage nationwide.
Yeah.
There is many departments through the early 2000s and up to today that has achieved it. So here locally, though, in the state of Texas, when you look at the top cities, when we look at the top 8 cities, which includes Arlington, Arlington didn't have 4-person staffing, neither did El Paso. The other top cities had it. El Paso and Arlington both were awarded the SAFER grant last year and maybe the year before to fill out their complement and help them achieve 4-person staffing. So when you look at now the top 8 cities, we would be the outlier of the metropolitan cities that does not have 4-person staffing.
Okay, and then for clarity, is this item contingent on the 2 cents?
Yeah, it's contingent on more revenue. So right now, just for the base budget for the fire department, we just had a budget meeting with the chief. I think we need 1.3 million just for mandated increases.
Mandated.
Right, that's just, we have to do that. And we're gonna have to cut somewhere else to be able to do that because we have a $7 to $11 million revenue to expenditure shortfall already. We know we have to do a million more in the fire department, so we're gonna have to not only solve that shortfall, but then cut even more to fund the mandated increases in this budget. So that's why Chief is pretty sober up there. This is, we want to be able to do this, but the option to do it, and we're presenting it to council and we're being upfront with you, is that to be able to do this, we would need a property tax rate increase or some massive reductions. And you're talking probably eliminating, you know, whole department somewhere because of the financial commitment that's needed as part of the grant cash match. And then more importantly, though, the long-term liability or the long-term expense, if we don't have the underlying revenues coming in year after year, by the time we get to year 4, we're gonna have a massive shortfall to be able to fund those firefighters that are now on the payrolls.
Yeah.
So
Okay, but again.
we're saying, so the answer is yes, we're presenting this today on the option, contingent on the option of more property tax revenue with a property tax rate increase.
Right, but that's, I mean, we can't.
No, we're just giving you.
The item doesn't say you're going to raise property taxes and therefore apply for a grant.
So he's going to apply to the sequence. The sequence is this: if the council approves him applying, we'll apply. I'm going to present the budget the week of the 29th of July. If there's a property tax rate increase in there, then we'll keep the grant going.
Yep.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yes, we have to. That's right. We have to apply now.
Yeah. We can withdraw.
By the time you make the decisions, as the city manager is saying, the grant will be closed. So if we don't apply right now, there's not going to be an option where if y'all do not choose to do that, we would pull out of the grant.
Okay.
We did something similar last year. We applied. We knew we might have a shortfall when the council made that decision to double the homestead exemption. We said, we're not going to be able to afford this, and he withdrew the grant application. There's no penalty, and I don't think you'd looked at just unfavorably to the granting agency and the city. So we're just putting our ducks in a row, and if things turn out as we would recommend, we potentially could, if we even got the grant, it's competitive.
Yes.
So we might not even get the grant, even if we, you know, so.
No, I just wanted to make certain that the way it was worded, it sounds like you're voting on a
No, you're not voting on a property tax rate
increase along with, you know, submitting for the grant. They are two separate things. You need to submit this grant.
Yes.
Your deadline is what?
July the 3rd.
July the 3rd. And then we have to have a conversation about that revenue.
We're going to do that as part of the budget, but we have to, this is the last meeting before, well, I guess you get next week, but before July 3rd. So we're saying we want to apply.
Right.
There's some capacity in the property tax rate that won't have to go to the voters. So we said, let's put these two together and present it, and we'll progress forward in making decisions with the council input along the way.
We just wanted to make sure we were being upfront that
Right.
if that doesn't happen, we want to be upfront that we'll pull out of the grant.
The grants.
And again, we'd much rather pull out of the grant instead of just sitting there waiting and then they award it and then we say we don't want to accept
Right.
it, which doesn't look very favorable at that point.
Right, okay. Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. If I'm looking at the first year here, it says city grant cost, which is the 25%, and then actual city cost with tuition and supplies. In year one, it's $566,605. And then it doesn't seem to have an increase on years 2 and 3.
Yes, that's because there's some one-time costs, because when they're getting registered with Del Mar College, we have some tuition, we have uniforms, personal protective equipment, books, those type of things. So that kind of gets paid up front, and that's why you don't see those one-time costs show up again in the year 2 or 3.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification. So it's essentially $600,000 for year 1, $330,000 for year 2.
Yes.
And then close to $1 million for year 3.
Yes.
Well, I'm sure, that there's other options in our budget. And I soberly recognize that this is a large entity, the city, and there will be decisions that will have to be made. Each of us have things that are priorities to our district, and we're going to look for ways to fight, to provide for those. But I think I speak with my colleagues that say when we campaigned, we said we want our city to be safe, protected. We want to invest in our infrastructure. That is not, to me, that is not exclusively streets and water infrastructure, but that's also our safety and our manpower, our personnel. To me, I think, if Eric is able to find $500,000 street, that gives us at least another $300,000. I'm saying that to be joking. So that's at least half of that cost for year 1. I say that to say, I think this council is very favorable to being creative, asking hard questions, and finding ways to prioritize what we really think is important for the people. It may not be popular, and we may argue about it, but I think we want to do that. For me, I do think it's a wise decision, if this is an opportunity that's likely before us, to pursue it. And for me, I would like to invest in this department because of what you do serve this community, and I think the community is only going to grow. What you have before us is 3 years. In 3 years, how many of our developments are going to have phase 1s completed? How many of those properties are going to be on our tax rolls? How many of those are going to be filled with new families to protect and serve? So for me, this is looking long-sighted. So with that, I know it's a lot of money and I know it is a big commitment, but I think that that's the wise thing to do. So I know there's other questions, but I'd move to support.
Thank you.
Councilman Scott.
I get a kick out of the fact that, I better get 5 city folks calling me in the last 2 weeks to brief me on spending $8 on some computer equipment that I can't even pronounce. And this is the one I wish I'd have seen before because I'd been better prepared. It's just when if you'd called me in the past, I really would have enjoyed this. I'm all in, by the way, but I have a couple of questions. What's SAFER stand for? Is it on here? Did I look at
Yes. It's the staffing, let me go back to the very
For
beginning.
adequate.
Yep. Staffing for adequate fire and emergency response.
That wasn't the question. So the question I wanted, where's it come from? Where's that, is that
It's through
federal
the
grant money?
Yes, it's federal grant money through the FEMA system. So the assistance for firefighter grants.
And then what is AFG cover?
Assistance for firefighter grants. It's kind of all labeled under that. The AFG grant also has other things that you can apply for facilities, but the SAFER grant goes straight to, you apply that for personnel.
Got it. And the SAFER grant is also a FEMA
It is,
grant?
yes.
Just didn't know. Interesting.
All through it. Yes, sir.
And so, and then I went back. You say we have a 2% capacity? What's that mean? We have There's an option for.
So in the state regulated property tax law, there's, before you have to go out to the voters, there's an opportunity to, for a jurisdiction to increase their tax rate. And so we have that based on last year's estimates and this year's preliminary values. There's a little bit of capacity. We could increase the tax rate by around 2 cents before you would trigger the voter approved rate that would be needed.
Is this possible to do as a public safety referendum? Could we put this before the voters to
you could
vote yes or no for a public safety referendum?
I think you could. Yeah, it would be. We wouldn't collect the monies until after the voters approved it, and it may miss. It may miss the taxation timeline for this budget, but you could.
I'd be interested in how that might work.
I don't know if Heather's here, but we'll see how that could work.
And then, so the first year total cost to the city would be what again?
The total cost for the first year, if you look at calendar year, it's $566,000.
Got it. Okay. All right. Yep. Okay. And the second year, it's 335.
It's 335. Yes, sir.
Third year, 9. And then when this all goes away, when the grants go away, our annual cost is 1.2.
Yeah. In that to cover that last bit, it's going to be that 1.2 for the 9 months.
Okay. Yes, so what is it for? Like, what would that budget?
I think with that budget, it's $2 million. Is that what you're saying, Jeff? Roughly close to $2 million.
You didn't just look at how much that 2 cent increase goes, that's the number we need. You didn't just make that up. Did you? Just like, we want it all. There's 6 cents, we'll take it.
Yeah.
So $2 million. So in the out years, it's $2 million a year needed to make your staffing goals. And then you're telling me somewhere in here the 2 cent increase would generate $3 million to the general fund?
That's correct, Councilman. Mm-hmm. And we know that Chief Markle's gone at this point, but he has a staffing request for 10 additional police officers to keep that crime rate going down that he just demonstrated today, that adding officers is a good result of adding officers.
Yeah.
So we don't have any capacity unless we eliminate massive functions to fund 10 officers.
And what would 10 officers cost?
That's about $1 million.
Okay.
Yeah, for 10, it's about $100,000 an officer, when they're fully staffed.
A 2 cent rate increase approved by the voters would generate $3 million a year, of which 2, generally speaking, would help you make your 4-man crews, and 1 a year would help the police hire 10 additional officers.
Right. We're just trying to be creative,
I totally
creative and strategic.
I'm very interested in that conversation.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I think we also have an issue with the police department because we kind of overspent or did, fund balance on the crime control district for police officers, right? So we had to move those over into the general fund. How many is that?
Yeah, we didn't overspend, but we had a strategy to draw down the fund balance with the plan to migrate those over a 2-year period to the general fund.
Okay, well, you can't afford them in the crime control district anymore. How many need to migrate over?
Do you guys have the number, Michael? 15? 15, Councilman.
So about 1.5 million?
Yeah, I think.
Have to migrate over in addition to another 10 officers for another $1 million on top of that?
Right.
Okay, so that all has to come into, and how much is 1 cent on property taxes?
1 cent's about 1.5 million.
So you need more than 2 cents.
We do, but that migration will take place not next fiscal year, but the 2 fiscal years after that. So we'll monitor
I don't recall having the fund balance to pay for it beyond this year.
We do, and we just reviewed it. So I'm telling you, it'll be 27 and 28 when we migrate them over. We just reviewed it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
show that to you if you'd like today.
When this first came up, we were talking here, and this, we haven't talked about it. The additional 2 cents, we were talking about the streets and putting on a referendum.
Right. There was 2 cents that was stranded.
Right. So, I mean, I think this is something that needs to go to the voter, not, obviously we'd like to support this, but I think this needs to go to the voter as a referendum and maybe dedicate it to public safety.
We would agree with that.
Right,
We're going
not,
to check this
that
out.
just like we dedicate the 4 cents to streets. Right. It can't be used for anything else.
Yeah.
It has to be dedicated to that, so it doesn't get moved over budget-wise somewhere down the road.
Right.
I would support it as a referendum, but I don't think it is in our best interest to vote for it ourselves without getting the taxpayers' approval.
Okay, that's good input. Well, we're going to begin to look at this option.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Kintu.
I'm all in for public safety. I got a couple of questions though. Additional, you'll hire 15 personnel, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there will be firefighters and medics, right? They go to school for both?
Yes.
How much do we pay for that, for the college? Do you know? On top of your head?
About $18,000 per cadet. Yeah. It's uniforms, them being enrolled in it, tuition, all of that.
How long does it take?
17 months. 17
months?
Yes, sir.
There's a school here in town that do the same thing the college does, correct? Do you know about that school? It's on Saratoga, I believe?
Yes, sir.
My understanding, it takes like a year with them. Is that true?
Possibly. Before I got here, there was an agreement made with Del Mar. I don't know all of their, so we have an agreement with Del Mar.
Yeah.
I don't know everything that that training place would do, as we're upholding and have a good partnership with Del Mar, so.
Got it, okay. I was just wondering, because I passed by there a few times and
yes, sir.
Looks pretty oppressive, really nice. Okay, thank you.
Vaughn.
Well, public safety is a high priority for me, so I'm for getting police and fire. I do like the referendum idea, and I think you should go for the grant, because that is a great deal if you can get that grant. And then I think we just need to commit to try and find the money to cover you if we can't, because that means cutting somewhere. But if we're adamant about wanting to do it, I'm sure we can find those funds somewhere. And hopefully, you know, the public usually, I just can't imagine them not supporting public safety. I don't think I've ever seen that in this city. So I feel really good about that. I think that's a great option. I hope we move forward with that, Mr. Sidoni.
We're going to look into it, Councilwoman.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. And you're correct. This community supports public safety better than all over the country that I've seen, and we're grateful to serve here. Yep, absolutely.
Councilman Barrera.
Here, well, number one, I support this, and then number two, I don't know that I would entertain going in a referendum on a constitutional election. We've gone through that before. So it's a different group.
Yeah, the constitutional election year is a tough one.
I would think that, and as I've always said before, a year later, the public's going to vote on the council that supported it. And so that'll be their referendum if they don't like the idea that we're raising revenue for public safety. So I just wanted to give you my point of view.
Great, thank you, Councilman.
Councilman Cantu, did you have your light on again? No. Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, sorry, I wanted to, and this is probably going to be reflected when Ryan comes up and speaks. You know, House Bill 19 didn't come out of the House, but it would have limited us in terms of how much we can borrow versus that. But it could affect how we, you know, we got to pay for our debt service, and I don't know all the impacts of it, but there's always changes that can happen with the state, right, on how we, you know, massage the budget. So having a referendum where people vote for it, it's much more difficult for the state to come and say, well, don't do it because of the voters told us to do it, right? So I disagree with Councilman Barrera that this is something the voters should look at and should have a right to see whether or not they would want this or not. Thank you.
Okay. Chief Wade, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate you and all the work that, yes, hold on one second.
Just so that I can go on record, I do agree with the referendum, and I think it's a good idea, and I think the people would like to have a say, and I think most of the, you know, people in the community would support this, so I'm just saying, I think it's a good, safe bet.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Chief Wade, thanks
Excuse me,
again.
Mayor. Yeah, this is a resolution for support so you, right?
Right.
Yeah, and then just one other thing, just we may have said it before, but
Oh, yeah, you said it.
if we fall behind in adding additional officers, either firefighter or police officers, it gets tougher every year that goes by to get caught up. So part of the strategy is to make sure we're upfront with the council to say, if we don't keep adding, we're going to get ourselves in trouble.
Like our streets.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah,
it is.
exactly.
Even worse.
Good
So,
example. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion, and I'll second that. So now we have a second. Is there anyone in the public that would like to make comment on item number 30? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. Is there? No, this is just this is for submission of the grant. Yeah, so please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Okay, our next item is item 31. That is a motion authorizing execution of amendment number 1 to the cooperative service agreement with Carasoft Technology Corporation.
Make a motion to approve.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. You want to just give us a quick description? This is something, well, and let me say something about it because I brought it forth last budget. So this is very, I noticed San Antonio has this wonderful text messaging system with so much information that they reach out to their constituents with. But what brought this to my attention was during budget time, I said to Peter, you know, times change, times evolve, and go to the budget community meetings. We didn't get good attendance. And so I figured, you know, we really need to be reaching out to people. In what way? Well, text messages, right? That's the best way to really engage people. And so that's what this is about, really, is to be able to pull more people in to say, take the survey, or know about this that's going on, or that's going on. I mean, so many things that we're going to be able to utilize. So I'm very excited about this. So we have a motion and a second. Yes, ma'am.
Just real quick, thank you, Mayor. Thank you. I was able to join a call this week, and with your description, I'm a huge supporter of being efficient and streamlining and being more up to date with our processes, because it's better for us. But you pointed out that this was also a cost saving. So for me, that made this even that much more easy to support. So thank you for that information.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez, sorry.
I know we had talked about this, and I had expressed some concerns on some of the features on this that are not scientifically done. Like, for example, surveys that, unless you have, you know, a disinterested third party, those can be, you know, manipulated to elicit a response. I have some concerns with that. I don't want us to be in the propaganda business, and that could be construed that way. So I ask that you be careful with that. If you're going to do surveys, have a scientific method to do it. I don't know if you want to contract with the university or third party, but you know, you can elicit questions to get a response that you want. For example, with the budget, and I gave you this example. Would you like us to spend money on this? Would you like us to spend money on that? Would you like us to spend so? And then you get a survey result saying the citizens want you to spend all this money, when you never ask the question, do you want us to cut taxes? Do you want us to reduce costs? Do you want us to do this? That would give you the opposite. So I want to make sure that we have some aspect of true data collection that is not just another form of propaganda.
Yes, sir. I thank you for that, and I completely agree. There's a science to surveys, doing them well. I've done them for many years. I think sometimes you can do something very simple for a trend analysis. Sometimes, though, with a bigger survey, something really sophisticated, it might be necessary to get some outside help, making sure that you develop a really good survey instrument to proceed with. So thank you for your feedback.
Right, I appreciate this because it does reduce our cost considerably, so I will be supporting this, but I do have concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, please submit your vote. The motion carries. Item number 32 is an ordinance appointing Gabriel Rodriguez as Division 1 Judge, Jason Suppley as Division 2 Judge, David Walsh as Division 3 Judge, William Gregory Bilbonilla as Division 4 Judge, and George Picha as Division 5 Judge of the Municipal Court, appointing Christopher E. Matt as part-time Judge number 1, Douglas K. DeFratis as part-time Judge number 2, William Holt Feemster as part-time Judge number 3, Mara Schechter as part-time Judge number 4, Mario A. Olivares as part-time Judge number 5, Arnold McAdams as part-time Judge number 6, and Robert Reyna as part-time Judge number 7 of the Municipal Court, determining salary, providing a 2-year term of office, and declaring an effective date.
I'd like to make a motion approved.
We have a motion, we have a second. Is there anyone in the public that would like to make a comment on item number 32? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. Please submit your vote. Okay. Where are the results?
Thank you, Gil.
Rebecca? Do we have the results? Oh, you don't, do you have them? Okay, there we go. Okay, the motion carries. Item number 33 is a discussion and possible action on council policy regarding the scheduling of council meetings as requested by council members Eric Cantu, Carolyn Vaughn, and Gil Hernandez. Yeah. Okay, who's going to speak on this, guys? Councilman Hernandez? Yeah, it's
Okay.
6, by the way, it's 6:24 p.m.
So we're at 6:24, and unfortunately, always seems the council items always get put at the back. Thank you, Mr. Zanoni, on that one.
But we always put them, Council.
Yeah.
Nothing different on this one.
Could have been up front. I'm just complaining. On this one specifically, we went 3 weeks without a council meeting, right? And so yeah, I think we need better, if we're going to, do this, we need better scheduling of these.
I think. Yeah, we had a council meeting last week. Oh, but that one was long. Okay, I understand you. Yeah.
Okay, so the reason we had these last 2 meetings are pretty long, and even if we didn't have some of the council meeting, because you move stuff off of the meeting, so we have a long meeting because we had this 3-week gap, right? So if you have a more consistent scheduling of this, I think we'd be better off. This was meant to be for the next cycle, not right away. And so, give some time to adjust for it. I think we could have more productive discussions and meetings if we have like on an every other week. But that is my opinion. I said I brought it forward for us to look at for the next scheduling for the next year's calendar. So.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Vaughn.
And I know why he brought it forward. He was trying to make it more productive. And hey, that last meeting was so long, I think it made us think a little bit here. Sorry, Gil. But I think it would be great for the staff. I do, because it takes so much time every week to prepare for a council meeting. And we did go 3 weeks without one, and I guess that you can expect to have a long meeting when you do that. And I don't have a problem with that. I really don't. But I don't know where I'm going to go on this. I'm just going to look at the rest of you guys, but we're kind of,
it's late in the day.
I'm a little conflicted right now, but I don't mind doing all these meetings. I don't. If you had 4, I'd be fine. But then you have to look at the fact, if you had 5 weeks in the month, you'd have to have 3. So it's just something that I think Councilman Hernandez wants us to look at and take into
consideration.
Yeah, consideration.
We can, Councilman Hernandez volunteered the information that it wouldn't be for calendar year 26, correct, Councilman? So annually, just to remind the council, you all approve the schedule. I don't set it. The city secretary develops a proposal. We review it with her, and then the council approves it. So we could revisit this then. When do we bring it, in like January, Rebecca?
We bring it in November.
In November?
For the following year. So
We could look at it in November again. You don't have to commit to it today, and we could develop some scenarios and present them in November. You could even try a couple if you wanted to, maybe in the lighter part of the year. When the budget's first approved, we're still getting things organized, so not a lot of material comes to council. So we could look at, with Rebecca, something where maybe in January, February, March, it's one every other week. And then when business really picks up, then maybe you go back to 3 times a month. So we can develop something like that and bring it in November. Then you'll actually see it instead of just kind of, instead of having a hypothetical. Councilman Hernandez is, yeah.
Councilwoman, or Councilman Cantu.
I just want to say next time don't give us 3 weeks off because this is what happens. It sounded good at the moment, but the last meeting was pretty long, Gil, and I'm sorry. I just, I won't be able to support this right now. It's already 6:30, and my little girl Bella, my 4-legged dog, is waiting for me. So, so anyhow, so that's where I'm at right now. I don't know if we're going to take a vote on this or not, but thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. I see both sides of the argument. I think I often land in the mediator's position. But for myself, 3 things. One, I can't help but, it's just how I think. I like to think very planned, strategic, and ahead of time. I think if we're planning something day of, then we're late. So to me, I think it's less a discussion of should we move to regular rotating every other week council meetings, and more the discussion of do we need a council meeting every week or not based on business. I don't know about you guys, but I worked really hard and asked a lot of people to support my campaign to get here because I adamantly wanted to engage in business. So to me, being here is my connection to the people. People get to come up and have public comment. They get to talk. We get to assist the departments. We get to work in the capacity that we campaigned for. And I know it's not popular maybe, but I'm giving my 2 cents. I think that this is a huge honor to represent the community. And I know that you're not discussing things on terms of whether or not it's honorable. You're thinking in efficiency. So to me, I would counter if the scheduling body deems that we don't need to hold a business meeting on a week, then maybe we don't. Maybe it's not so much do we have to have a meeting on day 1 or I have to have a meeting on day 15. It's do we need the meeting? That's how I would see it. So that's my 1 cent. My other, so strategy, being able to stack the meeting appropriately. Do we need business or not? That's what dictates, do we have the meeting? The more the merrier as far as I'm concerned, because that's what we're here for. We're supposed to work with staff and work with the people. Yeah, so, and continuing to kick it down, it's fine. If we want to look at it later, it's fine, but that's well, I guess it was 3 cents.
3, thank you. Councilman Scott.
Quickly, I'm okay with the three meetings a month. I think there's more time for public comment. The more times we meet, the more public comment we might hear. I knew what I was getting into, I think. It's 6:30 and we have several more agenda items. I know our good friends from Austin were coming down to share their brilliance. I think what really most concerns me is that you get into 6:30 and, 8:30 and you're making multi-million-dollar decisions after being involved at 10 and 12 hours a day. And I think, we all bought into that, but if we could spread that out, I think we'd probably make better decisions.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Barrera.
Yeah, I want to echo those comments as well. I think, I'd all be for, starting at 8:30 in the morning. I mean, if that's the case, whatever the situation is. But I think that we create efficiency by doing our homework and meeting with staff. And since we have the electronic ability to be able to do so through WebEx, there's resources of which we have. Some of the meetings that I've had with staff have lasted 10 or 15 minutes, and we do them by WebEx just to get a clear understanding, rather than spending the time here and taking up my other 8 colleagues' time, as well as all the time of all the staff. I do believe that we're fresher, and I think the public, it's funny. I talked to somebody on Friday that watches all the council meetings. They torture themselves. And they said, I drove to Houston and had to come back the following day. And I literally didn't finish it driving to Houston and back, and I think that's another thing too, that by having more meetings, then we're more attentive to the public on items that pertains to them. And so that way they don't have to belabor going on through a 10, 12-hour meeting. That way that it's much more accessible to them, and we don't have people that are waiting around. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Pass.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted a real quick, to what I said, to add on. I don't want anyone to think that I was advocating, oh, well, there's no business, so let's not meet. That's not what I mean. I just mean be organized with our plan. That's all I meant.
Thank you. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay. I have never complained about being here late, ever. I don't mind. I enjoy the engagement. I didn't have a problem with being here until 9:40 last night. As a matter of fact, I would have talked about this last night if people didn't want to go home. Last Tuesday night. This is more for more productivity of the staff. I don't know how many times I've talked to staff members at 7, 8 o'clock at night. I don't know how many times I've had conversations with Drew, him driving home at 9 p.m. To try and get stuff ready for the council meeting the following day, the following day, or like a Friday evening. I understand how this beats up our staff in a big way when they have to do a council meeting every week. And sometimes they're not as prepared as I'd like them to be, right? So to ask some questions. So I want to make sure that we're not, killing our staff and then also having productive meetings when we can have that spaced out. So when we have those meetings with staff, we're not talking to them at 7 p.m. or 8 p.m. at night, that we have enough space and time for us to communicate with them at regular hours, so we're not killing them. And, and I don't know how many times I told Peter to go home, right? You need to go home. So let's not just look at this as ourselves being the issue. I want to make sure that we're also not, beating up our staff. I look at our city secretaries too. They have to be here too. It's not all about us. It's not just, I'm not doing this for myself. I would be here every week. I don't have a problem with that. I thoroughly enjoy the engagement with even Roland.
No, I don't think I truly believe that.
I was trying to be nice.
Hey, I love you too, brother.
Yeah. So think about try not to, don't think I brought this up because I only want to work every other week. No, that's not the case. I want to make sure we're being productive and we're not beating up our staff. Thank you.
Councilman Scott.
And I'll hold off until next.
I hear that. I was watching the council meeting last week, and there were people packing up with one agenda item to go, and that's the third meeting I've been involved in where people were like packing up to get out, and then we didn't finish the meeting. We moved agenda items, so that's what I meant by. You get the sense that maybe we're wearing each other out, and I get that. But I've witnessed us going, hey man, move it, I'm packing up, I got to go. So.
Okay, thank you. I'll put in the 2 cents. I don't think it's a good idea to have, 2 council meetings this month, 3 this month, 1 this month, because you people who are never going to keep up with that, and it's not fair. It's not fair to have to say, oh, by the way, this month, this is what our schedule looks like, and this month, now it looks like this. I'm not sure, well, you just mentioned what this was about. I think it needs to be more so about, we're a large city, and we have a lot of business to conduct. And I think there's a lot of room for this council, for us as a team, all of you sitting on the sides here, to make the current meetings at 3 times a month more efficient, first of all. What Councilman Barrera said is right on point. We can all, myself included, start with preparing better and making sure that, hey, let's look at, for example, a consent agenda. And let's make sure that a consent agenda, boom, it just goes right through. And that has everything to do with preparing and making sure, Rebecca, we prepare when we meet. And I think there's a lot of room for improvement in making the current meetings efficient. I think that we have so much business. I am not interested. I won't support it either. I'm in the same stance as Councilman Cantu. I don't think we need to be here until 6:30, 7:30, 8:30, 9:30 at night. And I think we can fix that. I really do. Now, did I enjoy 3 weeks? Yes, that was awesome. Could we put, I mean, sometimes it works out that way, just like it did this one time. But I think we have a lot of business to take care of, and I don't think it is fair to a lot of the contracts and the multi-million dollars that we are approving or not at the end of the day, or the briefings, you know, that we listen to at the end of the day, because it's exhausting. Even though we're sitting here, you are mentally exhausted, you know, even now at 6:30. So anyhow, Councilman Roy has a comment, and then I don't know if you wanted to make a motion or not. Councilman Roy?
Yeah, my comment's going to be brief. I mean, I do agree with some of the council members as far as being prepared and doing your homework. And the other thing is that we're not up here, and we don't have to make a comment on every item out there. We don't have to do that. It's not required. You know, the bottom line is that the biggest and the most important thing that you can do is vote, because that shows how you're supporting your constituents. Not the fact that you're going to sit there and then somebody else says something and then somebody else comes back and says something else again, because that kind of word salad we have to get away from, because the unfortunate thing is it's just taking up too much time. I don't care if you have council every other week, you have it every other day, but we're going to sit here and drag these council meetings out because we have people that want to make comments on everything. And I just ask to reserve that and really think about what you're saying, because it does make for a long day. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and move on and go to section M, and that is recess to the city corporation meeting, item number 34, which is a special board meeting of the Corpus Christi Housing Finance Corporation.
Can I move from here?
Yeah. Wait, do I need to adjourn? I need to adjourn. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead. Yeah, so I adjourn this meeting. Recess. Recess, sorry, recess. Recess. Everybody leave. Sorry.
Okay.
Go to discussion. What happened? There you go. Hold on. Yeah. Oh, go hit it again. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order. It's the Corpus Christi Housing Finance Corporation. Mrs. Werter, would you please call the roll?
President Everett Roy,
Present.
Vice President Roland Barrera,
Here.
Board Members Sylvia Campos, here. Eric Cantu, here. Paulette Guajardo,
Present.
Gil Hernandez, Kaylin Paxson, here. Mark Scott, here. Carolyn Vaughn. Here. Okay, we have a quorum present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you. Would anyone like to make public comment? Do we have anybody out there that would like to make public comment? Seeing that there's none. Mrs. Werter, have you received any public comments?
No, sir.
Okay. Seeing that there's no public comment, I'd like to go ahead and go to the next item, which is approve the minutes for January 28, 2025 board meeting. So moved. Second. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? The motion carries. Next, we have a resolution amending and reaffirming the Corpus Christi Housing Finance Corporation's investment policy and investment strategy for the fiscal year 2025 and 2026.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sergio Villasan, Director of Finance here. Included in your packet is the updated investment policy and investment strategy for the Housing Finance Corporation. We're required to review this policy annually. The investment committee met on April 21st, reviewed and approved changes to the policy. The biggest change here to our policy is extending our weighted average maturity for our investment portfolio from 1 year to 2 years. This allows us to have more investments go out for a longer term, especially now with the anticipated decrease in the interest rates. We want that flexibility to be able to lock in rates now. Other than that, no other significant changes. Staff does recommend approval.
I move for approval.
Okay, we have a motion with a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. And next, we have a presentation on the proposed housing needs assessment and toolkit to be included in the FY 2026 Corpus Christi Housing Finance Corporation budget.
Good evening, Daniel McGinn, interim ACM. Actually, if you could bring up that previous PowerPoint, that was the correct one that you had up. Good evening. This next item is a briefing on a potential housing needs assessment and related toolkit. A housing needs assessment will identify current and projected housing demands at the various income levels and all housing types throughout the city. So this will really kind of give us a handle on the data and what we're experiencing within the community. The toolkit will include a kind of a prioritized policy and program that will address those current and projected gaps. And so we'll be looking at best practices from across the country, look at some of the different tools that we have available to us here locally and within the state of Texas. And then finally, the toolkit would establish quantitative metrics where we could then kind of monitor the progress and how we're filling in those needs. As far as methodology, we would be working with a group of stakeholders. We'd get input from our local housing community, realtors, commercial real estate vendors, bankers, housing and different insurance companies, everyone that would really be involved in our housing network. Data sources would include the Census, Texas Demographic Center. We'd work with our Texas A&M Real Estate Center. They'd put out a lot of great reports. And then the various commercial real estate resources that are available. Next steps for this item would be, we do have another item that will have to come before the corporation, we believe in September. It's related to the Costa Tarragona sale. And so we would just recommend that if we want to take action on this, that we would present it at that meeting for action. We also reached out to the Housing Authority to see if they had any interest in participating in an assessment, and they do. And so they're going to discuss it at their next meeting to see what level they may be able to help us out with that and be involved in it. And then finally, I think we would be looking at kind of a cap of $150,000 for this study, do not exceed amount, as we would go in to try to procure a third party that would help us out with that. So be happy to take any questions.
I move for approval.
Second.
It's not an action item.
Presentation, there's no vote required, but we do have a question.
It's a woman. Paxton.
I'm sorry. Board Member Paxton. I hit the wrong.
There we go. I'll just talk loud. No, I'm kidding. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. In your list of stakeholders, that was one of my questions, if we were going to have HUD present for that in those discussions. So thank you for answering that. I was curious. I know our police department keeps a pretty robust and accurate tally, well, as much as possible, on trends in our homeless population, individuals, couples, families. And I think that would be very valuable to include in our stakeholders' details. I'm also curious, and possibly this is something that our real estate professionals could help with, but keeping our eye for trends to be competitive with the professional groups. I think that, that's something we really want to focus on. We hear that a lot, we need to retain the talent that we have brought up here, or we need to incentivize good talent, that kind of thing. And I know that it's here, so I want to make sure that we're keeping a focus on having resources for them to stay here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Board Member Hernandez.
Dan, I appreciate the including the Housing Authority in that. I know that came from a conversation we had regarding participation, so we can get information as well as have them pay for half of it. Okay. Thank you for bringing that through.
Okay, no problem at all. It's a good idea.
Okay. Are there any other questions?
Right here.
Seeing that there's none?
I have one.
Oh, you have one? Oh, Board Member Guajardo.
Just a comment. I think this is great. I think this is, as we put it in other departments that we're trying to untangle, this is a great roadmap, you know, for us to finally see what is the need and how do we go about, you know, tackling that need for the sake of those residents. So I think it's wonderful. Do you have a timeline for it, or did you mention that?
Well, I think the process is probably about a 9 months once we have a consultant on board.
Okay.
So we're saying September to come back just because of the corporation doesn't meet that often. So we thought we'd have 2 items to take action on. But then probably would be 2 or 3 months to procure probably a third party, and then probably it's a 6 to 9 month project.
Okay, well, thank you. This is great, wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Seeing that there is no further questions, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Okay, so the council meeting will now reconvene, and we will have, are you on the Inner Harbor? Briefing on the Inner Harbor Water Treatment Campus, and that's item number 36. And then lastly, we'll have item 37, the 89th Legislature post-session briefing.
All right, good evening. So Brett Van Hazel, I'm the Program Management Office Director responsible for the delivery of the Inner Harbor Water Treatment Campus. There we go. Okay, so today I'm going to touch on a couple things. One, just a general project update along with a timeline. I'll briefly give you some of the updates for the near and far field modeling as well as the demonstration plan, then we'll finish it off with some of the future topics. On that right-hand side is the current campus layout. If you're looking at the layout, just to highlight a couple things that have changed since the last time we were here. We removed the education center. So if you remember previously, if you're looking at this image on the bottom, we had shown the education center, so that's been removed. And then in addition to that, we've consolidated the admin building and the operations building. So if you look at the top left, we're Nueces Bay Boulevard, which would be the road that runs from south to north, and then West Broadway, which is the one that runs from east to west. We've located that facility at the top, and then we took all that process equipment that was previously located there and moved it to the southern portion of the plant. So it was a remodification, relayout of the site to make it more efficient and kind of consolidate some of the services for the cost benefits, efficiency benefits, et cetera. So the project has 3 phases, with phase 1 containing 2 components, phase 1A and phase 1B. The phase 1A is now done as of June 1st, and we've transitioned to fully just being in the phase 1B part, which is primarily design and then working towards a guaranteed maximum price. And then the end of this year is when we plan on bringing the project to City Council to request approval for the guaranteed maximum price. And then we'll transition into construction next year, early next year. And then on the right-hand side is just a general overview of the proposed project site, which is at the intersection of Nueces Bay Boulevard and West Broadway. And then we have the intake and discharge location shown in the Inner Harbor ship channel. So as I mentioned, the phase 1A completed June 1st. Some of the major deliverables that came out of that, one was the pilot protocol, the basis of design report, which the city and our owner's agent, Friesen Nichols, has been reviewing for well over a month now, working with Kiewit to refine that document. And then also the cost model was delivered at the beginning of June, and the model is currently in review. We're going to work with Friesen Nichols and Spire, who is our independent cost estimator, to review that draft cost model to make sure that it is consistent with contract expectations and includes everything that we need for the project. And then Phase 1B, again, has already started. It started in April of this year. We have executed 3 contract amendments, and then we've issued what we call a work change directive for 1 scope item. And we did that because we're still in negotiation, and that particular one is related to the demonstration plant. So we plan to have that amendment executed this month. So the total for Phase 1A plus the amendments that have been executed to date total a little over $35 million. And in the very near future, again this month, we're going to have the amendment for the demonstration plant executed. We're planning on doing that one as a time and material amendment. So we're actually going to track actual material cost, labor cost, equipment, et cetera. So we're going to have people on site tracking how much is used, and we'll get actual invoices for that entire effort. So we'll be seeing that a little bit later this month. And then the next big amendment, which will be the 5th amendment for Phase 1B, is going to be for the full design and the GMP development. So I expect that one, not this month. We'll probably have that one executed in July. And along the way, we may have some additional early work packages. Those will typically be related to getting long lead equipment and other critical infrastructure ahead of the design being complete so that we can make sure the project's completed on time. Here's a project timeline. So if you look at the yellow star, that'll kind of show you where we are in the process. Again, just to highlight some of the things that are currently under review are the basis of design report, which is the BODR, and then the cost model drafts. The demonstration plant is actually planned to start construction next week, with the first part of that construction being the discharge line from the plant site, the pilot plant site or demonstration plant site, to the Roadway wastewater treatment plant. And then the other item that is complete, as promised, it was completed in May of this year, is the near and far field model. Now that the model has been built out, the Kiewit and GHD team is running different scenarios. They're simulating different scenarios, so they're looking at worst case, best case, and everything in between. And we're going to share those results July 15th. So the rest of this month, they're going to be running those different scenarios, and then we'll present that in the first council meeting in July. So this is just a little overview. So as I stated, we received the model in May. It was completed. And this month, the GHD and Kiewit team are focusing on those scenarios. And if you look on the right-hand side, you can kind of see some of the characteristics that are going to be evaluated, with the ones that we really want to focus on being salinity, dissolved oxygen, and stratification. Those are typically related to hypoxic conditions. So we'll be talking about all about that in July 15th. This right here is an overview of the extents of the near and far field modeling. So GHD's domain will consist of everything in the gridded area. So it'll go as far north past Flint Hills, and then it will go as far south as the mouth of the ship channel. And if you look at the two different colors, you have a little bit of a darker blue and then kind of a light gray. Those distances, one heading north is about 7.2 miles away from the discharge area. And then the area headed south towards the mouth of the ship channel by the harbor bridge is approximately 1.4 miles. And then you can see all the different inputs and outputs of the system that'll be considered as part of that model. As I stated before, the demonstration plant is scheduled to start construction this month, with the discharge from the demonstration site out to the Roadway wastewater treatment plant starting next week. Once we get the equipment in, the actual process equipment, which we anticipate to happen in the next couple weeks, we'll actually start installing, and then we'll start the operation period, which will mostly consist of commissioning. So that's getting all the equipment in place, get the chemical levels right, get the flows right, et cetera. And then in the September-October timeframe, probably closer to the October timeframe, we'll actually start the 30-day run period. It has that TCEQ requires. It's a continuous 30 days where there can be no interruption. And they'll run it for that 30 days. At the end of the 30 days, they'll actually generate a report that'll go back to TCEQ showing the findings. And it's just part of the natural process of the pilot. It'll also help influence some of the equipment and chemical usage, et cetera, that we'll actually use for the full plant. So some of the future topics, I'm going to continue to do council briefings at least twice a month. The next scheduled briefing is next Tuesday. One item that you're going to hear today, which is it's a great presentation. We have a speaker here, Lefwin Clark. I know you guys got a presentation from him previously, just kind of get a feel for how the process works, but we wanted to bring him here to City Council so that he could do an abbreviated version of that to talk about progressive design build, which is the execution that we're using for this project, touch on the guaranteed maximum price development, and then just expectation management as we work our way through this process. So some major upcoming deliverables. One is going to be the demonstration plant contract amendment, again, which I plan on executing this month. And then the bigger one will be the design and GMP development amendment, which will come in July. That is the presentation. Just as a reminder, we do have a city website that the public can go to. It's at sustainablewater.corpuschristitexas.gov. We also have the QR code that can be scanned and it'll take you to the city website. We're constantly providing new content. We have a new Desal 101 video that we're going to be posting. It'll kind of talk through what Desal is, how it works. And we're also updating frequently asked questions all the time. So got some good information on there.
Good.
So
thank you for the presentation, Brett. Yep. Councilman Cantu.
Couple questions. So we already spent $35 million since April 15th?
No, sir. That's what we've committed to date.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not the actual spend.
Got it. And then the farm field study, July the 15th?
Yes, sir. So we'll have GHD here, and they'll do a presentation on the findings.
Have you guys looked into the findings, making sure everything's safe to keep on pursuing with the contracts and everything you guys are doing on a daily basis?
So they haven't provided us any of the results of the model yet, so they're working through that themselves before they share any of that with us.
And then my understanding, it looked like it started in May, the far field study?
So the model itself was built in May, and then they really started running the different scenarios this month in June.
Okay. And then my last question is 30 days for the pilot program. You think that's enough time to go through all the different weather patterns and stuff like that? I mean...
So the model, so running the pilot for the 30 days, you're really only capturing whatever time of the year you are.
Correct.
You can only characterize that 30 days. Now, the models they've run can characterize the entire year. But if you're talking, the model we put out really is only going to capture exactly the time frame that we're out there. That's the reality of it. But the model they built will show an entire year based on historical data, so it's a relatively good representation of what to expect.
I just wish we get more days than 30 days because, I mean, anything could happen, you know, different weather changes and stuff like that. My understanding, what I've been hearing, 30 days is not enough time. But I leave it with you guys. You guys are the experts. I mean, I just don't want to do it for 30 days. We build this plan and it doesn't work, so thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Vaughn.
I'm not going to insult anybody, but I don't know that we have any experts on a desal plant because we've never built one. So that concerns me. The 30 days is a big deal to me. I would think that if you were concerned, and I know you are, about our bays, you would take as long as you could and go through all the seasons to look at it, because we can't go back if we mess it up. So I don't know what the big rush is here. I think that needs to be talked about again. But on those contracts, you said you executed 3. What are the contracts?
So
what are they for?
So there's 4 technically, but only 3 have executed amendments.
Okay.
So the first one was, so we brought a technology supplier on, which is Aquatech. They're our main process technology provider. We brought them on early so that they could help with the development of the basis of design report.
Okay.
And then we paid for GHD to do the modeling a little bit earlier than originally planned. And then we also secured some long lead items, the 2 high voltage transformers. So we locked that in. So that was the very first amendment.
So what are the high voltage transformers for?
So it's for the project. So we're going to have the transformers on site. So what we've done is we've secured our line in the queue to have them built, but also getting them to support us in the development of the submittals, the design drawings, et cetera. So we brought that team on to help us with the planning and design development.
So that's for the actual desal plant?
Correct.
So y'all are already starting to order things for the actual desal plant?
No, we haven't ordered. We're securing services.
Contract?
Yeah, contract services. We're just getting professional services. So we're getting them to help us with the design, submittal development. We haven't actually ordered any equipment.
Okay.
This is all planning and design effort.
I wish you'd bring us something back that shows us that you should just do 30 days for that pilot program. That's a concern for me, that it's only 30 days. I mean, we've got a year. I don't know what our rush is. We're getting water supplies now, and we know that it's going to take a while for the desal plant. So why wouldn't we go longer and look at the seasons and make good and sure that what we're doing is going to not hurt our bay?
So just to point out, so the 30-day requirement is from TCEQ, and it's the minimum requirement. You could go longer, but it is not a cheap expense. You know, the rental of this equipment is more than $1 million a month to actually rent the equipment to run the pilot. So if the city was wanting to pursue an entire year, it comes at a cost. So you can model with actual equipment on site as long as you want if you're willing to cover the expense.
Okay, and I don't mean to interrupt you, so I'm misunderstanding here. So we're spending $18 million for the pilot equipment.
Right.
So
I'm a visual person, so you're spending $18 million for that. And then you're telling me it's going to cost more to continue to run this pilot?
So first off, the $18 million, I'm not sure where that number came from. We never said $18 million. That was a number that was actually provided by a council member at one of our meetings.
I think Mr. Zanoni provided
I think I may have said it before.
Yeah, okay. Well, I can tell you we're not executing an agreement for $18 million for the pilot plant. So like I said earlier, we're doing a time and material. We're going to come back and show actuals. So we're not saying it costs $18 million, but what I am saying is that there is a cost for rental and to support it because we're having to bring out generators to support, fuel to support. So I can't tell you what the actual cost is because we haven't actually seen true numbers from Kiewit, which is one of the reasons why we're going time and material. But it definitely comes at a cost. And in order for us to keep it longer than the anticipated 3 months, because you got the initial setup, commissioning, the 30-day run period, and then there's going to be a period after that before we actually end the 90 days. So right now we're anticipating that it's going to be in the area, we think 10 and 11 million, maybe is what we're looking at a not to exceed for this effort.
Here's my problem with this. I have to depend on Mr. Zanoni for what he tells me, and that's where I get my numbers from is him.
Right.
So there seems to be a little divide here.
So we'll explain it. So the 18 million is the lump sum
of what you spent.
The lump sum that Kiewit estimated to be the cost for the pilot. We know that was more than what Freeze and Nichols estimated it to be.
Yeah.
That's why Brett's talking technical terms here, but we weren't comfortable with doing a lump sum payment, so instead we're doing time and materials. They're going to have to prove how much they spend to do this pilot plant. We don't think it's going to be 18 million. That's what Brett's saying. That's why we didn't. That's why we're not authorizing the lump sum payment. Instead, we're going to do. They're going to have to submit invoices for all the time and all the materials, and then we'll pay those. We think by doing that, it'll come in much less than the 18 million.
Because we thought it was going to be 5. And that's
what Freeze and Nichols advised us that you can expect about 5 million. And, but this is a good example of where you have a non-construction firm estimating pricing, and then the construction firm actually knowing what to do to carry out the order. And Freeze and Nichols didn't assume certain things like that there's not off-the-shelf technologies ready for our exact pilot. So we're having to buy things that are a little bigger in some cases, or lease or rent.
Okay.
They also didn't assume the site to have, to need generators for power.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not that it came in, that the prices have dramatically increased, it's that there were unforeseen circumstances that weren't put into the original estimate of what it would cost.
And I think we paid them a lot of money just to assume.
Well, I mean, they're the
Yeah.
engineer of record, you know,
I know.
yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. Thank you.
But Councilwoman, to your point, we'll ask Freeze and Nichols and Kiewit about this extension in the pilot, you know, just to see, yeah.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, well, I think I'm going to stay on the line of cost. We keep, and thank goodness that we are getting weekly emails on the cost of some of our groundwater, wells and how much that is costing, but we're not seeing anything like that for this project. And just like to your point about, the expenses and, it's going from 5 million to 18 million. I would like to see something that gives us an idea as to what at least we're looking at. I don't see that in your past presentation or in this presentation. So that's what I would like to see. And I'm sorry, but I guess I'm kind of tired. I didn't hear you say anything. What did you say about the far field modeling? What?
So the model itself, the tool that's going to be used to actually evaluate the Inner Harbor Chip Channel is built. So now GHD and Kiewit they're putting inputs to the system for the, if we can put the presentation back up, it might be helpful. So they're going back in and they're taking all the sources, all the inputs, outputs, where water's being transferred, where water's being put into the system, et cetera. So they're putting that data into the model, as well as, tidal flow, temperatures, all these other characteristics. And then they're running the different scenarios to say, okay, if I assume that all of these are producing the maximum amount of flow, what does that look like? Minimum flow, what does it look like? So they're going through these different scenarios and evaluating. So they haven't shared that with us because they've got to go through all the scenarios first and then come back to us with the results. And we anticipate having that sometime this month, beginning of July, and then those findings will be presented July 15th.
Okay, so when we're looking here at the 1.4 miles from discharge to the harbor and the 7.2 miles discharge to the west end of the channel, is that, let me see. The initial, I guess, modeling that was done, do you know by the port, do you know what that encompassed? I mean, because the far field modeling was already done. Do you know how that compares with what they're doing now?
So the extent of the analysis that they performed was, they looked at all the bays, estuaries, I believe, out to the Gulf. So theirs was, they covered a lot more area, and to include the ship channel.
Okay, so this is very limited. Compared to what the port did. And the port already, has come out publicly and stated that they're not in support. They don't feel that this is a good place to have a desalination plant. So I just don't understand how we can continue to, go on this project, but I guess we'll, have to see it through and realize that this is not a good place to have a desalination plant. So, all right.
Councilman Scott.
Hey, man, thanks for coming. Thanks for being here. I'm going to tell you, I'm not aware of a resolution from the port saying this is a bad project or bad location. If there is, I'd like to see it. I didn't realize it. Did they run the full far field model, or did it? I thought the system they had didn't have the capacity to run all the data, but you're telling me they did run a full far field model?
I don't think they ran a full far field model, but they did an analysis.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
So again, small words, short sentences. So let me tell you what I think I heard was that building this model is a big deal. I guess it takes enormous computer capacity.
Right.
So is that what they've been doing?
Right.
Such that they can start changing this diffuser in this direction and that direction, run the model like, and then they'll make changes? Is that?
Right.
And it'll be able to tell what the impact is to the environment?
Right. The main purpose of the model is for them to help with the diffuser design for the discharge, to make sure that it's mixing appropriately within the mixing zone, and also not impacting the intake area, which is closer to the mouth of the channel. So they want to make sure that, one, we're getting back to ambient levels, and then two, whatever's getting to our intake area isn't going to impact the process.
Cool. So, and it's going to look for hypoxia, what?
It's going to look at some of those characteristics that may lead to hypoxia. So it's not specifically looking for hypoxia, but it's going to look at salinity levels, oxygen levels. Those are all considerations.
Salinity levels are good.
Right.
Unless there's some outside event, no hypoxia.
And just to clarify too, again, the main intent of doing this modeling is not to prove out that the plan is not going to impact the ship channel. The real intent is to prove that, is to help influence the design of the diffusers for the discharge. So like that is the real purpose of doing this, to make sure we're compliant with the permit. Right.
But do you want to share that with the class, young man? Is that y'all teasing over there? When I watch basketball games, you know what? You're in timeout. You go to the corner. So, thanks. I guess we're all interested in, we want to make sure that, you know, we got 5 feet away, think it's good, 10 feet away, we think it's good, but now we're going to look at 9,000 feet away, and we want to make sure it's good there. I'm good with that. So I've never understood the whole pilot concept. So why not, I mean, why run it for a day? Why run it for a month? What's the purpose of the pilot, and how it compares with all the data you guys and Kiewit and Rees Nichols have developed over the last, whatever, X number of years? I think that's what we're looking for. I'm personally think that, I'm not as personally interested in pilot as others are, but I want to understand, when I argue that case, why I should think that. So what you're telling us is it's that the Kiewit model is the important stuff, or the model somebody created. And then, and let me just say, it wasn't just, you, Eric, and I at a Whataburger throwing numbers on the wall. You actually had equipment. We could do it. You actually had equipment in the, like you did things beyond what a normal acceptable modeling process, right? I thought you had equipment in the ship channel for X number of months. Can you just give me 3 minutes about that?
Yeah, so the Freese and Nichols team was brought on board to do, pretty extensive analysis of the ship channel, looking at, tidal movement, looking at the marine life, looking at temperatures. So they did a pretty comprehensive evaluation of the ship channel, which is a main component of why we selected this site. We had 21 different sites we looked at, and that played a heavy influence into why we selected the Inner Harbor. Proximity to the existing navigation pump station, so mixing it into the system, location to the ship channel itself, and then also the potential impact to the environment. This was absolutely the best location, but that was a key component for selecting that location.
I think in the end, we just want you to spend some more time and energy with us about pilots.
Yeah.
What would it cost? What does it produce? And if, I hear what you're saying. If you run it in October, that may not have the same relationship as June, right? But I also thought that you're modeling this massive model that Kiewit or whoever created actually has a very accurate representation of what the actual desal facility will work as and operate. So you don't have to do it now. It's 7:15. You're tired of listening to me. I know they are, but I think that's what we're looking for. And so over the next couple of weeks, if you could help us do that.
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for clarification or just for information, I just Googled, it came out of the KRIS story that the port had abandoned the discharge and for the desalination plant into the, put it out into the Gulf of Mexico. So it was reported by KIII and Channel 6, so that's where I got my information.
But they didn't say ours.
All right. Okay, Councilman Barrera. Did I give you, oh, sorry.
All right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I do know for a fact, because I was in Representative Villalobos' office, but they still are pursuing their permit for La Quinta. So they haven't abandoned that. So No, we're doing the Inner Harbor.
Harbor Island.
So we're doing the Inner Harbor. That's not, it's contradicts. So I think that was the whole thing. They did it based on La Quinta. Here, I just want to clarify. So, and the model is for the purpose of, in my term, calibrating or the design. It's not because of the fact we already have a permit. TCEQ's already issued a permit. They're comfortable with the safety of it. Now, the purpose of, just like I said, I appreciate, say yes so that way it can be said into the record instead of just nodding.
Oh, I was waiting for you to finish, sir. Yes, sir. That's accurate. We're fully permitted. We don't have to prove that this is environmentally friendly. We just need to make sure that we meet the requirements of the permit, which is why we're doing the modeling, so we can put a dispersion design in place that will meet the intent of the approved permits.
And that's a part, yeah, exactly, and that's a part of the permit.
Correct.
Okay, all right, so it's not, the study that we did with regard to the near field study, that took, so I recall that took a year.
We did analysis of the ship channel for over a year, yes.
Yeah.
And that was all part of that evaluation.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Yes.
Okay. I think that's all the questions or comments. So Brett, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You going to introduce left one, Brett?
Yeah, absolutely. So up next, we have Lefwin Clark. So he's with the Water Collaborative Delivery Association. He's a expert on collaborative delivery, like construction manager at risk, progressive design builds. So he's going to give us a really good presentation on like what our current project delivery method is, which is progressive design build. And you go Lefwin, you can do a little intro for yourself. And do you guys have his slides, please?
This is a 40-slide deal?
Yeah. He's going to do it.
Much shorter.
Much shorter.
Good evening. Thank you for having me here today, and I promise to keep it succinct. I recognize the hour here. Get the slides up. Excellent. So I'm going to just briefly tell you what the Water Collaborative Delivery Association is in just a minute, and then I'm going to reinforce the progressive delivery model is different than hard bid, and so part of the mission here today is to just make sure we're all using the same terminology and understand the procurement process and so forth. As you're embarking on this journey now with Kiewit and the design build team, it's going to look a little bit different in terms of how the pricing and the cost transparency come in. We think to everyone's advantage in a collaborative open book process, but we want to explain what's going to be coming down the road for you all so that we can socialize that with you and get the terminology straight, and then we'll talk briefly on some of the contractual mechanisms that you'll have at your disposal for approving this and going forward with it in due time. So, two missions here: getting the terminology straight and everybody saying the same words for the same things in this progressive design build thing, and then understanding what your path forward is going to be as you start developing and getting actual pricing and cost estimates from the design builder. That QR code up there, by the way, is for the Water Collaborative Delivery Association. I just make sure, after you see the little blurb on me, I'm an employee of the association, independent consultant doing this. I do about 30 of these training sessions in full form. Of course, we're going to keep it short tonight, but we are a nonprofit trade association. We are supported by all the members you're going to see on the screen here, operators, designers, constructors, design builders, equipment suppliers. And as a result of that, we get in a room 4 times a year. We talk about these delivery methods, and we are very careful to have all of our materials reviewed by our antitrust counsel so that there's no hint of collusion or any pricing influence on what we're doing. We're really designed around a mission to do this kind of education. Once you've decided to use progressive design build, can we get the terminology straight and get everybody following best practices for how to do it, so that if you are going to have good discussion and debate about the procurement and the process going forward, we don't have to stumble over one person calling something, not understanding what phase 1 is or phase 2. We can get sort of all of that terminology out of the way and talk about the best way other owners in your various seats have figured out to do this. I will mention anecdotally that the vast majority of the projects that are this size and complexity are going either construction management or risk or progressive design build, including some of the biggest ones in Texas and throughout the country. So while this isn't design bid build, it is now becoming a very common method for delivering projects. And so we use this little spectrum in our book. If you've seen our book, you've seen us really focus on the term collaboration. The point of these delivery methods is to enable the designers and the contractors and the owners, you, to talk about the variations, to go through these models you heard about, both from a technical perspective as well as a cost development perspective, and figure out the nuances of the project as you go versus through the more traditional bid process where it's sort of one and done. So we do use the term collaborative delivery, probably overuse it. You'll probably get tired of it by the time you're done with this process, but it does reflect the fact that this is a standardized methodology now used in most states for major infrastructure projects, and progressive design build in particular, developed in the water wastewater industry, mostly out of Florida, where it started to join the designers and the contractors together onto one page. So we use this little spectrum of delivery methods to go through all of the various permutations. I'm just going to hit 2 of these for the sake of time, but just remember on these little circles, the owner is green, that's the city, and the designer and the traditional delivery method is blue and the contractor brown, but we're really going to focus on the purple entity up here, which is design build. I would leave you with sort of one message here, is that as you're dealing with Kiewit and GHD, your design build team, they are, the designer of record is a single entity, and so we're all used to talking about the designer and the contractor, and we probably still will use those terms. What we're really talking about is an entity that's responsible for the design and construction and ultimately some element of the performance of your project. And this is in contrast to design bid build, which I always throw up here, even though I think you're probably all familiar with hiring a designer or professional services entity and then putting it out to bid, and then hiring a contractor. That's the traditional method. Everybody sort of understands it. It takes a while. It's predictable. It fundamentally keeps the designer and the contractor separate, and that's been the public works process for the last 100 years in our country, and it's worked well, and it probably will be the majority of the projects you keep doing. But for these complex projects, we really have found a need, and especially in the last 20 years as design builds become prevalent, for these folks to work together and to take joint responsibility for the outcome. So that's where progressive design build evolved, and so now we're going to have just one entity. You've already procured them. You're their advisor as well as the design builder. And we have the concept of the puzzle piece being your contract with them. But the dotted line puzzle piece is really fundamental to what you all are going to be encountering, because that's the transition from phase 1, which you've started, to phase 2, which is building it. And so terminology 101, phase one is if you follow the circle counterclockwise, phase one is where you're starting today to get the cost estimates and ultimately approve or not approve, going to the guaranteed maximum price. And then there will be a significant contract amendment. It'll show up, I believe, as a change order in your contract, and it'll be a change order worth the vast majority of the project value here, because that's the okay to start building the majority of the project. And so that's the first new thing to recognize in your respective seats, is that you're gonna be going through this phase one process where you're gonna see the pricing develop. That's where the progressive name comes from. And then ultimately you have a choice to make of whether to buy into phase two or not, the guaranteed maximum price. And if you don't, it's called the off-ramp. And if you do, you proceed to phase two and you commit to that number, which is very fundamentally different than the hard bid process. So. And of course, your owner advisor and your independent cost advisor and staff will be here to communicate this information as this journey is just starting. So, but we want to just make sure you all understand the difference between the hard bid world, which is the top line, where you generally know the price of these projects after the design is fully done, 100% design, you put it out to bid, and you get a number that you're either happy with or not happy with. Many public owners are getting a little sticker shock right now in the construction environment, and so part of the reason for moving to the delivery methods that will be the lines below this is to avoid waiting until the design's 100% done and packaged before you see the number. And so these methods, CMAR, which construction management of risk, and progressive design build, which is what you're using, look very similar. They're both quite popular in Texas, but you'll know the number actually quite early, like initially within the next month or so, and then ultimately somewhere around the two-thirds level of design, 60% design, you'll have a number that you can be confident that will be what the design builder will build it for, or no more than that. And that's considerably earlier, and it's while there's still time to adjust the design and scope if the number isn't what you need it to be. So at that point, that's the dotted line, that dollar sign in the middle of the screen. You'll go build the thing if you choose to do so at a guaranteed price, but with a chance to tweak things or scale things back or go back for new quotations, whatever you deem necessary to get the number where you need to do. And the bottom line on here, just for reference, is the fixed price design build model, which was the way of the world before progressive design build sort of came around, where you would actually get an initial proposal. In that model, Kiwa would have probably already given you a number, but as you can see from maybe your pilot plant evolution, that initial number sometimes is too high because you don't know enough. So the sweet spot in the industry and with public utilities and cities right now is that middle line where you're going to know the number as you go here and be able to firm it up here when the design's halfway or a little bit better done, and or not, as the case may be. You get to make that choice, which is really the fundamental benefit of this approach. Is you'll see the number evolve, you'll settle into it, and as the Supreme Court said in a different context, you'll know it when you see it, whether it's a number you're comfortable with to go build it. So that said, the contracts and the risk allocation are very different for this type of procurement. One of the things you get when you go to design build is you get a very significant shift in risk allocation. So recognizing that traditional design, bid, build, delivery, you have a separate designer and contractor, and they both do different things. The designer designs and the builder builds, versus a single entity model here where you have one contract with Kiewit that includes the design for the project. So the difference there is often overlooked, but you should realize what you're getting here. It's of true benefit in our perspective. Traditional allocations, risk allocation, when you buy the design separately from the construction, which is how the vast majority of projects are built, even today with public works contracts, you're buying a design which is sort of backed up by standard of care of the designer doing the best that another designer would do, and you're buying a construction contract to build that design, but the two never merge together. And so when when or if the project doesn't function exactly as you would expect, there's a lot of finger pointing. It ultimately comes back to you all or to the city to figure out why it's not working, and then figure out who should make you whole if it's possible for whether it was a design problem or a construction problem. The primary benefit of going to design build in this respect is with a single entity, you can now develop in the context of phase one in the design process some performance requirements that go with this project, so that when they do ultimately turn it on, you have an assurance that's contractually backed by the design builder, and there are resources that it will function in the way you both agreed upon that it'll function. And those performance guarantees will be a work in progress as the design is done here, but you do under this model have the ability to say, we're not going to sign off on this being substantially complete or even finish out paying the design builder until it passes certain acceptance tests at the end of construction. And that's a significant difference in what you are buying in this process that often goes overlooked, because we're going to talk a lot more about cost and cost transparency and getting to the number. But what you're buying for the number we're going to be talking about is some assurance around these performance criteria that your staff and your owner advisor will negotiate and get settled before you enter into the phase two construction. So pretty significant element for you to keep watch over and to monitor in your roles as council here, that you're getting something that you can be confident at the end of the day, very complex mechanical treatment process system will function as intended and as promised. So after that risk allocation, then there are some new contractual mechanisms that, if you haven't done this before, will be new to the contract that ultimately will be, or contract amendment that will ultimately be put in front of you for approval when you do get to a number. The first of these are the performance guarantees, will be part of that contract. And that is unique to design build, and they will include a requirement for what the facility must do. They'll require a methodology for measuring that requirement. So you think the discussion on the pilot testing is an interesting discussion, because you're going to see that concept come back around here at the end of construction, where this design builder is going to have to run this plant. They probably won't be able to do it for a full seasonal year, but there's going to be a time frame where they're going to run this thing. It could be 2 weeks, it could be 2 months, whatever is ultimately negotiated, where they've got to measure the performance and then sign off to you all that it is functioning as the contract says. And if it doesn't, there are some guarantees which are generally financial and time to back up that commitment. And essentially, at the end of the day, they've got to get it working as promised in the contract, technically, before you ultimately sign off on completion, which means you pay them, right? So it's all economically driven, and there's a significant consequence to getting this thing to work. Which, again, I'd stress for these complex infrastructure treatment process, particularly desal, this is of significant value and should be of reassurance to you that this going to a design build process is of value. So how do we get there is really the rest of the presentation today. But couple things that are unique to this process along the way is that what Kiewit can charge you. We talked about time and materials on the pilot plan, and as the cost is developed, what they can charge you is defined in the contract around what's allowable cost of work. And so these are terms that say, if you're going to buy a 2x4 or a yard of concrete or a piece of rebar, this is the documentation you have to show us, and the requirement to pass that cost directly through you. This is before any profit or overhead or anything other than the actual cost is even talked about. They have to, give you the receipts, more or less, and that, varies across subcontracts and materials and equipment purchases. And so, unlike a hard bid where you're getting a lump sum number for a paving project or building a building, that would be a hard bid type quotation after putting plans out to bid, you are now seeing that you're going to see over the next months the cost developed line item by line item in as much detail as ultimately you want to see it. You know, and it can get pretty deep in the detail, but the idea is you are entitled to see every cost in there without any other you know, construction layering of overhead and profit put on top of it as of yet. And so we call that cost quite intentionally. It's not a price, it's the cost of work. And you're entitled, as I mentioned, to see that on an open book basis. And that is another primary difference in progressive design build from some of these other delivery methods. And so again, teeing you all up for the journey ahead of you is the ability to look and question and observe the actual cost development. It's not going to be all positive here because I mean it's a little bit of work, but it's not until the end of this process that will be turned into the guaranteed maximum price, where the fee structure that Kiewit's already given you as part of their proposal will be added on to it, and that's turned into a contractual price. So we're going to look at everything. Probably the best way I can describe it, you're going to look at everything at wholesale first, and then you've already negotiated the markup to go to retail at the end of the process, and so that'll be doing some math based on what Kiewit proposed to you with their fee, which is on the screen now, to turn it into a guaranteed maximum price at the end of the process here. And you have the ability, we call it the off-ramp, but you have the ability to not to say yes to it, right, along the way. So all the way until that phase 2 construction, notice to proceed, or contractual amendment, the decision rests in your hands for whether to go forward or not. So this is really the core of our timeline. The blue line across the top is the design and pre-construction. This is where you've committed to spending some professional services money so far, and this is the cost development and design development, includes phase 1B, I think it is, for the pilot testing. What you see on those diamonds across the top are the interim design milestones, and where you see it dropping down into the brown areas where we would have that dotted line on our circle, or the construction notice to proceed. And so again, I emphasize everything up to that line that drops down to construction. You can take the off-ramp and say thank you very much and do something else with the design, or nothing. But once you do commit to that GMP, then the project will go be built. And so what we want to emphasize on this is that this little funnel or horizontal funnel here starts off with a very broad, undefined conceptual level of design. And you're near the beginning of this. There's estimate classifications up there which define from American Association of Cost Estimators, who we work with, how much you can rely on an estimate based on design that's on one end of the spectrum on the back of a napkin. You're a little bit better than that, but you're more towards the left here until ultimately the design is 60, 90, 100% done, which is what you would have in a bid situation where a contractor is giving you an absolutely firm price. You're going to get to a number towards the end of this funnel, but we want to recognize that that number has a lot of variability. It's not unlike the confidence level you might have in a polling process when you see plus or minus 3%, or if you only ask a few people, it's plus or minus 20%. You've got a limited amount of design to work on until the design is done. And so the reason this is called progressive is you move to left and right on this timeline. You know, your original capital improvement budget and the numbers you're carrying into the process today start with very less defined design represented by the red line, but there's a budget that predicts we're going to come out at the end of this funnel with something you can afford, and then there's a process to go through to get here. And that's really the message I would leave you with today, is that there is a process. It's going to start now, essentially, and it's what we fondly call the squiggly line, which I just put on the screen. And that squiggly line over time just shows you that the cost estimate, and this is truly the cost of building this project, is going to fluctuate as more design is done, as you learn some things, you resolve some things, you put some things in, you take some things out. This is a representative one. This is not intended to represent your project because it hasn't happened yet, but it generally starts off with the initial numbers coming in from the design builder based on what you've conceived or planned for this project to be. We intentionally start, for our educational purposes, the squiggly line a little bit high. And I wouldn't be surprised, I don't have any insight to your numbers, but just to foreshadow what may or may come your way, you're gonna see some up and downs here. And generally, most of the infrastructure projects I've been involved in personally or through the association do start high right now. It's just a crazy time in our business. We also haven't, you've got to go through the piloting process. You've got to finalize this basis of design and figure out what you're going to build. And so the theory here is that there is a process and you're going to auger into that preferred or acceptable number over time. And so though that squiggly line represents that life cycle of getting there. And I don't doubt you will have a different squiggly line than this one, but you will have ups and downs. And the message to the boards I talk to or work for is to understand that there is a process here, and it is about getting the cost and the scope right over time, which is the advantage of this process, even though it's at times it can be a little scary, or you go, what the heck is going on here, right? And so there is a time function to this. And different things happen over time. You're going to have value engineering. You're going to have your operators look at this and maybe add some costs back in for reliability. You're going to get vendor quotes. The economy is going to do what it's going to do, and power is going to do what it's going to do. And eventually you're going to set some risk and contingency numbers. We see the vast majority of the projects ultimately get there. Whether they get there at that point in time or you have to go a little bit longer will be your own story. And you can go to the design build conferences and eat rubber chicken at the awards dinner when you get there. But pretty high level of confidence that most owners get there without taking the off-ramp. Not guaranteed, but it's a process that has been adopted quite vigorously across the U.S. and seems to be the trend at the moment in terms of public infrastructure, particularly for water. And then ultimately you will implement a guaranteed price. We call it a contract price. There is a concept here that maybe it won't be a GMP, it could be a lump sum, which we'll touch on before our evening's done here as the last thing. But we want to emphasize, though, that during this entire process, the contract entitles you to full open book cost transparency, even while they're building it. And so it's called a guaranteed maximum price in the baseline scenario here, because if they don't spend all the money to actually build it, if it goes over, they'll eat it. That's be part of their contract. But if they don't spend it all, maybe prices go down, something happens in the economy, they get better pricing on a piece of equipment, or they're just more efficient, you are entitled by default to that money coming back to you. And so that's why it's a guaranteed maximum price, not a guaranteed minimum price. And at some point, there might be some incentive or sharing of that, but that'll be up to you when the time comes to see what happens in that eventuality. But during the squiggly line, you will get consistent updates from staff and from Kiewit on where the number is going to reflect that squiggly line. Sometimes it'll be a big update at the major milestones, and sometimes it'll be a more incremental update. We added a few things in the last month, and here's the impact of where we're going. Just be aware that these are all snapshots in time. It is going to have its ups and downs, and it's not until you get to the end of the squiggly line that you have to commit, or you see where the final number comes to. And there's a lot of bidding the work out. Kiewit won't build everything on this plant. You're going to be buying equipment from others. You'll be putting work out for subcontracting. And so there is quite a bit of market tension in the more traditional sense for the subcontracts here, even as Kiewit is managing all of the pricing. And then ultimately, when you do get to the contract price milestone, you will have a contractual option at that point to go with the guaranteed maximum price or a lump sum approach. But the timing for this, again, will be up to you. When the cost certainty is there, the design certainty is there, you feel like the contingency is the right place, and the contractual terms are all in the right place. And so we see that trigger pulled at different points in the design process. 60% is what we use in our book, but sometimes it goes almost to the full design. And that's, again, it's going to be up to you and staff to figure out. Like I say, you'll know it when you see it, that the price and the scope are in the right place. And then finally, we'll go through setting up the project cost components, which is something your team has already done. That's represented by this stacked bar graph. That's just a bar graph representation of the squiggly line of all the buildup of what's in it. You've set up a cost model, which you're going to see soon, that has the way the estimate is organized, and so you should see a consistent presentation of the project cost that Kiewit and your team have adjudicated together, and you should see it in a consistent format and organization. And I'm sure, having sat in many council meetings during the life of this life cycle, that a lot of the questions from you all are going to be what's changed from the last time. And so this is set up so that so that staff can answer that question. Here's what's changed. Here's why some things went up. Here's why some things went down, right? And so the idea is you can see that transparently, evaluate, whether you think that's good, bad, or indifferent, or part of the process. And it's all based on this definition of cost, and that blue box on the top is representative of the contingency represented by the design getting better and better, and so that gets wrung out of the project with design certainty. The next number you're going to see is an early baseline estimate, which is the number on the left, sort of the initial point of the squiggly line, and then you're going to see many interactive estimates over time that are the bar chart version of that squiggly line I showed you. And so this is where the process plays out over a longish term. And then ultimately, you're going to get to a price or a cost, and then add the design builder's fee on it, which will be in orange here, where you have a price for the project that you can agree on contractually. And so this whole process is, again, I've said it a number of times, but it's open book and transparent. And then you will have a decision to make going into construction, whether to stay that way or go to a lump sum methodology. And this is the last big commercial decision that will come in front of you at some point. The GMP process is a good one. You get to see all the numbers. They're responsible for all the overruns, and you get to keep the underruns or share them. It does require a bit of administrative work, and so a lot of owners on a project this size do the math here and say, I might be spending more tracking every cost now going forward than I might potentially save if they come in under, because we're really tight on the number and we've got a good contingency. So you have an alternative to at this point in the contracting mechanism, to go to a lump sum, treat it like most construction projects are, and say, look, we're going to just agree to this number, and you go over and under, and we're going to treat it just like a hard bid. At this point, you can be responsible if you go over, and you can keep it if you go under. That's how traditional construction works, and we're not going to track every dollar from that point forward. And you make that decision on an informed basis when you get there, based on your experience and confidence level in the number. It'll be a commercial decision, a business decision that you all make. You'll do the trade-offs between the cost of monitoring all the expenses on an open book basis versus the risk that the contractor might walk away with a bunch of money or hide something during the delivery process, which is, sometimes a risk, but, you'll make the decision when you get there. And this is one of the flexibilities in the contract. So just sort of forewarning you that you'll have this discussion. Staff, I suspect, will make a recommendation to you. You'll set the contingency, the delivery method, and move forward. And then the last thing I'll leave you with here is, if you do run under and stay open book, you have the choice to make around whether you share some of that, incentivize it happening, which is usually what most owners are doing to incentivize some money being left over. And of course, you have the ability to take the off-ramp, like I mentioned, all along the way. And so everybody's incentivized to get you a number that you can agree to, because you're not committing to building this project until you do agree to the number. So that's essentially the process in a very quick form. And so if I went too quickly, because I felt like you all had a long day, please circle back. I can go a little deeper on any of those slides. Trust me, I can go really deep if you want me to, but questions now, and happy to follow up with staff on anything later as we go. So,
Well, thank you. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
We appreciate the presentation. I don't see any questions or
no
comments.
questions?
Yeah. but I
Wore
think
everybody out.
Yeah, no, well, but we have it, and we'll certainly reach out.
Yep.
You know, should we have any.
And I think you all have the handbook too, where it's all.
Right, we do. Thank you. Okay, Brett, you're done, right? I'm done. Okay, so next and lastly, we'll have Brian Skrabarczyk and Snapper Carr come up for the 89th Legislature post-session briefing.
Madam Mayor and Council, Ryan Skrabarczyk, Director of Intergovernmental Relations. Blessed to be here with you this evening. Thank you very much. I didn't, but I brought Snapper Carr. So
that's
I don't know
not a
what
beer.
that means, but
Kind of
no,
sounds like a beer.
doesn't do it. This is our effort to give you kind of the snapshot post-session of where we are in the development of the legislative process. And there's 32 slides in this. I'm going to do you a favor, and we're not going to go through all 32 slides. And so we're going to walk through them fairly quickly. But during session, obviously, we provided you kind of a weekly posting at when all of the committees were hearing and what bills they were hearing and the legislation we were tracking. Tried to provide a weekly memo and then frequently briefings to session. And so a lot of these legislation we have talked about, and so we kept the presentation to those particular bills. And so in this overview, we just want to give you a quick analysis of the legislative session. Over 9,000 bills filed and joint resolutions. A reminder, a joint resolution is what the legislature introduces when they're going to amend the Texas Constitution. So cities, including the Texas Municipal League, our firm at Focus Advocacy, and the IGR department tracked over 2,500 pieces of legislation. So if you do the math on that, about over 28% of all bills filed during the session will have some impact on municipal operations. Of those, actually I think this is a typo, but 289, in excess of 289 have made it to the governor's desk. And the governor has until June 22nd to sign, leave unsigned, and it will go into law or veto legislation. And so for context, in the past 6 years, the governor has vetoed anywhere between 20 and 76 bills. So there may be a significant number of bills that will follow. The statistics alone don't really speak to the volume of work that we did. The process obviously eliminates many pieces of legislation from finally passing, but our team had to do a lot of work on legislation, particularly we opposed, or those that we were trying to amend. And so in my time working in and around the legislature, this was a particularly challenging session for local governments, and I don't predict it'll necessarily get any easier. We'll talk about that in just a second. I do want to turn it over briefly to Snapper just to kind of review that overview, and then we'll get into the bills.
Thank you, Ryan. Mayor, Council, Mr. Manager, thank you. My name is Snapper Carr. I'm Partner and General Counsel with Focused Advocacy. And we've had I know we have some new folks on council. We've had the pleasure of working with the city and this community for a long time. It's actually my 20th year of working with the city. Mayor Lloyd Neal was the first mayor that we worked with way back when. And so we have enjoyed getting to know this community in a deeper way. It helps us be better advocates for you all and the issues that y'all have when we're there in Austin working on these city issues. Ryan mentioned, and we have the numbers up here. I really want to bring your attention to those numbers because as cities, this is, I think, tells the story about why you have to be engaged the way that you are in the legislature. There were 1,200 bills that passed in total that are in change, 1,200 and change on the governor's desk that he's currently considering. Of that, as Ryan mentioned, 289 of those that passed directly impacted city's operations, good, bad, or indifferent. So again, take that aside. That's nearly 25% of all bills passed, 1 in 4 that he will consider. There is not a close second to that volume. Cities have more bills filed in the legislature that directly impact them than any other entity, public or private. And the number of bills that are passed generally that impact them are greater than any other segment that might have. I mean, just to give you context, large utility companies, private utility companies track 150, 200 bills, maybe 10 to 20 pass that impact that segment. Very large, very important. Again, every single aspect of what y'all have done, what you had on your agenda today, has a basis in law that y'all are impacted. The way you call this meeting, the way you set your budget, all of those, and it's encapsulated in these changes. That's what we were talking about. In my time of working over several decades now with cities around the state and the legislature, every session we'll have 1 or 2 really big kind of marquee item bills, usually some that we're maybe fighting against at times, but there's usually 1 or 2 that are really top level of mind. This session, across broad policy scope, we had 15 or 20 of those, and we could go through. Luckily and fortunately, I think many of those did not pass, but I will tell y'all that they will be back. They will be discussed again. I think, Councilman Hernandez, you mentioned HB 19. That was a 20% hard debt issuance cap with no voter approval that was very seriously considered. Those sorts of proposals will be back. And not to jump to any punchlines, but they could be back sooner rather than later. And we'll get to some of that in a little bit. But I think one other thing I was going to mention just out of context is how your delegation, and really, of course, no legislative wrap-up or any of the activity we could take without talking about directly y'all's delegation and the work that y'all do with them. And y'all, of course, interacted them with greatly, but you had a good mix of very senior folks and Chairman Hunter and Senator Juan Hinojosa, very senior members in the legislature, and then, of course, 2 new freshmen in both chambers with Representative Villalobos and another Senator Hinojosa and Adam Hinojosa. On those, y'all, of course, know that Chairman Hunter chaired the Calendars Committee, very important, very process-oriented. He was also, though, on the Land and Resource Management Committee, which was a very important committee for our land use and development-related items. That was a new committee for him. Public Education, and then the Subcommittee on Academic and Career-Oriented Workforce. Representative Villalobos, also very excellent appointments in her first term on Appropriations, Local and Consent Calendar, and the Natural Resources Committee. Very, very important committees, of course, with a lot of subject matter that y'all care about. Senator Hinojosa, Chuy Hinojosa, Juan Hinojosa, was Vice Chair of Finance Committee, the Border Security, Criminal Jurisprudence, and the Transportation Committee. Senator Adam Hinojosa was the Vice Chair of Administration, Education, State Affairs, Water and Rural, and Ag Affairs. Again, that committee gives y'all, of your delegation, very well positioned, and I think that is illustrated in a lot of the outcomes. Ryan mentioned that there was a lot of time we spent on behalf of Corpus Christi seeking direct amendments for y'all's unique things. That could be your industrial base with industrial agreements. That could be coastal related issues that are unique to the coast. That could be your military related components. And we were successful in with the help of your delegation, and when we identified those opportunities, they were there to help us with them. And so I will echo with what Ryan said. It was a very difficult session for local governments. There was a lot of very, like I said, monumental policy debates that took place, whether that be in your budgeting and taxing and finance authorities, certainly in land use and planning, your natural resources, water debates and water funding. Again, all major topics this session, and a lot of these issues will be back again. And so you will see a very good taste of it here, that we covered a lot of ground this session. You know, we were talking about committee times. Committee hearings are just getting going about now. So we're ready to go for a couple more hours.
Okay, so we want to give you just some perspective on the overview. When we talk about budgets, the state budget passed for the biennium was $338 billion. So some of the key investments that the legislature made this session were listed there. One of the ones that we probably care about most is going to be the new investment in water in the new biennium. Additionally, there were some investments, a lot of investments made in education, whether in the existing public school system or in vouchers or education savings accounts. And then the energy fund, which is meant to harden the grid and produce more thermal energy generation for the Texas electric grid. So I spoke very briefly at the London Business Association I guess it was 2 weeks ago, and I said something because there were lots of nice things said, but in reality, cities, we can't do anything at the Texas Capitol without our delegation. They are the ones who do the things for us when we ask them to. All we can do is partner with them and give them information and ask them to represent us well. And so there were some huge significant wins, and I can't really oversell the wins that we got out of this current budget. Some people I've heard, Chairman Hunter has described this as a money session. I think that's a very accurate description given the surplus the state had and some of the things that the legislature did through their budget that are not historically done. So I'll just run through this list briefly because it's things specific to the coastal bend. Obviously, Chairman Hunter was successful in securing financial relief for school districts impacted by windstorm insurance. As you may be aware, several districts in this area also are forced to participate in the Robin Hood system. And so they're basically receiving a double whammy. So that $100 million will provide critical relief to the school districts in this area. Additionally, Chairman Hunter and Senator Chuy Hinojosa were successful in their rider to secure $30 million for the Ritz Theater through the Texas Historical Commission. I think significantly more than any other projects in that section of the budget. And so that obviously speaks to the seniority of our delegation and their ability to get things done. That historic building, Corpus Christi, as you're well familiar, has been in disrepair for decades, so it's a great investment in our downtown. The Texas State Aquarium receiving additional funding. We know that with their expansion plans and everything they need, that $2 million will be well used. This session represented a first in many regards when it comes to community projects being funded by the legislature. One thing that we consistently monitored through the first few months of the session in the environment where this legislature was talking about historic investments in water was the possibility of direct appropriations. And the Senate has a different deadline than the House. And so when we were working with our delegation, obviously Senator Chuy Hinojosa as Vice Chairman of Senate Finance, having a direct line insight into where that committee is, and Representative Villalobos on the appropriations and particularly on the subcommittee that deals with water. We were in constant communication with them, speaking for at least the last decade. That's not something the legislature has typically done, what I mean by direct appropriations to water projects, barring maybe a few projects in the budget chairperson's district. However, during the appropriation process, there was a realization by our delegation, in particular Rep. Villalobos on the House side, of the magnitude of the number of requests being submitted for individual projects. So working with her, she requested information for a rider on emergency supply projects so that it could be competitive in the scope of the other projects being submitted, and worked with our staff and CCW to outline what that rider was. So as I reported to the council during session, the rider was originally left unfunded, put in what is called Article 11 of the budget for $50 million, but it had no money attached to it. And so through the work of the delegation, Representative Villalobos on the House side was actually able to secure $46 million for the city of Corpus Christi's emergency water supply projects, $30 million for the Nueces River groundwater well project, and $16 million for the Mary Roads pipeline project. And so we had to obviously work through the House side, using our House members and the delegation, their leadership there, their involvement on their committees there. We spoke to Senator Chuy Hinojosa as Vice Chair of Finance to make sure that when it got to the Senate, we could try to keep it there. But how the process works is when the budget's adopted and created, it then goes into a conference committee where a lot of the real decisions are made. So having been input into the budget originally was an important step, although we didn't have any funding. Our delegation was able to work with leadership to get the commitment to get that funding when the bill finally came out. And so, in addition, we did see a $10 million increase to DEAG, which is the Defense Economic Adjustment, grant program. It's for military installations. The exact acronym escapes me, but we've used this many times in the community, and an increase in that means there's more money to be able to do more projects. And it's a competitive grant process. Hopefully we'd be more successful, or the Texas Military Preparedness Commission can choose to do projects of higher value, meaning we can take on larger grant projects. Okay, so TWIA windstorm insurance reform, Chairman Hunter led this effort, and I did already speak to the council about this during some of the updates, and the reality is TWIA was taking out public securities in order to back up their catastrophic excess losses, and what they were able to do is secure $1 billion out of the rainy day fund or economic stabilization fund, and it's cheaper, provides better, or will that cheaper financing will limit the amount of rate increases we have to see, and it broadens a catastrophe surcharge to pay that money back across the state, thereby creating kind of that statewide pool that we've been working for a number of years. The project finance zone. This was a complicated one this session because all economic development tools were pretty heavily scrutinized. We did work with Senator Chuy Hinojosa and Representative Villalobos, considering the projects in their district, to get language initially filed, and we worked with the Texas Comptroller's Office to make some tweaks to that language. The Senate bill was heard in committee and voted out, went sent to the Senate floor. Unfortunately, at that time during session, it needed a certain number of votes to be recognized, and it couldn't achieve that. The House bill, however, faced some pretty serious opposition from the committee chairman who oversees this type of policy, and when we met with their office, they indicated it was likely that no project finance zone legislation would pass this session. So the mayor can probably recall this moment, but it was a pretty surreal moment for me. We happened to be at the Capitol talking with Chairman Hunter at the time, that another senior member, Chairman Craddock, came in needing bills placed on the calendars committee. And it was in that moment that Representative Hunter basically struck a deal and allowed us to catch a ride as an amendment for our language that amends our project finance zone on a bill that ultimately did pass and has made it to the governor's desk at this point. So it's a bill that establishes a project financing zone for the city of Lubbock, and the city of Corpus Christi caught a ride on that. And so very fortunate to have had that happen, and it was done literally as quickly as this. So we'll be able to, if that bill is signed into law and goes into effect on the effective date of September 1, be able to redesignate a zone that is entirely on land. The Texas Comptroller's Office estimates that should increase approximately $83.4 million additional dollars to stay in Corpus Christi over the 30-year period. And so a significant increase on our existing PFZ zone. And so that money being able to be used for the designated project is a big win for the city of Corpus Christi.
Back on the project zone finance, and Ryan mentioned this, Chairman Hunter played a huge role in as the mayor was at that meeting in ensuring. I think that shows some of the benefit of that seniority, working with another senior member to get these done. These overall, I expect, and my business partner Brandon Gamelian works in this space a great deal. We expect there to be a lot of scrutiny on this program, not y'all's in particular, but this program as a whole. There were multiple other cities and very high-profile projects that were seeking project finance zones, and those did not pass, and it became kind of a very public spotlight on some of that economic tool. And so we expect over the interim we're going to have a lot of discussion about that tool and the benefit in this and in the qualified hotel program, which y'all are also available to use as well.
Okay, so let's transition quickly just to water. There were several monumental pieces of legislation that are going to change kind of the landscape of water supply financing coming out of this legislative session, Senate Bill 7 and HJR 7. So HJR 7, starting with that, in November, the voters will have the opportunity to dedicate $1 billion for the next 20 years for water in the state of Texas. And that money will be available in years going forward. Senate Bill 7 is the mechanism by which that money, if dedicated, will be utilized. And so it reformed the Texas Water Fund, which for our purposes today, I'm just going to describe as the umbrella account that the Water Development Board uses to put in their different programs. Money goes into that account and they're able to put it where they see the need. The legislature was somewhat prescriptive in how they wanted this money dedicated, and so it dedicates 50% to that overall fund and the other 50% to SWIFT and the new water supply fund for Texas. The new water supply fund for Texas is limited to certain types of projects: brackish, seawater desal, reuse, and fully permitted reservoirs, just to name a few. And so in addition to that, the legislature also appropriated $2.5 billion for this biennium through what's called the supplemental budget, and that'll be available later this year. That money, that $2.5 billion investment, includes $1 billion in new funding, about $880 million in funding that was in the water fund, and then $580 million for specific projects, of which 46 is going to the city of Corpus Christi through those riders. Additionally, they have changed some of the rules to allow for greater flexibility in state-funded financing, potentially allowing projects to go out to 50 years. Obviously, that would lower your payments, and so allow greater flexibility as projects seek to bring more expensive projects online for maybe customers that they don't have in present day. On DEAG, there was some minor tweak where the governor's office asked to not have their staff score these applications, but just the commission. The city supported that at the request of the governor's office, and being that we work so closely with them, we wanted to make sure that that efficiency hopefully speeds up that process. On the culture, rec, and tourism side, there were several pieces of legislation. Probably most impactful for this area are going to be the bills by Chairman Hunter, which are going to incentivize through tax exemptions the consumption and production of farm-raised oysters. We've seen some of the first permitted farms in near proximity to this region, and so these incentives, while they apply statewide, obviously you're growing oysters on the coast, so we benefit from that. So very, very happy to see that pass. Additionally, this council has talked and adopted a resolution late in session regarding the film incentive program at the state. The state put $300 million in the new budget for film incentives, and Chairman Hunter carried the bill that was a priority of the lieutenant governor that design the ways in which this program will be used, and there'll probably be some real opportunities for this area to participate in that. I know we've talked to several council members who've reached out about this bill as it was moving through the process. Having a film commission, positions us to hopefully getting a lot of those pieces on the ground to be able to participate in that. There's importantly some bonus payments that can be made as reimbursements to these productions. When they happen in Texas, they have to portray Texas in a good and positive light, and you can get bonus payments for using heritage sites if you employ veterans, rural film locations, or faith-based productions. And so having some Texas heritage sites ourselves, hopefully we'll be well positioned to take advantage of that. I know that we'll be working with Chairman Hunter's office to maximize the potential of that. Housing finance corporations. Housing finance corporations really came under a spotlight. I've talked about this with council already. Several years ago, project financing corporations were where the state saw a lot of abuse going on, with entities not really providing affordable housing and creating these deals with developers and providing them 100% property tax exemption. That problem, after the loophole on PFCs were closed, moved over to HFCs, and now the legislature has closed that. Unfortunately, I think I read a news report yesterday that in the time period it took the legislature to adopt and close this loophole, something like the value of $175 million in losses happened, with HFCs rushing through deals to try to get them on the books. So we'll have to see what the legislature's appetite is for retroactive things. House Bill 21 ended the process, ended the practice of traveling HFCs. Cameron County HFC, for example, has taken over $200 million in valued property off our tax rolls. So that practice will end with the passage of this legislation if signed by the governor. Effective, okay, there you go, already effective. So that will stop that practice and subject HFCs to certain other requirements, including affordability metrics. Let's see. So I'm going to get into land use, and we're not going to dive super deep into this in particular, but the legislature looked at a lot of different land use considerations, not so much on Senate Bill 1844, but as I've talked in our pre-session briefing, there was this big push by certain think tanks to look at housing affordability through the metric of the cost of the land being the biggest driving factor. And we talked with some of our developers, and in their opinion, they agree with that from their perspective. And so the legislature created several new pieces of legislation that are going to impact the way that we can approve new housing projects. Senate Bill 1844, however, dealt with disannexation, and it was the result of a series of properties along the river or in Austin. However, it had a statewide impact. And for us, it created some potential concern with our industrial district agreements. As you know, if they don't abide by the conditions of the agreement, that area can still be annexed, and that's a part of the state law that the legislature has protected for for a large number of years, right? Going back. And so we wanted to make sure that IDAs, in the instance of an IDA, the city still had the ability to annex that area and they couldn't be disannexed. And so we were able to work with the author's office and get that amendment in there. And we further really limited the scope of these properties that would be able to disannex from municipalities. The concern was if left broad and left vague, you would see this Swiss cheese effect of where you have a city and individual property owners deciding they wanted to take advantage of city services but not pay any taxes would start disannexing. We worked really closely with our fire department on this particular bill, also dealing with annexation. When an area is annexed, the municipality has the opportunity to declare itself the sole service provider for emergency services. And a group of emergency service districts went to the Capitol and wanted to flip that on its head, saying that the ESD could determine, even when the city annexed, whether the municipality could become the sole service provider, creating an overlap. I think that's something we're probably familiar with in Corpus Christi. But the reality was it would have totally put in the ESD's hands the consideration of whether the city's service plan was adequate. And so our fire department, along with a number of cities, led an effort to at least go to binding arbitration to have a third party determine whether the city's service plan was going to be adequate. Senate Bill 15, so I don't know if y'all are familiar, some of the council members are, I know, off the top of their head, but the minimum lot size in Corpus Christi for a residential lot at R 4.5 at 4,500 square feet. The legislature this session wanted to go to a requirement that said minimum lot size, that a city could not require a lot size larger than 1,400 square feet. The lot size, not the home. So very small, right? And incredibly dense. Dense enough for 36 units per acre. So it did, luckily, as it was filed, say that that wouldn't have applied to all infill development, thereby not changing maybe the dynamic of existing neighborhoods, but it would apply to any 5-acre unplatted and zoned for single-family residential area. Luckily, or through the process, our legislators, among many others, communicated that that really should have been left up to local communities. And so while the legislature wanted to take a step towards what they felt like was an effort to solve housing affordability, there was a lot of pushback. I can say from our perspective, on the House side, when this bill was already nearing the finish line, our House members did get in an amendment to allow us and then all other cities to have at least 3,000 square foot lots. But we are going to see a reduction in that minimum lot size. And so it'll mean denser neighborhoods with some of these setbacks and other requirements as the state has laid out. And I think this will be something that the legislature kind of tinkers with in the coming years as they experiment on how happy were communities when this was adopted in this format. And so we'll see if it really pays off in housing affordability.
Just on the topic of land use, before we dive into some more beyond Senate Bill 15, for one, all of these bills that you're seeing, Senate Bill 15, HB 24 that we'll be at next, all of these bills were leadership bills, i.e. they were priority bills. The issue of housing affordability and availability and how that really became a discussion about city development processes, permitting, and inspections was what that housing affordability and availability became about. And that was a designated emergency item by the governor as well. And so this bill, SB 15, if we go back to it, also one thing, it is bracketed. Congratulations, you're in that bracket. But it was something that was debated back and forth by the legislature. And to Ryan's point, I think we're going to see this again. The most dramatic bill, and I remember we said there was a whole bunch of very high-level bills, and we'll get to it back here, but because we're talking about land use, HB 23, which did not pass, it passed the House and it got into the Senate, in essence would have been a full deregulation or privatization of your development processes and inspection process. And that had a lot of support. And by that I mean the private development community would submit their plans and say these comply with your rules, and y'all would give them a permit. It wouldn't be the process. It would dramatically change, a full privatization. And so as we go through these, this topic one is going to be back with a vengeance. It will continue because a large number of these bills did not pass. But the committees that have jurisdiction on this are very, very focused on it. And I will tell y'all from our experience, and this occupied a great deal of time of cities. Obviously, it's a big thing. There was also obviously a great deal of special interest groups or trade groups on the other side that pushed this. Some that y'all know of, the Texas Home Builders Association, Texas Apartment Association, entities like that are there. But there's also new entrants, a group called Texans for Reasonable Solutions, which is a front group, and they were for deregulation of cities and of having authority. And so as we go through these, just know this is one area. One, it's going to be back. Two, it has pretty profound effects on current processes and local authority. And it also, and I think what a lot of the passionate speeches when Senate Bill 15 finally passed, were these bills, and maybe your communities don't know this because it is very minutia, these bills about development processes. They have a very significant chance of taking away rights that current landowners and citizens have to be heard in that development process. Under the name of we need to get cities out of the regulatory or permit inspection. Well, it has a very high potential for neighborhoods or groups within your community to no longer have a right to be notified or for y'all to have an ability to respond to concerns. Again, many of those did not pass, but they will be back, and that is always the tension that we see in these areas. And I just wanted to spend a little time putting a pin on that for y'all.
Snapper talked about the fact that Chairman Hunter was on the Land and Resource Committee in the House, and that's where a lot of these land use bills came through. And so as they moved through the process, because many of them were leadership priorities, there wasn't really an opportunity to outright defeat them, but we used every opportunity in the process to try to tweak it or slightly amend it. And I have to give kudos to Chairman Hunter in that process. We were able to, on almost all of these bills, gain protections for the clear zones and APZs that military bases have. And so that was one of the first things that we went after in the order of priorities, trying to make sure that if cities were going to lose any facet of their ability to control development issues, that we at least had taken into consideration the steps we've taken to prevent encroachment on our military bases. This was an initial drawing during the legislative session to kind of identify areas that might be subject to SB 15. This is not a final representation of, in fact, where those are, but in trying to present that to legislators, that it does impact cities like the city of Corpus Christi. House Bill 24 changes the zoning protest procedures, basically making it easier for areas to be rezoned as long as they're allowing for additional residential development. If they're increasing the number of residents that can live on the plot, the protest threshold is going to be much higher, and the margin by which council would have to override that is going to be lower, thereby getting rid of what was called in some circles as the tyrant veto over certain developments going into places. Senate Bill 840 and 2477 are grouped together because they largely deal with the redevelopment of commercial spaces, which we would probably really welcome in the city of Corpus Christi in certain instances if we're talking about existing high-rises that need to be converted from office space into potentially residential space. But they were much broader than that. And 840 in particular allows for any zone that is commercial, which is basically anything that's not residential, to host mixed use or multifamily developments without a rezoning. We did get an amendment in there that allows for the city's water, sewer, stormwater, and building code requirements to be protected in that process, so that at least there was some effort to ensure the sanitary conditions of this type of housing and public safety, health and safety from that standpoint. Some of the preemption bills, this one I believe was actually signed by the governor today, preempting cities from regulating home-based businesses. Important here, the home-based business has to comply with local laws. It can't see an increase in traffic. It can't have a bunch of cars out. It can't be a sexually oriented business, and cities can still regulate short-term rentals. This was in like the Etsy universe. Some cities were venturing into that space trying to prevent people from having those types of businesses in their homes. So this bill was not a huge concern. A couple of bills which may impact the health district, and we'll be digging into this with them, but requiring uniformity amongst food establishment purchase permits and limiting those permit fees to the value of state permits so that it's consistent all the way across. And additionally, on mobile food vendors, you're going to see a statewide regulatory regime, and local public health authorities will have to enter into agreements with the state in order to basically do some of those processes and thereby recover their fees. On tax and economic development, House Bill 9 creates a new personal property tax exemption for up to $125,000. That current personal property tax exemption is $2,500. So the city is going to see a fiscal impact on this if council does not approve the no new revenue rate, because when you remove taxable value from the tax roll, your no new revenue rate goes up. And so if we adopt the no new revenue rate, you in theory won't see a loss in revenue, but this new property tax exemption will go into effect. Representative Villalobos passed a bill to address the issue that came about with the refineries and their protest of their tax value, and that's impacted particularly the county and CCISD really bad. And so we were supportive of that for greater transparency and flexibility. Couple of issues on finance, in particular House Bill 30, which would have eliminated the ability of cities to deal with their tax rate following a disaster. And we got a few exceptions in there for FEMA disaster-related categories that if we were ever hit by a major hurricane and needed to raise that revenue in order to respond, we could do that. House Bill 924, Snapper worked on this and testified on its behalf, but essentially as filed, it would have eliminated a lot of the streaming services or cable providers in the existing city right-of-way. It would have impacted about $2.1 million in city revenue. Ultimately, the bill was amended and we were able to save that. On municipal governance, there was a bill that I think City Manager Zanoni spoke about, and it will change our posting rules to now 3 business days from the date of a meeting instead of 72 hours from the time of a meeting. And so we'll have to respond accordingly. Importantly, it will say, and we'll have to consider this for future budget cycles, but if you discuss or adopt a budget, it must include a copy of the proposed budget, including a proposed tax rate impact statement in it. And so when we do budget workshops and those types of things, we'll have to get some interpretation from the state about, does that include the requirement to post an approved budget? It just has to be on the front page of the website, but there might be times where the city council wants to talk about a proposed budget and doesn't have the proposed budget yet. If you have a goal planning session or visioning session or maybe some workshop in advance of that. So I'm not going to dive through all of the bills that didn't pass because, of course, the list is long here. But one other thing, Senate Bill 1173 wasn't in the slide, but it did increase the competitive procurement threshold from 50 to from 50,000 to 100,000. The legislature passed that, recognizing the effect that inflation has had on that cap, and so that'll be the new cap for that threshold. House Bill 19 was one of the biggest bills that we do anticipate probably coming back in a special session. The governor has already hinted at the fact that he will probably consider that. There were three big primary concerns. Kind of an arbitrary debt cap at 20%. Didn't matter if it was voter-approved debt. And so it didn't matter if the voters wanted to approve going beyond the 20%. And so that cap would have created a lot of challenges for many local governments who, in many places across the state, already exceed that 20%. So it would have said that it would have only been debt going forward, but the reality is that would have been a challenge going forward. It didn't also include the calculation with sales tax or IDA revenue. And then in addition, it did limit COs or eliminate the ability to use COs on public safety facilities, including emergency shelters and jails. Super preemption, if y'all remember this from last session, this would have created a new basically penalty and added 3 more sections of statute that were super preempted, and in which the Attorney General would be able to initiate the proceedings against local governments. And the penalties were extreme. Loss of sales tax, which I think is about $9 million a month for this city, loss of all state grants, and 5 years at the no new revenue rate. And so that kind of preemption would have effectively said if the AG said you violated a field preemption, which I'm not going to discuss here because it's a nice vague topic I can go on and on about, but if you violated that, you would have this pretty austere penalty following it. Let's see. And I think the rest of these we'll kind of jump through. Like I said, you've had multiple memos on these, and so if you have questions about them, we can certainly answer them. 7th inning stretch time.
No kidding. Okay.
Sorry.
No, Ryan.
I did skip 4 slides, Councilman, so.
No, Ryan, thank you. Snapper, thank you. And first, I have to just commend you. First of all, this is Ryan's, everybody, we may not remember, but it's his first legislative session with the city of Corpus Christi, and he did an outstanding job.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
He did, and I really had the honor to witness that, and so thank you. And of course, Snapper, you and your team, y'all do an amazing job. You're always there for the city of Corpus Christi, so thank you for that as well, and the hard work that you all put in. But anyway, really, I was very impressed, and Ryan's very popular at the Capitol also. You can't walk
Working
down
in the same building for a decade, you're going to know some people.
You can't walk down.
It's the same way around city.
It was like high school with the most popular, like the quarterback of the football team or something. Everybody said hello to Ryan and talked to him and all that. But anyway, thanks. You did an amazing job. Very impressive. Thank you for everything. This was, I don't know, I guess I've been through maybe 4 legislative sessions. I don't know. This was by far, as you mentioned, Snapper, wow, like you talk about work, and that's you. And so all of those updates, Ryan ate hotel food every single night, Monday through Thursday, I think, for weeks on end. And the work that you did to keep us abreast was really, it was, in the late evenings. We know that. So I just want to point all that out because I just saw you in action, so many times. And I'm just very impressed and very appreciative for all the work because this was a session that was very serious bills. We won some, we lost some, but boy, there was a lot of work that had to be done. And we witnessed, what had happened in Chairman Hunter's office, where they actually did the deal right there, and that was on the PFC, which is huge, So anyway, it's amazing how fast and things move over there. So I just want to say that, and let me allow my colleagues to comment. Councilman Scott.
Okay, I'll be quick. I want to recognize Chairman Hunter for film and TWIA. And Mayor had a chance to spend some time with Todd on Friday. He's going to get people looking at Corpus Christi. He's going to bring people down here interested in film I think they're interested in film because it's chasing the money to begin with, but because of Chairman Hunter, I think we're going to see people that we know. My point is that if there's opportunities for us to match the incentive programs that cities like San Antonio, Houston, Fort Worth, and El Paso are doing, that could get people to really try to do projects. So I don't know where that fits in, city manager and mayor, but if we could look at ordinances that incent the film industry, I think we have a leg up on everybody else in Texas because of relationships. I just want to get that. Also, ma'am, I don't know. I don't remember a freshman legislator getting $46 million, at least for the city of Corpus. And I just want to publicly thank Representative Villalobos. I want to take one last shot at, hey, man, if we're naming buildings, we should recognize the project financing zone and name the arena Lone Star Arena. I do have one question, two questions. Texas Water Fund, is that grants or loans, or do we know yet?
Okay, so Texas Water Fund money doesn't actually come out of the Texas Water Fund for applicants. So to answer your question, there's not really an answer because it goes into a program. Most of the time, the existing programs are going to be loans.
Do we have, is it in writing anywhere that says the SWIFT is loan only?
Yes, yes. SWIFT has very prescriptive rules that detail the terms of financing and the nature of the financing. Other programs like New Water Supply are less prescriptive. For example, doesn't have to be in the state water plan. And so there are a number of programs. There are grant programs. Corpus Christi couldn't be the recipient of some of them. Like could be. Could not.
Could not.
Yeah. Like rural, small communities.
She just said he's the
Yeah. So.
Okay. Okay. All right. Most of that money, though, there was conversation whether it was going to be grants or.
There's some discussion about how the financing rules will work under the new water supply program, but in reality, right now, it's mostly low interest loans. That's what we've seen the board use because it allows them to take a pot of money and stretch it really far. They can bond it, right?
And man, 3% compared to what, 8%? Whatever they're going.
Well, the overall need in the state of Texas is somewhere like $70 billion. So a $20 billion investment only gets you part of the way. So.
The next thing is Texans for the front group. Who are they front for?
I'll let the person who said it.
Is this the Texans for Free Enterprise?
I'm happy to, since I've had to battle with them. They were a group that showed up last session. They were a nonprofit incorporated in Austin. They actually office in our building, and it is the founders of it is a very wealthy tech individual that moved from California, and his wife runs it. And they began this organization and have been very active.
What's the name of the organization again?
Texans for Reasonable Solutions. I'm not exactly sure who is on their board. We've tried to find that out because they were given a very high profile in a lot of these debates, and candidly, at times higher than some of the large cities around the state. And so in looking into who they were and how they arrived at their policy positions, that was what we discussed.
Are there any known relationships with the Texans for Free Enterprise group?
They certainly worked in conjunction with some of the other groups that we have known more about, like the Texan Public Policy Foundation and others. They've been consistent with some of those positions, but a lot of this stuff, particularly on some of the bills that didn't pass that were more along the lines of what I would call the deregulation, this tiny, what was originally referred to as the tiny lot bill, SB 15, which was and it changed a great deal. That was one of their big push and proposals as well.
Got it.
But this issue is with land use and the housing stock and affordability and availability, like I said, we'll be back. It's perennial, a big one. And if I could just piggyback on one thing that Ryan said too, I'm gonna shift gears on you a little bit. You asked about it, is those water appropriations. I just want to reiterate how unique and kind of monumental that was. In my 30 years, cities and local governments do not receive direct appropriations for named projects in the state budget.
Are you talking about the Villalobos?
And hers was indicative. Yeah. We got a lot of money across the state, not just here in Corpus Christi. It was a record I would say if we had to pick one thing that was the best for local governments, it was that we had a record amount of direct appropriations from the state government to cities for water, wastewater projects, parks, airports, a variety of other projects. And that, when you have a 30 billion plus surplus, a little more to go around. But that was something that's unique. And one of the things that Ryan and I talked about over the course of the session was whether or not that sort of direct appropriation within the state budget to specific projects will continue, or if this was a one-time infusion to kind of kickstart this effort.
Snapper, always good to see you, sir. Did you stay here all day? We've been here all day?
I got here at 11.
Okay.
So
Somebody asked. Mayor, I just want to tell you, I totally agree. I had the opportunity to be at the Capitol, I don't know, 5, 6 times. You always walk in that building like, ah, man, I know 3 people. Here's the answer. Just stand next to Ryan.
I know.
And you don't even have to go anywhere. Everybody comes up there, ooh, there's Ryan. Got to go talk to Ryan. I'm the senior lobbyist for Valero. Hey, what, you know? And then Ryan goes, yeah, this is my little friend, Mark Scott. You want to? And so I want to tell you, you are impressive. It was fun being up there with you. I think you did a great job, and I think we can see in your report that the 2 of you and your team working together had a tremendous impact in our community. So thank you.
Council, Mayor, I must say, Ryan not only was a great addition for the city, Mayor, you know this, that we are a local government team up there, other cities. He's a great addition to the local government team, and cities around the state benefited from the work that he did, not just this city.
Yeah. Wonderful, wonderful.
Red right now.
Yeah. Well,
I know, right? It's the Ryan hour.
there's a lot of people to thank.
And I didn't thank the council members. The council, there were multiple council members that went up to Austin, so thank you for doing that. Okay, Councilman Hernandez, I'm sorry.
Okay, obviously, this is the land use on the 3,000 square foot lot. This is going to be probably have us update our UDC, right?
Finally.
So I had some questions associated with that. Did it put any restrictions on the width of the lot?
Yes, so the way that the bill was written, there were some prescribed minimum widths. I don't have that in front of me, but we're working with what the legislature passed and what's signed to make sure that we're compliant, but we still have some path forward.
Did it have any restrictions on the spacing of driveways?
There is some setback requirement, but not the spacing.
Okay, is there any restrictions on the right-of-way requirements?
No.
You see where I'm going?
No, I completely understand.
Okay.
We were up there for that, and we negotiated what we could. We still have some minimum requirements that can still be met with those right-of-ways. There was discussion at one point to increasing the size of the right-of-way to allow the density, but that never came to fruition.
Okay, so you do have some opportunity to make some changes, and those changes are in the IDM for the right-of-ways for streets, right?
Correct.
So that doesn't fall under UDC?
There is some language in the UDC that talks about those street widths. But again, what we're going to do is be compliant with state law first, and the things that we have based on that, what has passed, I think we'll still be able to maintain our minimum street width.
No, that's what I'm saying is, I mean, you probably can add some right-of-way.
Well, that's another.
That's what I'm saying. If you got a setback, he mentioned specifically a setback of 15 feet.
Yes.
Well, if you have a driveway, 15 feet's not going to be enough to park a car. It's just not.
Smart car.
Okay, so, I mean, so I know we have, like, for example, for a local road, the road is 28 feet curb to curb, and then you got 11 feet of right-of-way on, I'm sorry, of easement on each side, plus your 20 feet for the RS 4.5. You have, if you do it right, you put the sidewalk in the right place, and then you're going to have to put some language about the placement of the sidewalk, so you can have some of the play around, so you can park a car on your driveway.
Correct. Again, this throws a little curveball to our normal operating procedure, but we're prepared to make sure that we.
Okay, well, you should do that while you're making these amendments, so you don't have to try and come back.
I don't want to be here once, sir.
Okay, well, I understand that. I think there's ways to kind of go around this. You also have I'm specifically talking about local roads and maybe the residential collector with some of those numbers.
Yeah, it definitely goes into a bigger discussion.
Okay, and I'm glad the project financing zone went through. I know we had some I think I yielded a few people at the beginning of that, of the process.
Think.
But I'm glad it passed to where we got the benefit of what we were talking about.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate the work you did. Thank you.
Yeah, and I appreciate all the thanks and the praise. There's many, many people, probably not least of which I should thank my wife for allowing me to go to Austin for 6 months. But Dr. Sarah Anderson, who's our senior IGR coordinator, did so much in terms of working with individual departments, working on written testimony, coordinating witnesses coming to Austin, and obviously our team and the council members, staff. I mean, we've had a number of staff. I think Corpus Christi was well represented in the number of people that came up on behalf of the city and testified. So it was certainly not something I can do myself. And like I started off with, we can't do anything without our legislators. So I have ultimately them to thank for any success we saw.
Councilman Barrera.
Yeah, I just want to echo that too. I mean, great job. Great job. I mean, I won't belabor it, but, you know, that was the thing I was also going to recommend staff. I know Michael Dice went and testified, Drew went and testified, Peter went and testified, Heather, Dan McGinn, you know, just are the ones that I was aware of. And, you know, this was probably in the 3 sessions that I've been engaged in. This was probably, the 3 session, yeah. This was probably the most aggressive the city has been as far as making local impact. So, I mean.
There were other cities, I should say, that said that it was nice Corpus Christi started kind of carrying some weight there and having folks show up, so it was good.
Yeah. There's a Corpus Mafia in Austin. There's a lot of people from Corpus Christi.
There are a lot of people in Corpus Christi.
You know, Chewy had authored a bill that was going to require disclosure on public-private partnerships on these brackish water desal plants.
The costs associated with it in particular.
The cost, that to require some transparency because there were several that did not, just like we had here last Tuesday, that didn't include the cost of electricity.
Right.
And so what happened to that?
That bill ultimately didn't go anywhere. And I think, you know, recognizing that they were dealing with a committee that was very much wanting to incentivize seawater desal, or not seawater, but all desal. And so I think, you know, the committee appetite wasn't there to take that on, but it was more of a discussion piece that I think the senator filed to try to get some folks' attention about when signing contracts, making sure you take into consideration a lot of those deal points that might add to the cost.
Yeah, and you know, because I had every time I was up there, somebody asked me about water because of what we were doing in Corpus Christi, and I told them, you know, all the initiatives comes out of the woodwork. Everybody's a water expert, and it's very complex. Dealing with a property owner adds cost. What is it? Understanding the cost associated with electricity. Getting the right of way, the cost of transmission. I mean, a ton of confusion, and you know, and all that came back here to Corpus, and I think that's what's been our challenge. But I just wish that would have gone somewhere. But yeah, I get you. It's just we just need to be clear. You know, we're in. Even though it's been hard, and Drew, your team's been working, and you know, Peter, we're learning those mistakes. And I think we offer that now because there's so many people that are looking at it. You know, all the costs, all the supply chain costs of, like I said, the property owner, the electricity, the right of way, the distribution system, you know, conveyance. And I think a lot of times people just think it's easy. You know, on Tuesday we went from, what was it, $3.50 water to $5.50 water. Oh, but that doesn't include electricity. Oh, that doesn't include. So anyway, I just wish that would have happened. But anyway, hey, great job. You and your team did well.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
I just want to take the opportunity to thank you guys. Snapper, you're an old hand at it. You always do a great job. And you really were great. I mean, that was my first time up there. You were a great host, and you knew what you were doing, so you made it so easy. And you really should be proud of yourself. And you should probably thank your wife first for letting you go, for sure.
I did thank my wife, but I need to thank her often.
You need to thank her again. Yes, you do, because I know you spent a lot of time up there. And I want to just say to the mayor, because we didn't say anything, but she went up there several times, and I appreciate that. And she dropped, at the drop of a hat one time. I know some other times as well, but she did go. And I know Drew Molly did. I think Mr. Sinoni. So a lot of people went. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Happy to do it on behalf of the hometown. It's a privilege.
Okay, it's 8:50, and there being no further business, Ryan, we're adjourning. Hit it hard.
I thought maybe.
Good night, everybody.